Chapter 11. The wooden practice swords snapped together, drawing Jarek's attention away from his reading. He sighed, setting the volume beside himself on the grass as he looked up to the source of the noise. Jarek sat atop a shallow hill just inside the palace gardens. Behind him, the heavy stone palace walls rose into the sky. In front of him, the ground sloped downward into a flat, carefully kept meadow. It was here that the boys fought. Bare-chested in the summer heat, Johann and Martis traded blows, their every movement watched by the group of noble girls sitting and chatting quietly a short distance away. The women sat beneath one of the tall pine trees that lined the meadow. Jarek didn't like the trees. They were arranged too formally, too neatly. Trees shouldn't grow in lines. They should grow where the seeds fell. The swords cracked again as Johann struggled to defend himself against Martis's attack. During Jarek's past year in the palace, Strafen's beefy son had grown impossibly fast. Though only 14 years old, Martis was nearly as tall as a grown man, and what had been mostly flab when Jarek arrived was quickly becoming muscle. The castle people spoke often of how much promise he showed, his widening chest and growing muscles filling into a frame that was powerful and strong, yet not hulkingly beastly like that of his father. Jarek's body refused to follow Martis's example. Jarek had grown during the past months, but in the wrong ways. None of his limbs seemed to understand the concept of proportion. His legs were too long and his arms far too thin. Where Martis was growing to be a man, it seemed that Jarek was growing to be a giraffe. And the books weren't helping. Starting 3 months ago, Martis and Johann had joined with several of the other noble boys to begin formal weapons training beneath Dorum, captain of the King's Guard. Jarek, however, had been forbidden.
"There's no need for you to learn to use a sword, Jarek," the king had explained. "The time Martis spends practicing will give you an opportunity to get ahead in your studies."
And so Jarek studied. He studied while others ate, he studied when normal men slept, and he studied while his classmates fought.
"That book probably won't do you much good if you don't look at it,"
a voice noted. Jarek looked up with surprise to see Rayala approaching. As soon as his eyes met hers, however, she turned her own gaze down toward the ground.
"You don't need to do that around me,"
he said as she walked up the slope.
"Do what?"
she asked, her eyes still downcast. Jarek shook his head, allowing the matter to drop. He still wasn't comfortable with the way the palace servants treated him, but he suffered them. Rayala, however, was different. A year together had turned her into the closest thing to a friend he had found in the palace. Yet still she insisted on maintaining her subservient front. At the same time, he sensed something in every subordinate action. Every time she looked away, he caught a glimpse of that latent mockery, only briefly, of course. Rayala was much too practiced to allow any more to slip through. She stopped near where he was sitting, waiting expectantly. Jarek sighed.
"You may sit, Rayala,"
he said with thinly veiled intolerance. She complied, arranging herself on the ground beside him. She was wearing a simple blue skirt made of very thick cloth and a shirt with long, tight sleeves that buttoned all the way up the neck. They were odd choices for the hot, late summer weather, but Rayala's clothing rarely made sense to Jarek. Sometimes she wore finery nearly as nice as that of the princess. Other times he saw her garbed in little more than rags. She sat beside him, patiently waiting for him to initiate a conversation. Frost insisted that Jarek spend at least a few minutes each day speaking directly with a member of the nobility, claiming that would be the only way Jarek would ever rid himself of his rural accent. Finding nobles willing to spend time on him, however, was a difficult endeavor, especially for a boy who had lived such a solitary life. Fortunately, there was Rayala. She spoke just like a member of the aristocracy, but was always obliging, sometimes too obliging. Jarek turned away from the practicing youths below. "Today, Rayala, let's talk about you."
"Me?"
the girl asked hesitantly.
"Yes,"
Jarek said, leaning back on the grass and staring up at the overcast sky.
"I've lived here for a year, and I know almost nothing about you." "There isn't much to know, Master Jarek." I am a slave. I know you are a slave, Riala, Jarek mumbled. You pointed out at every convenient opportunity. I'm sorry, Master Jarek. Jarek shot a look at the dark-haired girl. The eyes were still downcast. Tell me about your parents, Jarek requested. Their conversations had been very hard for him at first. He wasn't accustomed to taking the initiative. He had always been a quiet boy. Frost demanded he do it, however, and Jarek would rather spend time forcing himself to ask questions of Riala than a haughty son of some Ka-Lord. They died. Traitors to the crown, Riala said in answer to his question. No siblings? One, Riala said. He was given to Ka-Lord Strafen. He works as a stable boy. Jarek winced. Strafen was said to be hard on servants and worse on slaves. At least he was given to a nobleman in the city, Jarek offered. You probably get to see him often. Riala shrugged. Only when I'm needed to nurse him after a beating. I suppose often would be the right word. Jarek studied the small girl, her short-cropped black hair waving slightly in the breeze. A few beads of sweat ran down her face, despite the wind, however. She was probably suffocating in her thick clothing. Jarek shook his head, turning to look back up at the clouds. In many ways, Riala was more unfathomable than the nobility Jarek had met. At least their motives made sense, even if they were usually selfish and unyielding. Why wear winter clothes in summer? Was it some kind of silent protest? Her voice was quiet and subservient as usual, and her face was docile. But that last statement had bordered on cynicism. Perhaps if he pushed a little harder— "You're so pessimistic," he noted, still looking up at the sky but watching Riala's reactions out of the corner of his eye. "I am sorry, Master Jarek." "I suppose it's difficult to be anything but pessimistic in your situation," he noted. "Then again, you must deserve it. The 9 lords put everyone where they belong, slave, lumberman, or noble." "That is true, Master Jarek. You and your brother were meant to be slaves." "I suppose so, Master Jarek." "In fact," Jarek mused, "perhaps your parents were guided to their traitorous deaths just so you could be given the caste you deserved." At that statement, Jarek was just barely able to see the dark, angry look Riala shot him. "What was that?" he asked immediately, sitting up and facing her in a quick movement. She turned her eyes down. "What, Master Jarek?" "That look you just gave me," Jarek demanded. "I think I saw true rebellion in it. Not a very slave-like attitude, is it?" Riala paused, silent for a moment. "What is my punishment?" she finally asked. "Your punishment," Jarek informed her, lying back down, "is to never call me Master Jarek again." The silence that followed was only broken by a renewed cracking of practice swords from below. Finally, Riala spoke. "Why not?" she asked, her voice perplexed. "Because it makes me uncomfortable," Jarek said frankly. "I'm a lumberman, not the king." "You sound as if you are proud of that fact," Riala said with confusion. "That is because I am," Jarek said. "My father is a lumberman, and I am a lumberman. Why shouldn't I be proud?" "You are a strange boy, Jarek," Riala said after a moment of thought. "Why do you say that?" "Other men scramble for titles and prestige like dogs eating scraps under the king's table. Most never get more than a taste, but you presume to throw away exactly what they long for." "It suits me." Riala thought on this for a moment longer. If there was one person in the palace who was more reserved than himself, it was Riala. She liked to think, and if you paused too long in a conversation, she would get a dreamy look in her eyes, as if her mind were traveling to some distant place. "Do you believe what you said a minute ago?" she finally asked. "About my parents and caste?" "I used to," Jarek admitted. "I'm not so certain anymore. I like being a lumberman, but at the same time, I want being a lumberman to mean more. Does that make sense?" "Kind of." "Slaves, however, appear to be a different matter entirely," Jarek said. "I can't imagine the 9 lords, except maybe Zeth the Black, putting anyone into another man's possession." Then why did you say what you did? Riala asked, absently tracing the pattern on the front of one of his books. Why intentionally make me angry? Jarek turned to look at her, an action that immediately caused Riala to look down at the ground again. Jarek ground his teeth in displeasure. It seemed he was making little, if any, progress. Jarek sighed, looking back at the sky. There was a man back in my village, the foreman, who was exactly what you pretend to be, Riala. Every time he saw a member of the nobility, he tripped over his own feet in his eagerness to serve them. He was truly subservient. You try, but you're too rebellious to ever be completely successful. His words shocked her, he could tell. It was taboo to even hint that a person was acting outside his or her given caste. Finally, however, she spoke. I am that transparent, then? She asked. Only to me, Jarek said. The others, they want you to accept your position. They can't see what their minds tell them isn't possible. I'm the opposite. I'd rather think that no one, not even a man born to it, could ever completely accept a life of slavery. He glanced down, then, looking across the field to see why the fighting had stopped. When he looked back at Riala, she was smiling slightly, and she met his eyes. Martis accepted a cup of water from one of the servant boys, drank deeply, then poured the rest on his face. A short distance away, the prince did the same, preparing for their third and final bout. Martis had won the previous two. If Johann didn't at least win one, he would look foolish before the court girls. Of course, that would be just fine with Martis. Shaking out his tiring arms, Martis shot an unconcerned glance toward the girls sitting, as usual, beneath one of the garden's carefully arranged trees. The garden was tolerable, though much too wild-looking for Martis's tastes. If he lived here, the garden would be different. He would straighten the walking paths, prune the trees, and replace many of the wild-looking shrubs with easily maintained patches of flowers. Of course, if he lived in the palace, the garden would be the least of the changes he would make. He smiled nonchalantly at several of the girls, who blushed at his attention. Of course, there was only one girl who really mattered. She sat at the head of the group, sitting slightly to the side as if she didn't care what was happening on the field before her. Martis knew otherwise. He could sense her infatuation with him. At times she played Martis off the peasant boy Jarek, but she couldn't fool the son of a cowlord. No princess would ever stoop to the level of a peasant, no matter how privileged he might be. Not that it wasn't frustrating to see her pouring affection on the insufferable lumberman, even if Martis knew it was for his benefit. As he regarded the princess, Martis noticed a form approaching, a form so large it could only belong to one person, his father. Martis frowned. His father rarely came to watch his practices. What could have brought the Ka-Lord to the palace? Martis bowed as his father approached, waving for the cup-boy to leave them alone and taking a few steps to the side so that their conversation would be obscured from the others by a couple of large trees. "Father," Martis said formally. Strafen was very firm on proper protocol, even where his family was concerned. "Martis, how goes your training?" The Ka-Lord's long, oval face was contemplative. He wanted something. "Well, father," Martis said. "I did not expect to see you at the palace today." His father made a dismissive gesture with his thick-fingered hand. "The king called another of his meetings. It was, like the rest, of no importance. A lot of talk and no action." Martis nodded, waiting for whatever it was his father intended to say to him. "I saw you looking at the princess, son," Strafen mused, helping himself to a cup of water. His father's large form might have been lean and muscular once, but more of its muscle became flab with each passing year, and he often complained about the summer heat. Not that Strafen was anywhere near as rotund as the king, of course. He was far too tall and broad-chested for that. "I was, father," he said slowly. "She is a desirable prize, son. Beautiful and well-bred. A union between our houses would bring many benefits, both in prestige and finances." Yes, Martis thought to himself, not to mention putting me only one step away from the throne. Of course, he knew that was not what his father implied. For all his intolerances and passions, the Cawlord would never be able to bring himself to take the throne. Strafen saw himself as one who did what was best for the country, and he practically worshipped the king's divine right to rule. In the Cawlord's eyes, that made him a patriot. In the eyes of his son, it only made him a coward. "The princess will be mine, father," Martis thought to himself. "My motives, however, would probably surprise you." The Cawlord was not through, however.
"I spoke to the king after our meeting today, son," Strafen said. "He implied that boy was doing very well in his studies, better even than yourself."
"So this is what he wants to talk about." "The lumberman does nothing but study, father," Martis replied. "He has much more time than I do. I must deal with my training, court functions, and financial studies as well."
"He is only a peasant,"
Strafen said, staring through the trees toward the lumberman's barely visible form.
"By the Nine Lords' blessing, you can do better than he, even if you had no time to study at all. I would not see the king win our bet simply because you refuse to put forth the necessary effort."
Martis snorted. "Your game with the king is nothing to me, father. I have more important concerns." He saw his father's fist coming, but his body was weakened from the day's exertions, and he wasn't able to move quickly enough. The blow took him in the chest, tumbling him back over the water barrel. The Cawlord's hand quickly fell on Martis's shoulder, pulling him to his feet to stare Strafen directly in the face. His cheeks were red with rage, and his eyes large and wild.
"Do not speak to me so,"
Strafen growled. The grip on Martis's shoulder tightened, and he had to clench his teeth to keep from crying out. Finally, he bowed his head.
"Yes, father,"
he whispered. The pain in his shoulder did not stop.
"My game with the king carries with it the fate of life in Melorand as the lords intend it. Fail, and you will not only humiliate our Ka, you will validate the king's foolish dreamings. You could destroy the nobility, boy. Do you want that?"
"No, father. Someday you won't be able to do this to me, father."
"You will study harder, and you will prove this boy a fool. You are of the noble caste. The lords demand that you remind the king what that means."
"Yes, father." "What will you do, father, when I am bigger than you? What will you do when you punch and I do not fall? What will you do when I fight back? Then we will see who gets the bruises. Then we will see who rules our Ka." Strafen released his grip.
"Continue your training, son, and do not forget what I have said."
Martis nodded as his father turned to go.
"Yes, father,"
he whispered to himself. "I will prove this lumberman an idiot. But not for you. For me." Cortez was using Jarek to make him jealous, and Martis realized that it was working. However, he could use her own ploy against her. If Martis defeated the lumberman soundly enough, she would be left without a pawn to use against him. Except the boy studied so much. Despite what Martis had implied, he had been studying, and he struggled to keep up with Jarek. Of course, it wasn't because the lumberman was smarter. That could not be. It was because Jarek had so much time, and because the instructors favored him. Yoharn was calling for him to begin the final bout, and Martis nodded, picking up his sword. As he walked out onto the field, his eyes fell on the reclining lumberman. Jarek was watching them fight, as he usually did. At times, Martis thought he saw envy in the boy's eyes. With that, a thought occurred to Martis. He raised his sword to engage Yoharn, a smile on his lips. Perhaps he couldn't outstudy Jarek. However, maybe the lumberman could be distracted.
What's she really like? Riala looked up at the question, regarding Jarek with confusion. "Who?" she asked. "The princess," Jarek said. Only then did Rialla notice the look in his eyes, the disgusting empty-headed look he got whenever he spoke of Corteth. Even after a year's time, the infatuation was still as strong, perhaps even stronger, as it had been when he first arrived. What was Corteth really like? Rialla almost smirked at the question, asked as she sweltered, sweating beneath 3 layers of winter clothing, the latest of Corteth's punishment tactics. But she could never say such things. Even if she weren't bound by her position as the princess's servant, Jarek would never believe her. "She's about what you would think," Rialla said slowly, feeling her true self retreat back beneath a shell of subservience. No matter what Jarek said, no matter how open-minded he seemed to be, Rialla knew there was no way he would be able to accept the truth about Corteth. Men grew angry when their goddesses were defamed. "Ah," Jarek said, still looking across the field at the group of girls. Martis and Joharn had begun fighting again, this time more vigorously than ever. Rialla shook her head, turning back to her contemplation of Jarek's book. She couldn't make out any of the words, of course. Reading was not a thing taught to slaves. Still, she tried. Corteth had once spelled out Rialla's name for her. The princess was fond of proving her intelligence before her slave. Rialla thought she recognized some of the same characters on the book cover. She couldn't be certain, however. "How lucky he is," Rialla thought to herself, "and he doesn't even know it." How often had she longed for an opportunity to learn? She wasn't like most peasants who didn't know what they were missing. She had heard people describe how books could take a person away, describing to them different places, or even places that had never existed at all. Rialla dreamt of being able to visit these places. She longed for the freedom of learning and ability, anything to take her away from where she was now. She wished she could explain those feelings to Jarek, but something stopped her. She had been a slave too long. She was too practiced at holding her thoughts to herself. The more time she spent with him, the more comfortable she became. But she doubted she would ever get to the point where she could express herself like they were equals. However, he seemed to be working hard to bring her true self out. Perhaps, someday, she would let him see it. Jarek had changed much in the year since his arrival, and not just physically. The more time he spent around people, the more comfortable he became with crowds. She remembered well how quiet he had been upon first arriving at the palace. Not that he still wasn't a little reticent, but he spoke much more now. He was becoming more and more like a noble every day. He had always been one to speak his mind, and now he did it with even more temerity than before. He had grown accustomed to giving orders and expected them to be followed. And he was able to catch people in subtle tricks of conversation, like he had used on Rialla earlier. Not that he was completely nobilicized. His demand that Rialla refrain from calling him master proved that. Jarek was something different, something with all the self-respect of a noble, but that cared little for what others thought of him. Except the princess, that was. In this one area, no matter how progressive and learned he became, Jarek was woefully ignorant. Corteth could play with him more easily than she did with the king, and Jarek loved every minute of it. The battle below came to a conclusion as Martis rapped Joharn soundly on the side of the head with his sword. It wasn't really a fair fight. Martis was not only a year older than the prince, but he was much taller as well. However, The prince bore defeat with the same icy-faced calm with which he accepted everything in life, nodding to his opponent before leaving the field. Martis, however, remained where he was. "Hey, lumberman," Martis called. "Are you ready for a little exercise?" Jarek's head snapped up. "Can't you hear me?" Martis yelled. "Are your books so interesting that you can't bear to part with them? Come on, I've been fighting for over an hour. I should be an easy win for a fresh opponent." Jarek paused, then began to stand. "Jarek," Rialla said cautioningly. The lumberman, however, had already made up his mind, and Rialla sighed, watching him go. Despite everything else, Jarek was still a boy. She had seen the longing in his eyes as he watched the other boys fight. He had that same foolish desire to prove himself that seemed burned into the heart of every boy. Jarek accepted a practice sword from Martis, holding it awkwardly. The Ka-Lord's son, however, didn't bother giving him any instruction. He simply began to attack. Jarek raised his weapon in a maladroit movement and was completely thrown off balance when Martis's sword changed motions mid-swing, sweeping across to slam into his chest. "Come, lumberman," Martis mocked as Jarek stumbled, gasping for breath. "Surely you can do better than that." Enraged, Jarek picked up his weapon and began to swing. Martis easily blocked the blow, then slapped him on the back as the lumberman stumbled past. What followed was a display so humiliating, Rialla had to look away. Her eyes fell on Yoharn, who stood at the side of the field, watching the fight with cold eyes. His lips were expressionless as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Rialla shivered at the lack of life she saw in the prince's face. "The unrest in Aldvin, Your Majesty," a voice said, approaching from the palace's open passageway behind her. It sounded like Dorum, the king's captain. "The meeting determined nothing, Dorum," the king's voice returned. "Though the shift in power bothers me as much as it does you, Aldvin has always been one of the most stable of the Middle Kingdoms, if it can fall so easily." The king's voice trailed off as he walked out into the sunlight, Dorum at his side. "Is that Jarek down below?" he asked with surprise. "It appears so, Your Majesty," Dorum concurred. The king's mouth closed, and he watched with dissatisfaction as Jarek got beaten to the ground. "It appears a monarch's command means little any more," he mumbled. "Your Majesty only forbade him from training," Dorum reminded, "not from fighting. I assumed he would be smart enough to avoid both." Dorum raised an eyebrow. "Then Your Majesty has forgotten what it is like to be a young man." The king shook his head, looking sick. "Let's go. I don't have the time or the patience to deal with this right now. We'll have to send an envoy to Aldvin, of course. The second one this year. The Lords curse it. When is Sephandrius going to return? I need his input on this." The king's voice disappeared the same way it had come. As it did, Jarek took one final blow to the stomach, dropping his sword with a cry of agony and stumbling to the ground.
The pain was amazing. Jarek had assumed he would lose, but he had thought he would give a better showing of himself. Jarek had imagined fighting Martis at least 100 times in his mind, but now, when he finally got the opportunity, he hadn't even given the larger boy cause to sweat. Martis's blonde-haired face gloated above him. "I'm afraid I can't feel too proud of that victory," the Ka-Lord's son said with a shake of his head. "You didn't even try, lumberman." Jarek tried to croak a response, but his chest hurt too much to vocalize. "Perhaps you should practice, boy." Then maybe you'll be a challenge. Jarek rolled to his knees, his head bowed in pain. What had he been thinking? He had assumed... He didn't know what he had assumed. One thing he knew, next time would be different. The lords could curse those books. When it came down to the test, they did him no good. He could hear Corteth and the other girls laughing behind him. Martis had told him to practice, and somehow he would. He would find a way to get the king's permission, and next time he would win. Chapter 12. The room is guarded by 4 men, 2 at the head of the passage and 2 in the sword chamber itself. The tiles surrounding the sword, and therefore the bookshelf, are pressure-sensitive. A weight of more than a couple of pounds will make them sink, triggering a bell alarm loud enough to bring half the city running. It also drops a bronze door to seal off the room. The door can only be opened by a crank on the outside. Topaz sat at one side of their small room, explaining the dangers they were about to face with a calm voice. "This is a lot of security for one sword," Batchor noted. Topaz shrugged. "There's enough Dragonsteel on that hilt to buy half of Melorand. Besides, the legends about the Blade of Gazai say the one who bears it is blessed of the lords never to fail in battle." Topaz must have noticed how Batchor's eyebrows raised at the comment, for the Jesk snorted, continuing, "Don't even think about it, Batchor. Blessings of invincibility are common to relics and items of supposed power. There's a mummified earlobe down in southern Tendor that's supposed to do the same thing." "I was not considering taking the sword," Batchor huffed back. "He is a pagan relic. A follower of Cherutar would never associate with such a thing." "Of course not," Topaz agreed. "Anyway, every half-dozen years or so someone makes a serious attempt at stealing the blade, and the temple clergy have learned that erring on the side of safety is just about impossible where magic swords are concerned." "This certainly makes our job difficult," Batchor agreed. His face was beginning to itch beneath its makeup, and he had to work hard to keep his fingers from attacking the offending irritation. Topaz nodded. "Fortunately, we are going to have a little bit of help." "Help?" Batchor asked hesitantly. Topaz did not answer. He just smiled in his insufferably knowing way, then leaned back against the wall with his eyes closed. Batchor waited less patiently, his fingers twitching with the desire to scratch his face. Beneath the makeup Topaz had applied, Batchor could feel stubble beginning to sprout. The disguise wouldn't hold for much longer. Suddenly, Batchor thought he heard something. Outside, one of the other cubicle doors opened. It was late, past midnight, Batchor guessed, though he couldn't be certain. What reason could another pilgrim have for rising? "Topaz," Batchor said warningly. "I heard it," he said nonchalantly. "We've got a few more minutes to wait." Batchor sighed, rubbing his back against the wall to sate one itch at least. The room was stuffy and cramped. Batchor swore he could smell the lingering scent of the last dozen people who had occupied it. Topaz claimed their cubicle was built against the temple's outside wall, and if that were true, Batchor couldn't understand why the architects hadn't been decent enough to put a window, even a slit, in the room. "All right," Topaz finally said. "Let's go." Batchor nodded, rising and arranging his skirts. Topaz was much more fortunate in his apparel. He wore only a simple brown robe. When the Jesk stooped and contorted his body, pretending to be an old man, the thick robe all but enveloped him. Topaz inched their door open, and Batchor breathed in the relatively sweet air of the hallway outside. It was dark, no torches or lanterns shining, but this hallway did bear a window at the far end, which provided some illumination. Topaz waved him forward, creeping down the hallway toward the main chamber. Batchor followed silently. Topaz had commented numerous times on how comical it was to see a large Kichan creep. As usual, Batchor had suffered the jibes in silence. He didn't care how he looked. The mere fact that Topaz brought him along on these escapades spoke for his ability to move silently, silly-looking or not. The main chamber was brighter. The windows of colored glass seemed to glow with muted blues and grays, the moon shining behind them. The colors weren't as spectacular as during the day, but they seemed more beautiful to Batjor. There was more harmony to them, more subtlety. Topaz continued to move forward, slinking down an aisle of pews toward the back of the room. Batjor, knowing he could never fit his bulk between the closely packed ranks of seats, went around another way. He took his time, moving silently, especially as he approached the tunnel leading to the sword chamber. Topaz had claimed that here there would be guards. Only there weren't. The gaping black mouth of the tunnel stood empty, its gold inlays twinkling softly in the moonlight. Batjor looked over at Topaz with confusion, but the Jesk only waved him to follow, moving away from the passage door. Curious, Batjor followed. Topaz stopped next to a long tapestry a short distance away. With a dramatic sweep of his hand, Topaz pulled back the tapestry to reveal a small wooden door. Despite himself, Batjor snorted. Who would hide a secret passage in such an obvious place? Topaz fiddled with the lock for a moment, opening it with a silent click. A few moments later, the two were standing in a short, cramped passage, waiting for their eyes to adjust to the darkness. Topaz had located a shielded lantern on the wall, and, after lighting the wick, he opened the slit just enough to give Batjor a good look at their surroundings. What Batjor saw surprised him. He had been in secret passages before. He knew what to expect. Spiderwebs, dust, perhaps long-forgotten items discarded on the floor. Instead, he found brooms, buckets, and several mops. It wasn't a secret passage at all. It was nothing more than a service closet. What was Topaz doing? Except the closet extended on into darkness. It was a passage after all, but it was well maintained. A service hallway of some sort? "What is this?" he whispered. Topaz simply smiled, motioning him to follow. After a short walk, they found themselves in a squat chamber filled with what looked like hanging ropes and counterweights. "The problem with complex traps like sinking floor tiles and alarms, my friend," Topaz explained quietly as they entered the room, "is that they require an entire room full of mechanisms to make them work. Mechanisms that often need regular maintenance. The temple's protective devices may be impressively modern, but they're probably not all that practical." Impressively modern seemed like an understatement to Batjor. He had never seen contraptions like the ones that now surrounded him. The counterweights, he understood. He had seen those used to aid in the opening and closing of heavy gates. Other items, however, baffled him, such as the odd wheel-like devices that had jagged interlocking teeth. Topaz walked over to one of these, running his fingers along its edge and shaking his head. "What is he?" Batjor asked. "I don't know," Topaz confessed, looking at the device from several angles. "Safandris, you have lived for decades studying Intrexandos. They know everything there." "Apparently not," Topaz whispered. "I've never seen anything like this before, Batjor. I'd wondered how the Imperial architects had managed to make their traps work, but that is a problem for another time. Come, look." Batjor shuffled over to where the Jesk stood. Topaz opened a hatch on the wall, revealing a box containing a lantern. As Topaz removed the lantern, Batjor could see that the back of the box was made of yellow glass that looked into the chamber containing the Blade of Gazai. "Why," Batjor began. Then he understood. When they had stood in the Blade's chamber, it had seemed to shine with a powerful light, more light than should have been possible from the small torches. He had assumed that the room's metallic walls and ceiling were responsible, but now he saw that such was only part of the illusion. Lanterns built into the walls must have given the room its supernatural glow. "A trick," Batjor mumbled. "A trick indeed," Topaz agreed with quiet mockery. "My beliefs are crushed. The 9 Lords must not exist." "Be quiet," Batjor grumbled. "How did you know this place was here?" "I've been studying the temple for years now, Batjor," Topaz replied. "You have no idea how long it took me to find the entrance to this maintenance hallway." "Why wait until now to take the scroll, then?" Batjor asked. "Because the time was not right." Topaz turned, looking through the glass window. "Looks like our friends are almost done." "What?" Batchor asked with surprise, taking a better look through the window. It was small, and the first time he had only been able to see the side of the sword's case. Now, angling his view slightly, he could see that the room was not empty. 4 guards in white vests lay unconscious near the room's door, and 5 men stood up against the ropes separating the safe area and the dangerous floor tiles. The men were clothed in what appeared to be simple peasant's garb, though it was hard to tell through the window's distortion. Each of the 5 robbers held a long, claw-edged pole in his hand, and together they were lifting the glass hood off the sword. Apparently, Topaz wasn't the only thief disguised as a pilgrim on this particular trip. "I wonder how long they had to practice before they got that one right," Topaz wondered as the men carefully balanced the glass on the end of their poles and brought it into the reach of a 6th man standing beside the opposite wall.
"Impressive," Batchor agreed. "You knew they would be here, I assume."
"Of course," Topaz said with a smirk. "I, the great Safandrius Max Tori, know all things." Then he shot another look at the room's strange mechanisms. "With a few noted exceptions," he added. The 5 men were now reaching their poles forth again to retrieve the blade itself. Batchor shook his head at the ease of the theft.
"For the same cost as all these strange devices, the government probably could have hired 24 men to guard the sword all day and night."
"Ah, Batchor," Topaz chided. "Where's your sense of progress?"
"I am a businessman," Batchor replied. "Progress must make money to be worth the price."
"I thought you were a warrior," Topaz noted, fiddling with the side of the lantern box for a moment.
"That too,"
Batchor added. Topaz shrugged, watching through the window. The men had the blade of Gazai out of its case and were carefully bringing it over to their friend. "I wonder if they're revolutionaries looking for a symbol of power, or simple thieves seeking the ultimate prize," Topaz mused.
"Does it matter?"
Topaz shrugged. "Probably not. Either way, they are stealing."
"And what exactly do we plan to do tonight?"
Batchor pointed out. "Us?" Topaz asked, reaching his hand into the box. "We'll just be collecting what we deserve. After this night, the temple will owe us. You should hold your ears." With that, the Jesk pushed the glass loose from the back of the box, dropping it into the room beyond. It crashed to the floor just beyond the rope barrier and, Batchor noted with alarm, one of the counterweights behind him began to sink. He covered his ears just before a loud noise from directly overhead rang through the temple. He couldn't hear the men in the other room cry in surprise, but he saw their mouths open. They dropped the sword in their startlement. A large bronze door crashed shut behind them, sealing the room. Batchor uncovered his ears timidly, then another peal from the bell rocked the room, causing him to curse and recover his ears.
"What now?"
he demanded. "We see if they're as good as they think they are," Topaz replied, barely audible through the ringing in Batchor's ears. The Jesk seemed completely unfazed by the noise, which continued above, though Batchor could barely keep from recoiling in pain every time the sound assaulted his ears. Batchor peeked back into the blade's chamber, and in a moment he saw what Topaz was talking about. Slowly, the bronze gate began to rise. The thieves had a man on the outside prepared to release them in a time of emergency. One of the thieves grabbed the blade of Gazai, and then the entire bunch shuffled through the half-open doorway. Then the room fell still, the only illumination a lantern that had been dropped by one of the fleeing thieves. "Keep watch here for a moment," Topaz said with a leisurely tone. He walked over and pulled on a handle, opening a door in the side of the room, then stepped out onto the safe part of the blade chamber's floor. After that, he simply strolled across the booby-trapped floor and kneeled down to begin picking the lock on the glass-fronted bookshelf. After a moment's wait, Batchor noticed something. With alarm, he realized the door at the front of the room had begun to open again. Someone was coming. Batchor yelped in warning, but Topaz didn't come dashing back as he should have. Instead, the man simply stood up and waved for Batchor to close the small service door. Not questioning, Batchor responded, pulling the door shut. If one of them were to be discovered, the other needed to remain free to provide rescue. Of course, there was no need for Topaz to get caught. He probably could have made it back through the door in time. Batchor rushed over to the window to look as his friend was captured. He arrived in time to see 3 white-vested guards ducking under the partially opened door. "What took you so long?" a voice asked in perfect Sendish. Batchor blinked in surprise. Topaz sat pulling on an almost unnoticed lever at the side of the room. He had taken off his brown robe and thrown it in a corner. Underneath, he wore the same white-vested uniform of a temple guard. "What?" one of the men began, but Topaz cut him off. "Don't just stand there! Help me with this cursed thing," Topaz ordered, pulling down on the lever. "Blasted contraption is stuck." One of the guards hurried over, helping Topaz pull on the lever. As it locked into place, the bell above fell silent. Topaz sighed in relief. "I hate that thing," he confessed. "Well, have the thieves been caught?" "No," one of the guards began. "They haven't? What are you doing here? Get to the city gates, you know the drill." "But I'll take care of them," Topaz said, pointing at the guards the thieves had knocked unconscious. "You go, now!" Without another word of complaint, the three men dashed from the room, following the Jesk's orders. As they left, Topaz shot a look at the window where he knew Batchor would be watching, and then raised his eyes in exasperation. Batchor could almost hear Topaz's voice in his head. They really should hire more intelligent guards. Topaz knelt beside the chest again, moving quickly. The lock, however, refused to open. "Teheric!" Batchor heard Topaz curse. "Batchor, I have need of your specialized talents." Batchor pulled open the door and entered the small domed room. Topaz rose, gesturing toward the chest. "You can't pick him?" Batchor asked with amusement. "Their locks are as advanced as their architecture," Topaz muttered. "I was afraid of that." "Allow me," Batchor said, pushing past Topaz. He bent over, lifting the large box-like chest high into the air. Then he dropped it. The chest shattered, cracking a few floor tiles as it did. Topaz nodded. "I knew you would be useful." He bent over, pulling a scroll from the rubble. He perused the beginning of it for a moment, then dropped it. The second one proved more to his liking, and he tucked it under his arm and nodded for them to go. Batchor followed him back through the small side door into the service hallway. "We'll have to be careful going back," Topaz said, handing the scroll to Batchor and redonning his robe. "We'll be in trouble if anyone sees my face." "You can hardly expect the same gods to recognize you," Batchor scoffed. "It's not that, my friend. It's the makeup, or rather lack thereof." Topaz gestured to a black and pink stain on the side of his robe, and Batchor realized with surprise that the makeup was gone, rubbed free as the guards entered. They would never have believed an old man to be a member of their force. "Let's go," Topaz said. "It probably won't be long before they decide to check this passageway." Batchor nodded, letting the Jesk lead the way as they approached the end of the hallway. He was wondering how they were going to slip back to their room now that the entire temple was awake. He needn't have worried. As Topaz cracked open the service door, Batchor could see dozens of forms milling around in the main chapel, and only a few of them wore the white vests. Most were pilgrims, wide-eyed and frightened. A few guards were unsuccessfully trying to herd them back toward their rooms. "Come on," Topaz said, slipping out into the room. Batchor followed, imitating the other pilgrims' looks of terror. Topaz helped from behind, adding to the confusion by calling out random phrases such as, "Assassins? How many have they killed?" Or, "If we aren't safe here, where are we safe?" The two allowed a guard to point them back toward their room, meandering in the direction he ordered. Just before they left the main chapel, however, Topaz stopped, frozen in place. "What?" Batchor asked, nearly running into him. "I don't know," Topaz said. His face wasn't visible beneath the robe's deep cowl, but Batchor could sense the confusion in his voice. Suddenly the Jesk turned, looking toward the broad gates at the front of the chapel. A form had just entered, pushing his way past the guards. He was tall, taller than any Tzend Batchor had ever seen, and he wore a tight breastplate that looked like it was constructed of some kind of white leather. On his back, he had a long white cloak, and besides a pair of white gloves and a gray pair of leggings, his only other clothing was a simple gold belt. He was handsome and thin-faced and had the tall frame of Nyor Tzend. His most distinguishing feature, however, was a deep purple, almost black, birthmark that covered the right side of his face. Suddenly Topaz groaned beside him, an alarming sound. Batchor had never heard Topaz cry out in pain before. Batchor looked down, supporting his friend's crumpling form. Topaz seemed to be clutching his hand for some reason. the hand that held the large topaz ring that was his namesake. Batchor reached down as if to pull the glove off Topaz's hand and look for some wound, but he stopped. The ring, the entire hand, was pulsing like a second heart.
"No," Topaz ordered. "Help me to my feet."
The Jesk struggled up, allowing Batchor to support his weight. Topaz's body throbbed with a rhythmic beat. It was the strangest and most frightening thing Batchor had ever experienced.
"Topaz?"
Batchor asked with concern. The Jesk was staring across the room, his eyes locked with those of the stranger. The white-clothed man had noticed them. He took a step forward, his face hard, his eyes narrowed.
"Move!"
Topaz ordered, stumbling toward the hallway to their rooms. Batchor needed no further prodding. Topaz seemed to have found his equilibrium, and the Jesk moved with increasing stability as they hurried down the hall. Topaz had obviously hoped to exit through the doors at the end of the hallway, but a squad of armed guards stood blocking it. Looking to the side, Topaz pushed open the door to their chamber, stumbling inside and flopping down on the mattress. Batchor pushed the door shut behind them, knowing full well that they were now trapped. With a sigh, he lit the squat candle beside the bed. Hopefully Topaz had a plan.
"Let us pray, my friend, that whoever that was decides not to follow us."
It wasn't much of a plan.
"Who was he?"
Batchor demanded.
"I don't know," Topaz said, pulling off his glove. "I've never seen him before."
The Jesk's hand looked normal, if you could call a hand bearing such an enormous, priceless jewel normal.
Batchor began. "He wasn't a normal man, was he?"
It had taken him years of accompanying Topaz to accept the fact that there could be things in the world that went beyond normal understanding. He still wasn't convinced, but he was open to the possibility.
"No," Topaz affirmed, "that much I do know."
Then his head snapped up in alarm, and he uttered a quiet curse.
"He's coming!"
Batchor swore. Then, making a decision, he reached up and began to rub away his makeup and tear off the folds of leather Topaz had used to imitate skin, revealing his face underneath. A second later, he had torn away the dress and padding underneath, finally giving his body a chance to breathe. Then, garbed only in his undercloth, Batchor reached down to the padding that had formed his false stomach and pulled out his sheathed Azerban. The long, curved Kichan sword whipped forth easily. He'd felt naked without it. A pounding came from the door. Batchor pulled it open mid-knock, surprising the white-vested guard outside, whose hand was raised to pound on the door. Batchor caught the man's hand in his large Kichan fist and yanked the startled Tsend into the room, slamming him into the far wall. The guard tumbled to the ground unconscious as Batchor slammed the door closed again. He briefly caught a glimpse of the strange white-clothed man approaching down the hallway.
"We fight, then,"
Batchor said, feeling his body grow tense with anticipatory energy. He'd begun to fear they would finish the entire theft without any real fighting.
"Not if I can help it," Topaz declared, looking sick at the word fight.
The Jesk pushed his way past Batchor, stepping over the fallen guard to lay his hand against the door. The wood swelled against its frame, cracking slightly as it expanded. A second later, the handle to their room turned, but the door did not move.
"Topaz, I've seen you do that trick before. He won't keep them out for long."
"I know,"
Topaz said, climbing atop the mattress and pulling the glove off his other hand. With his eyes closed, he pressed his palms against the stone wall to their room. Batchor lowered his sword slightly as he watched, transfixed by the Jesk's movements. He had seen hints of marvelous acts from Topaz, nothing blatant or grand, just clues that had eventually led Batchor to accept the possibility that there might be things in the world he did not understand. However, old traditions still ran strong in Batchor's heart. Like most of his kind, Batchor scoffed at the whore-watchers and wizards who preyed off the insecurities of the masses. Magic, he told himself, was a thing of fools and con-men. In that room, however, as men called outside and axes began to break through the door, Batchor finally believed. There were no flashes or smoke, like the whore-watchers always produced. There were no incantations or prayers to unseen spirit benefactors. There was just Topaz, his hands pressed flat against the wall, his eyes closed tightly, and his breathing regular. And cracks began to appear at the base of the wall. They crept up across the surface, sticking mostly to the mortar, slipping around the sides of stones, melding and joining like tiny rivers. It was amazing. It was impossible. But it was happening. Then it stopped, and Topaz groaned, falling backward. Batchor caught him with one hand, still gripping his sword with the other. "It's no use," Topaz mumbled, sweat streaming down his face. He took a deep, gasping breath. "I have no talent in this area, Batchor. When particles are in a solid state, I can barely move them." Then his eyes opened, and he uprighted himself, placing his hand on the wall for support. He pounded his other fist against the unyielding stone. "Curse the lords, Batchor! Curse them! I have no power to destroy, even to save my own life." An axe blade sheared through the door behind them, and Batchor raised his weapon again. It looked like a fight after all. "No!" Topaz insisted, slapping his palms against the wall again. This time he left his eyes opened, his teeth clenched and gleaming in the candlelight. His eyes unfocused, as if he were looking at something beyond the wall, something Batchor could not see, and never would be able to see. Then the wall began to grow, or rather, the wall began to sprout. As Batchor watched, molds and fungus seemed to appear out of nothing, growing in the cracks Topaz had already created. Topaz's ring began to pulse with light shining far brighter than the room's candle. The fungi sprouted larger and larger, coating the entire wall in a blanket of greens, browns, and oranges. Then the stones began to shatter. They popped and groaned as the fungi grew in the cracks, forcing them apart, then grew again in the new cracks they had created. Finally, Topaz lowered his hands, looking exhausted. The wall before him was a mass of weakened stone and mold. "Batchor, could you—" Batchor nodded, slamming his bulk against the weakened stone wall. It gave slightly beneath his weight. Batchor growled, then threw his shoulder against the stones again. With an enormous groan of protest, the entire wall crumbled outward, dust, stone, and chips scattering across the dark alley beyond. Topaz sighed, stumbling to his feet. "Come on," he said, crawling out into the alley. Batchor resheathed his sword and stepped over the rubble into the dark night beyond. Topaz was trying to rise, wobbling uncertainly. Taking one look back at the axes still pounding on the room's door, Batchor reached over and unceremoniously picked Topaz up and slung the jesk over his shoulder. Then he rushed into the darkness, leaving the temple, and whatever it was that had wanted to catch them, behind. The ship rocked with the timeless rhythm of the waves, its motions reminding Batchor of how much they were at the mercy of the elements. At any time the sea could toss them aside like a scrap of cloth in the wind, whipping them and crushing them, sending them all to gloryless graves on the ocean bottom. It would be a horrifying, icy death. Batchor did not like sailing. "There is mold in everything, Batchor," Topaz explained, answering the Kichan's question. The jesk sat at their cabin's desk, scratching idly at a sheet of paper with his long feather pen. "Or at least its seeds are everywhere. It hangs in the air we breathe, coats the surfaces we walk on, and lives wherever there is enough water. Where did you think it came from?" Batchor shrugged, sitting in a comfortable chair on the other side of the cabin. One thing about traveling with Topaz, the jesk spared no expense. Their cabin was lavish, the meals good, and the ship well piloted. Of course, that was small compensation for nearly getting him killed back in the temple a week before. "I assumed mold just appeared." Topaz snorted. "Nothing just appears, Batchor. Everything comes from something. You sound like a whore-watcher trying to convince the people that maggots are born from rotten meat."
"They aren't?" Batchor asked slowly.
"Of course not," Topaz scoffed, not looking up as he dipped his pen in the inkwell. "Flies lay eggs on the meat which hatch into maggots and in turn become flies themselves. The problem with people, Batchor, is that they assume because they can't see something it doesn't exist. Mold spores might be small, but they are around us nonetheless. Of course, I would never have been able to use them to break the wall if I hadn't cracked it already." Batchor took a deep breath, preparing to ask the question he hadn't let himself voice during their travel back to Hsiton to meet the ship.
"All right, Topaz. How do you do that? How did you make the spores grow?"
Topaz looked up from his writing. Then he shrugged and looked down again. "If I knew, I'd tell you."
You don't know? Batchor asked incredulously. You don't even understand what you did?
Of course I understand, Topaz said. I'm not a whore-watcher, fiddling with things I can't possibly comprehend. I could see the spores, and I knew what I was doing when I lent them the power to grow. But I still don't know how I do these things. Or, more accurately, I don't know why I can do them and no one else can. When I can answer that, my friend, I will be a lot closer to knowing what exactly we will have to face in the future.
And closer to understanding what that person in white was, Batchor added.
Topaz looked up again, then nodded. Yes, that too. I did some asking before we left Kaido. That man was a member of the Emperor's personal guard sent to inquire why the bells had been set off.
Emperor Erratic? Batchor asked with surprise. His personal guard?
Apparently Erratic arrived in the town not long after we did, Topaz said, once again scribbling on his paper. Batchor scratched his chin thoughtfully. Interesting, he said simply. Indeed, Topaz agreed.
What is that you are writing?
Batchor asked, rising to peer over Topaz's shoulder. The Jesk wasn't writing at all. He was drawing. The paper held an exact replica of the strange alarm mechanisms they had seen in the temple, as seen from different angles. Batchor nodded appreciatively. It was a good rendition, far more detailed than he would have thought possible. Of course, he knew full well that Topaz's memory was impossibly precise. "You're going to take these with you to Trexandos," Topaz explained, gesturing to the drawings. "Along with the scroll. I don't have time to spend translating it now, and there are others who can do a better job."
"You're not coming to the city with me?"
Batchor asked with surprise. "No."
"But we're going to dock there."
"I'll have the captain drop me off on the mainland. I don't have time to deal with the pleasantries of Trexandian politics right now." Batchor shrugged, wandering back over to his chair and trying to ignore the swaying of the deck beneath him.
"Where will you go?"
"Back to Millerand," Topaz explained. "With a few detours. I need to check on some things. I would appreciate it if you would bring the translation to me in Millerand as soon as it's finished." Batchor shuffled his feet uncomfortably. Topaz smiled. "It should take them at least 6 months, Batchor, if not a year. You'll have time to go and attend your father's Rendar." Batchor nodded his head. He had been away from the dealings of his clan for too long, not to mention his business enterprises. His escapades with Topaz were exciting and important, but unlike the Jesk, Batchor had a life beyond gallivanting across the 3 continents.
"All right," he said. "Assuming the translation is finished, I will meet you in Millerand 1 year from this day."
Chapter 13. The bronze sword swiped at Jarek's head. He brought his own weapon up, barely turning his opponent's blade away. Immediately, Jarek turned his sword to the side, catching the backhand that he knew would follow. He skipped backward, preparing a thrust of his own, only to change his plans as Doram attacked again, his movements incredibly quick. A rapid series of parries followed, ending with the flat side of Doram's blade slapping Jarek on the chest, throwing him off balance until he stumbled back, colliding with the wall, dropping his weapon.
"You're improving,"
Doram noted, lowering his weapon and relaxing from his battle-ready stance. Jarek found that hard to believe. They stood in one of the palace's empty ballrooms, a chamber that had been appropriated by Doram to use for weapon training in the winter. The carefully polished wood floor was covered with large, immobile rugs that gave the feet good purchase, and the large open area was perfect for fighting. Of course, it was difficult to keep properly heated, especially with only one stove. Jarek rubbed his stomach, retrieving his weapon from the floor and walking over to get something to drink. The room was empty, save for the 2 of them, which suited Jarek just fine. He wouldn't want anyone else to see the pathetic show he made for himself during his weekly training with the King's captain. Doram got himself some water as well, though he didn't look like he needed it. The squat man didn't ever seem to get tired or sweat while they trained, probably because Jarek was so little of a challenge. Still, even though Jarek knew how poorly he was doing, he couldn't help feeling a bit of pride at Doram's compliment. One thing he had learned about Doram during the last year, the man was perfectly, even bluntly, honest. If he said Jarek was improving, then he was, even if that improvement was slow. Jarek looked up as he drank, studying his trainer. Dorum was from Oldbin, directly south of Melorand, a land populated mostly by cattlemen and farmers. Dorum, however, was no farmer. Though he had the typical shortness of a cattleman, his arms and chest were powerful enough that he could never be mistaken for anything but a warrior. He was short and squat, with thick, well-muscled legs that Jarek had soon discovered were impossible to budge once Dorum determined not to move. He kept his hair incredibly short, almost shaven, and he had a wide nose and flat face. With a start, Jarek realized Dorum had noticed his scrutiny and was looking directly back at him. Blushing, Jarek buried his face in his cup of water. Then, trying to cover his lack of tact, he asked the first question that came to his mind. "Dorum, is it true that you fought in the Eternal War?" The question caught the older man off guard. After a moment, however, he nodded, gulping down the rest of his drink.
"I did. Many, many years ago."
Jarek perked up. He had assumed the tale was just a rumor. "It must have been exciting," he said. Dorum shrugged.
"At times."
Jarek paused. "Are you a nobleman, then?" he asked with interest. As far as he knew, only the nobility went to the Eternal War. Dorum snorted, shaking his head.
"I was a cattleman who hated horses.
But
Melorand only sends noblemen to the war, boy, but that's not the way it is on the rest of the continent. Peasants can be fodder for the Shodel just as well as noblemen can. Melorand just restricts itself to nobility because they're more expendable."
Jarek's eyes opened wide at the comment, and he choked on his water. "What?" he asked incredulously.
"Oh, they'll tell you it's for glory's sake, boy, but that's only half true,"
Dorum said, putting away his sword with a leisurely motion.
"Melorand has more trees than it can cut down, and the demand for lumber in the south is so great that every lumberman is needed. The king can't afford to ship peasants off to be slaughtered on the shattered plains, and the other monarchs realize this. The second and third sons of some Ka lord, however—"
Jarek paused, considering the comment. It was odd, almost blasphemous, but it was also true. Could it be that the lumbermen of Melorand were actually more important than the nobility? "Then," Jarek said, realizing something, "you mean I could fight in the Eternal War if I wanted to?"
"If you wanted to," Dorum said with a nod of his head. "But you don't want to. Trust me, you don't want to."
"But the glory," Jarek protested.
"Glory? Thousands of men throwing their lives away in a land far from their home? There is no glory in that."
"But we need protection from the Shodel," Jarek insisted. "The Eternal War is the only thing that keeps them from overrunning the continent." Dorum shrugged.
"I'm not so certain that's true, boy. From the reports I've heard, Uponi Shodel is far more beautiful than Yolen. What could they want with our land? No. When it comes down to it, I suspect there is only one thing behind the Eternal War."
"Dragonsteel," Jarek finished. Dorum nodded.
"If those Dragonsteel wells weren't there on the shattered plain, I think you'd find the Eternal War much less of a priority."
Jarek considered the comment for a moment. It went against all he had been taught. True, he knew that the plains held the only source of Dragonsteel on the three continents, but where was the glory in simply fighting for wealth? There had to be more behind it. The Eternal War was the proving ground of men, the place where honor was shown and renown won. It was a place of valor and glory.
"Besides, boy," Dorum noted, "you wouldn't last half an hour in the Eternal War."
"But you just told me I'm improving," Jarek huffed, sheathing his own sword, a gift for his 15th birthday.
"I'm teaching you gentleman's fencing, boy," Dorum explained with a snort. "It's completely different from disciplined combat."
"What do you mean?"
"Do you really think you have time to trade strikes and parries for a half hour on the battlefield?" Dorum asked.
There was no mockery in his tone, only solid factuality.
"Think about it, Jarek. What good would this form of intricate combat do you when you're facing 5 men with body-sized shields, each one protecting the other? You had better hope that you have 4 friends with shields as well, and that your men can hit harder than their men."
Jarek tried hard not to be disillusioned by the comment. Durham hadn't been in a real war for years now. He couldn't possibly remember what it was like. The older warrior continued, however.
"No, boy, war is not a thing of finesse or delicacy. You don't trade blows for 5 minutes at a time, searching carefully for an opening. You hit hard, and then you keep hitting until your opponent falls down. The techniques you're learning will work fine if you only have one opponent at a time, or even a scattered group. But the Shodel fight in formations. In war, you don't fight an individual, you fight a squadron."
Durham picked up his weapons and began to walk out of the room.
"Trust me, boy. Leave the glory for those foolish enough to want it. I will see you next week."
Jarek nodded as the man left. The king had finally agreed to let Jarek train with Durham, but only after he had spent hours trying to learn to fight on his own. He still didn't receive the same amount of training as Martis or Joharn. They met with Durham 3 times a week. Still, once a week was better than none, and during the last year, Jarek had felt his strength and abilities increase. He had yet to defeat Martis. They sparred on occasion, but that day would come. Durham stopped at the doorway, standing aside and bowing slightly as a golden-haired figure appeared. Jarek turned with surprise, nearly dropping his weapon in alarm. The princess. Corteth glided into the room, followed by a less radiant Riala. Jarek knew it must be his foolishness, but he could swear every time Corteth entered a room it brightened visibly. The shadowed recesses and corners didn't seem so dark, and the room's colors appeared to grow more vibrant. 2 years had changed Corteth immensely. Where her beauty had once promised, it now fulfilled. Though barely 15, a few months younger than Jarek, Corteth seemed like a woman years older. Perhaps it was her bearing, always calm and dignified, or perhaps it was her body, which had matured much more quickly than other girls her age. Wide hips and a full bosom now gave shape to her well-fed figure, marking the princess as first among women, both in rank and in beauty. Beside her, as always, was the almost unnoticeable Riala. Slight and rather small, Riala's body was struggling to catch up with that of her mistress, and it was obvious that it never would. She would always look underfed, never achieving the healthy level of plumpness that attended all those of true noble comeliness. Her figure had yet to fill out as a woman's should, and her short chin-length hair, though clean and well-kept, would always prove her lowly station.
"Oh,"
Corteth said as she wafted in Jarek's direction.
"Have we missed the training? I had so hoped to see you practicing, Jarek."
Jarek felt himself blush. "I apologize, Princess," he replied with a slight bow. "We have finished." "And a good thing, too," he added in his mind, "considering my performance." The princess's lips turned down slightly with disappointment as she drew close to him. Sometime during the last few months she had started wearing perfume, and the flowery scent crept through the air to tickle Jarek's senses. The fragrance almost seemed to stun, making his vision cloud until only Corteth was visible before him. Following the latest Fallon dress fashions, Corteth wore a single-piece sleeveless violet gown instead of the customary shirt and skirt. Though it was very loose at the waist, it pulled tightly around the chest, accentuating her figure. Jarek had to fight hard to keep himself from imagining the princess in one of the formless, open-sided fendoves he had heard men describe on women in the South.
Jarek mumbled. "We will have to come earlier next week," Corteth said at the same time, her voice soft and unassuming. "I assume we will see you at the feast tonight?"
"Feast?" Jarek asked dreamily.
"Yes. The one Father is throwing to welcome the ambassador from Aldbin."
"Yes," Jarek agreed. "Feast."
"I will see you there," Corteth said with a nod. "Come, Riala, we should go prepare."
"Yes, mistress," Riala said obediently, shooting Jarek a disappointed look as the two left. Jarek didn't pay her any heed. He knew she was jealous of Corteth, and it didn't bother him. How could another girl not be jealous of the princess? Jarek's eyes lingered on the door for a long moment until he stumbled, his sword sheath refusing to bear the increasing amount of weight he was leaning against it. Recovering himself before he fell to the ground, Jarek looked up sheepishly. Durham, still standing by the door, didn't say a word. He just snorted to himself and left. Of course, what did he know? As far as Jarek had heard, the 40-something captain had never even been married. After over 2 years in the palace, Jarek had finally managed to find his niche. At first, no one had been certain how to treat him. They knew he was a peasant, but the king obviously held him to be a person of great importance. In a way, this had made the palace servants even more nervous around him than members of the nobility. They knew how to handle aristocrats. They had been around noblemen all their lives. But Jarek, the hybrid peasant noble, was a confusion to them. Slowly, however, that had changed. Jarek may have lived his childhood in the solitude of the forest, but he had still known everyone in the village by name. The city of Lacton was obviously too large for such things, but the palace was like a village itself. It had storerooms and men who worked them, a fleet of cleaners, craftsmen, and maids, and even people like the king's personal groom and foreman to look over the servants. In fact, the longer he lived in the palace, the more similarities he saw between it and his home village. So he had set out to learn the names of the people around him. That had surprised the servants. They continued to bow to him and ask for his orders, but they gave him looks of surprise when he called them by name. However, if they were surprised to hear their names, they were astounded when Jarek remembered something about them. People's lives were in the details, and Jarek had always been good at noticing the little things. He remembered who was related to whom and who liked what. One of the maids was an expert at transforming old brooms into beautiful thatched dolls for the palace children. One of the stablemen had worked with the horses for so long he could recognize each beast by its hoofprint. It wasn't really all that much, just a detail or two about each person, but it seemed to mean so much to them. Slowly, as the months progressed, Jarek could feel them grow comfortable around him, and as they did, they began to confide in him. That was when he found out the real information he needed to succeed in the palace. The servants seemed to know as much or more about the kingdom's politics, both internal and external, as its nobility. It was from this source that Jarek learned interesting things, such as how many members of noble Melaran Ka had tried to betroth one of their sons to Corteth. Apparently, it was common practice to formalize unions even while the parties to marry were still in their infancy. Each one had been refused. Jarek also learned why Melarand hadn't been involved in a major war for centuries. The wood and metals it produced were far too valuable. If any one country decided to conquer Melarand, the other kingdoms of Yolen would declare war on it for fear that their own supplies would be cut off. As long as Melarand provided wood and tin for everyone equally, it was allowed to remain neutral and unharmed. Jarek waved to palace servants he saw as he walked. They still bowed when they saw him, but they did it with a smile, making the gesture more of an affable greeting than a sign of subservience. He didn't see many of them, however, for only those servants who had a valid reason were allowed to use the main hallways. Jarek would have liked to use the smaller but much more lively servants' passages. However, he had learned early on that such would not be accepted, either by the nobility or the servants. His presence in the smaller hallways had caused too much of an uproar, surprising servants and distracting them from their duties. They may have grown comfortable around him, but they still didn't want him violating what they considered their own space. Still, as he walked, he kept an eye on the side passages, and he often saw familiar faces. These smiled at him, waving in recognition. Servants weren't required to bow as long as they were in their own halls. He smiled as he waved back. It was a sign of, "You know what you need to do." Jarek paused, taken aback. It was as if his mind had scrambled for a moment, unable to focus on, "Yes, I understand." He stopped in the hallway, resting his hand against a stone wall and holding his head. His vision was blurred slightly, and he felt dizzy. Something was wrong with his thoughts, something very, "Once you have the bargaining item, return immediately. Should I bring the other with me? No. Leave him to provide information. Yes, Jarek sank to the ground, his back sliding against the smooth stone. He rested his head back against the wall, his mind dazed, his stomach growing upset. What was happening? It was as if his thoughts were no longer his own. The words came into it randomly, interjected without explanation into the front of his mind, as if they had been inserted by some other person. Jarek shook his head. Such thoughts were foolish. Master Vandavius said that magic was nothing more than charlatanism, and Jarek had come to trust the old bald-headed scholar. The man was stern, but he knew what he was talking about. Only the unlearned jumped at some amorphous magic as the answer to things they couldn't explain. Jarek hadn't been hearing voices, he had simply been studying too much. His mind was overtaxed, nothing more.
Rialla stood patiently as Corteth inspected herself in the mirror. A feast was an important event, and it was vital to the princess to look extraordinarily beautiful. A difficult task, considering how grand she normally looked. For tonight's feast, Corteth had chosen a gown with a long fur-lined cloak, something more traditionally Melorand as opposed to southern fashion. The new dresses from the south were esteemed by so many of the Meloran noblewomen that Corteth would certainly stand out in her more regal-looking red dress. Of course, Corteth had ordered the dress custom-tailored for the event, having it crafted with a dangerously low neckline that had a Fallon flair to it. The princess was well aware of her assets, and sought every opportunity to highlight them. "All right," Corteth finally declared, and Rialla let out a quiet sigh of relief. It had taken 4 tries for Rialla to properly apply the princess's makeup. Rialla had done the exact same thing each time, but Corteth had found some flaw in every application, and Rialla had been forced to wash off the makeup and try again. Sometimes Corteth grew insanely picky about the most trivial things. "As a punishment for your inept painting of my face," Corteth declared in a cold tone, "you will not accompany me to the feast tonight. Instead, you will stay behind and work on that." The princess pointed at a large stack of books on the table beside her wide bed. "But," Rialla protested in her most pathetic voice. Corteth cut her off with a snap of her fingers. "No," she said firmly, as one would instruct a dog. Rialla bowed her head, and Corteth signaled one of her other servants to prepare to leave. She couldn't, of course, make the short walk to the king's chambers alone. A princess always had at least one attendant. "I want it all done by the time I return," Corteth warned as she left. Rialla nodded sullenly, though she could hardly keep herself from smiling as the princess sauntered out the door. As soon as she was certain Corteth was away, Rialla allowed herself a broad grin of pleasure. Over the last year, Rialla had made an amazing discovery. Corteth considered all peasants to be stupid, especially Rialla. In contrast, the princess believed herself to be the most intelligent being the 9 lords had ever saw fit to bring into the world. As such, no peasant could ever manipulate or fool a princess. They could try lying, as a child lied, but they would never be successful. Not when faced with an intellect so grand as Corteth's. That realization had been the beginning of Rialla's path to escaping punishment. Slowly she had begun to alter the way she reacted to Corteth's punishments. The more loathsome or difficult Rialla found a punishment, the more quietly, and even happily, she bore it. On the other hand, she complained incessantly about those punishments that were easy to bear, especially the ones that let her escape from Corteth's presence for a short while. So, Although Corteth undoubtedly thought her handmaid would be fuming at the lost opportunity to attend a feast, Riala's heart was singing. She was alone in Corteth's chambers, completely free of the princess's demanding voice and harsh looks, and she would be for most of the night. More importantly, there were the books. Corteth had gotten herself enrolled in the boys' classes, but they had been more difficult than she had assumed. The teachers expected her to keep up with the lessons, even though she had no real intent to learn. She had only wanted to maintain the attentions of Jarek and Martis. The lessons had soon overwhelmed her, but Corteth had struggled on, determined not to let her pride suffer the blow of admitting she couldn't do the work. It would have been all right if it weren't for the homework. Apparently, the lessons were mostly listening. However, each day the 4 students were required to bring in sheets of vellum, explaining and commenting on the readings and mathematical problems they had done outside of class. Corteth had neither the discipline nor the desire to do the outside work, let alone write commentaries on it. By the end of the first year, the scholars had been ready to kick Corteth out of their classes. Only her station as a princess had allowed her to get by for so long while doing so little, but even her rank could only do so much. The teachers considered her continued presence in the classes an affront to their dignity, and if there was one thing that scholars could not stand, it was the belief that they were being mocked. So it was that on the brink of ruin, Corteth had come up with an idea. "Riala," she had demanded one day, holding out a sheet of vellum, "finish this for me." Riala had looked down at the page of indecipherable letters and shook her head. "I'm sorry, my lady," she had explained, "but I can't even read, let alone do your work." Corteth had fumed at the reply, but had known there was little she could do. No amount of punishment could force Riala to read. A little bit of teaching, however, had worked wonders. Corteth had, of course, been a horrible teacher. She had been intolerant as she instructed Riala on the mechanics of language, barely explaining concepts and letters. Fortunately, Riala had been trying to teach herself to read for some time. In addition, the scholars, assuming that Corteth's lack of desire to work came from ignorance rather than simple laziness, had given the princess some remedial language books. Riala had studied these for hours, secluded in Corteth's rooms, her activities kept quiet, lest they embarrass the princess. Riala had not only been given a chance to read, but had been left alone to do it as well. It was as if all her prayers to the 9 lords had been answered in one massive blessing. Her first attempts at doing Corteth's homework had been understandably pathetic, but the scholars had seen these scribblings as Corteth finally making an effort. They had encouraged her, then given her more basic reading texts, which she had promptly thrown at Riala and ordered her to learn more quickly, claiming the girl's lack of ability was making her look bad. So Riala had complied, all the while complaining outrageously at how much she hated studying. Corteth took her hatred as natural. After all, the princess loathed studying, so of course a lesser being, such as a slave, would hate it even more. 1 year later, Riala knew she was nowhere near as skilled as the boys. She had seen some of Jarek's work, though she had never told him she was doing the same assignments herself, and noticed with alarm how easily he seemed to understand the complex mathematics and scientific explanations. Of course, she had reminded herself, he had the benefit of actually attending the lectures, while Riala only had her books. Corteth provided poor, if any, explanations of what the teachers had discussed during the daily lessons. But despite Riala's slowness, she was learning. She must have been making at least some progress, for Corteth stopped punishing her for making the royal person look bad. Instead of being in a dangerous mood every time she returned from the lessons, Corteth had instead begun looking smug and self-satisfied. She had found a way that she could attend her classes, appear smart, flirt with the boys, and never have to turn a page of text. It was a situation that suited both of them, though Riala knew she could never let Corteth know such was the case. If the princess realized how much Riala loved to read, then she would somehow find a way to take it away. Only by continuing to complain and drag her feet could Riala ensure her good fortune. The current stack of books was a gift from Master Vendavius. The scholar had told Corteth he thought her ready to move up to a more difficult reading level, and had ordered her to work through them as she was able. Riala had watched the pile of books sit on the desk for nearly a week now, her eyes hungry. Corteth, however, had insisted she spend her time doing other, more pressing assignments. The books had waited for a special punishment, one it appeared that Riala had finally earned. Riala picked through the stack happily, eager to see what Vendavius had sent. Though she had enjoyed the readings so far, they had been simple and relatively unexciting. Most of them had been journals or invoices, things written with a terse, unimaginative style. She and Jarek had spoken of the upper-level books he was required to read, and it sounded like most of them had to do with philosophy or science. Riala was curious to see what Vendavius considered a moderate level of reading difficulty. One volume in particular caught her eye. It had a bright red cover embossed with red lettering. "Common Tales of the Yolish People," it proclaimed. "A collection of stories from the rustic imagination, as gathered by C. Balacorn." Intrigued, Riala turned to the first page and began to read. Considering the literative revolution currently unfolding in Falamore, the arts reaching a new level of poetic complexity, I have often wondered at the aboriginal sources that provided for our mass creative vein. In an effort to discover these most basic of tenets, it has been my life's work to gather and sort the narratives and stories that permeate the lives of the common man. I have traveled from our homeland across the continent, seeking those tales that appear to have common roots somewhere in our collective past. The following assortment is an amalgamation of those efforts. For the most part, I have included the anecdotes unabridged, attempting to preserve the cultural genuineness of their souls. Riala furrowed her brow at the paragraph, sorting through it with difficulty. Many of the words were unknown to her, and she could barely follow what they were talking about. Perhaps Vendavius had overestimated her. The foreword continued on for several more pages, and Riala quickly skipped past them, looking instead to the first chapter. If the entire book were equally difficult, then she would have to put it down and choose another. "The Stone Princess," the first chapter read. That much, at least, sounded encouraging. She continued on, reading the first few lines. By the time she finished the first page, she was entranced. The writing was completely different from that of the introduction. The style was uncomplicated but rhythmic. She could almost imagine some elderly storyteller, his beard long and his clothing worn, spinning the tale to his grandchildren. It spoke of a princess who had been cursed by an evil spell and taken from the palace when she was a child. Raised by a family of cattlemen, the unfortunate princess didn't learn of her royal lineage until the end of the story, when she was changed to stone by the same sorcerer who had stolen her from the king and queen. She was, however, able to defeat the spell because of the simple kindness she had been taught by living amongst the land's peasantry. It was a fanciful tale, but it captured Riala's imagination and held on with determination. When she reached the end, she was left almost believing that she, too, was actually the daughter of some wise king, and in the end she would receive the blessings of her life filled with labors. She continued on to the next story, reading with excitement. Over the next few hours, she finished nearly a fourth of the thick volume. Some of the stories she recognized, such as those dealing with Fentaloni, the Lord of Mischief. Most of them, however, were completely new to her, and her eyes dashed across the pages in ecstasy. Finally, she had a vehicle to take her beyond the drab palace walls, something to steal her from her slave's life. Riala had found an exercise to match her imagination. It was getting late. Cortez would undoubtedly return soon. Reluctantly, Riala put the book of stories down, rubbing her tired eyes. She would have kept reading, but she knew she wouldn't have been able to keep the joy from her face as she did so. Far better to let Cortez arrive and find her loafing. That way the princess would assume she was trying to escape reading rather than enjoying it. As she sat back, Riala realized that she'd forgotten something. She looked over at the half-burned candle, judging the time. If she moved quickly, she decided, she could be back before Cortez. She jumped up and scurried out the door. The hallways were silent. Everyone who wasn't at the feast would be getting ready for bed. Moving along one of the outer hallways, Riala stopped by one of the servants' exits and filled a bucket from the rain barrel. After that, it was a short walk to her destination, Topaz's rooms. The Jesk hadn't been to visit for over a year, and Riala was beginning to fear he would never return. The thought made her sick. Not only did Topaz tell the best stories, but he also seemed to be the only person she could trust to see the truth behind everyone's acts and false faces. Besides, he usually brought her sweets. Riala pulled open the door to the Jesk's chambers and was confronted by a wall of green and brown. There were plants everywhere. They sprouted from pots on the floor, bins next to the windows, and even from cracks in the walls. Walking into Topaz's rooms was more like taking a stroll through the palace gardens than visiting a man's home. Even now, at the tail end of winter, the plants were vibrant and alive. No matter how cold the rest of the palace got, no matter how much snow fell, the plants in Topaz's room never wilted or dropped their leaves. The rest of the palace staff stayed away from the rooms, fearing some unholy enchantment caused the plants to continue in greenness while the rest of the country was in winter's grasp. Riala didn't know about such things, though she didn't dismiss them, for her imagination considered every possibility. One thing she knew for certain: the plants belonged to Topaz, and someone had to look after them while he was gone. So, at least once a week, Riala slipped away from her mistress and brought water to the plants. Today she had to rush, for Cortez would return from the feast any moment. Riala started with the trees, pouring a bit of water into their large pots. She couldn't spare much, She didn't have time to run back and refill the large bucket. The shrubs were next, running in long wooden boxes next to the walls. She was never certain how to water the small grasses growing from the cracks in the walls and floor, so she just sprinkled a cupped handful on them. Then she moved on to the plants lining the windowsill. She never got there. Halfway to the window she stopped suddenly, the bucket slipping from her stunned fingers and plunking to the floor, drenching her leg in water. The plants before her, the ones she hadn't watered yet, were growing. Their stalks were shaking and rising higher into the air, like snakes searching for something in the sky. Then, as Riala watched, bulges appeared at the end of the stalks. The bulges split into multicolored flowers. Suddenly the room burst into sound. Riala jumped, startled, looking around with wild eyes until she realized the source of the sound. The plants, all of them, were growing so quickly they made noise. The stalks made stretching sounds as they rose into the air. The branches rustled as their weight changed, and leaves crackled as they burst open, spitting out vibrant blooms. When it stopped a few moments later, Riala was surrounded by color. Everywhere she looked, there was a different pattern. Thousands of flowers winked at her. The smell enveloped her, a powerful, sweet scent like she had never before experienced. It was the aggregation of all the different species working together, the flowers of trees, shrubs, and small stems, all mixing like the sounds of a symphony to create one collective whole. She wasn't certain how long she stood, wrapped in the overload of sight and smell, before she realized what the flowers must mean. These plants didn't bloom in the spring or summer like regular vegetation. They came to flower at a very specific time, whenever their master was in attendance. Topaz was somewhere in the palace.
Chapter 14.
"Lord Goldwealth,"
Jarek exclaimed, approaching the portly man with a quick bow. "You appear to have gotten over your cold." Goldwealth smiled, looking up as Jarek approached.
"Why, yes, I have. Fine of you to notice, lad."
"The last feast wasn't the same without you, sir," Jarek said. "There wasn't anyone to complain about the wine vintage, so we were forced to drink whatever watered-down barrel the king decided to open." Goldwealth guffawed at the comment, his drooping antole wiggling as he did so. He patted Jarek on the shoulder, then mumbled,
"Fine, lad,"
to his companions as Jarek left. Jarek finally felt at home during these parties. He was accustomed to the buzz of conversation and had learned not to be intimidated by the crowds. He convinced himself that the feasts were like a family gathering, just with a very large family. If the servants of the palace had been slow to accept Jarek, then the nobles had been downright determined not to do so. They were an elite group, loath to admit another into their ranks, so Jarek hadn't even tried. He didn't attempt to pass himself off as a noble. He didn't expect them to bow back when he introduced himself, nor did he expect those younger than him to pay him deference. The nobles sensed this, and it put them at ease. As long as he didn't threaten their positions, they were willing to put up with him. However, after 2 years, it almost seemed like they had forgotten he wasn't one of them. Where Jarek had wiggled his way into the servants' trust by being friendly and interested, he had done the same to the nobles through simple ambivalence. The more they got used to his presence, the less of a controversy he was. He also paid them compliments, and he knew they could sense his genuineness. They felt at ease around Jarek because he wasn't political competition, but nor was he someone they felt they needed to command or lead. He was simply Jarek, the happy young lad who had always been in the palace and who would always be in the palace. Jarek made his way to his customary place, waving to members of the nobility and complimenting them on their choice of clothing. The feast was in the normal place, the palace's large inner courtyard. The light was poorer than usual. A large tarp had been suspended from the balconies several stories up to protect the nobility in case of sudden snowfall, though the increasingly warm weather made snow unlikely. Still, it was cold enough to make a regular fen-dove chilly. Jarek himself wore a long-sleeved black cotton shirt underneath his blue fen-dove, a customary addition during the winter months. Though he was careful to dress according to the latest Fallon fashions, it was a constant source of amusement to him that people in Melorand would pay so much attention to what was worn by those a half-continent away. At his 15th birthday, Jarek had been allowed to move from the children's table to the youth's table a short distance away. It had been a simple but very important move. Martis had made the same move much earlier and held this fact over the other boys' heads for some time. The youth's table held boys ranging from 15 all the way to a few sorry souls in their early 20s, men who either hadn't inherited, hadn't proven themselves financially, or hadn't been able to marry. These solemn-eyed individuals huddled near the end of the rectangular table, trying their best to pretend they weren't sharing space with a group nearly a decade below them. Jarek took the seat directly across from Martis, nodding as he seated himself. Martis nodded back, his face pleasant and his mouth cocked in a slight smile. As quickly as Martis's body had been growing, his political savvy had outstripped any physical gains. Jarek wasn't certain when the change had occurred. During most of his first year in the palace, Martis had been simple to understand. The large boy had been nothing more than a direct, often blunt bully. Then, however, things had begun to change. Instead of playing practical jokes on Jarek, Martis would subtly dig at the lumberman's sense of dignity. He would hint that Jarek was unmasculine, that he had come to the palace not because of his intelligence, but because he hadn't been able to handle the difficult life of lumbering. He noted Jarek's effeminate traits, likening him to the thin, almost emaciated scholars who often taught noble children. Scholars who rarely married and were often whispered to like one another's company more than that of women. At first, this new form of attack had disturbed Jarek. Bullying he could understand and even deal with, but the level of subtlety Martis had begun to display was baffling. When he had mentioned it to Frost, the old tutor had simply shook his head and explained that Martis was a child of the court. If Jarek were going to deal with the boy, he would have to learn the art of political intrigue. So it was that Jarek and Martis sat next to each other at feasts, not because they were friendly, but so each could keep an eye on the other. Instead of frowning when they met, they smiled and asked after one another's studies. Instead of trading barbs, they tried to best each other's compliments. It was a new way of thinking to Jarek, and an uncomfortable one. He couldn't help but feel he was being dishonest. His father never saw fit to act nice to someone just to spite them, so why should Jarek? Of course, his father still lived back in the village, completely unaware of such things as political necessity. As soon as Jarek thought of his father, he felt guilty. He hadn't thought of his parents in a long while, and he feared he was beginning to forget what they were like. In his mind, they were becoming more and more vague. He could barely remember his father's powerful, hairy arms or his mother's frowns of displeasure. More and more his parents were like forces rather than individuals. In order to keep himself from forgetting, Jarek had begun writing his parents' letters every month. The king had promised to see them delivered to Watt, the priest, who could read them to Rin and Martel. Jarek told them of the wonderful things he saw and learned. He described the people of the court like the rabbit-faced Vendavius or the cold-eyed prince. Most of all, he told them how much he missed them so very much. "Jarek," a voice, that of Retorn, nephew to Lord Galdwelth, brought him back to the party. Suddenly the flood of conversations returned, the smell of the freely distributed wine and still-cooking food overwhelming him. Jarek started, looking around with surprise. "Jarek, are you all right?" Retorn asked. He was a small boy, dwarfed by Martis sitting beside him, and his hair was patched with brown, as if it couldn't decide whether it wanted to be blonde or brunette. He would have to start dyeing it soon to maintain the proper illusion of nobility. "I'm fine, Retorn," Jarek said with a nod. Retorn exchanged a look with Martis, then turned to the room's entrance, where the herald was preparing to announce the king's arrival. Rhodus wore his customary red and gold, the intricate layers of the royal costume making him look like a plush bale of cloth as opposed to a person. His wife, slightly taller than Rhodus, looked perfectly regal in silver and blue. Jarek's eyes didn't linger on the royal couple, however, for the princess was close behind, arm in arm with her brother. She was, of course, stunning. Cheeks as red as her father's robes and hair that was so golden it made regular blonde look wan by comparison. This night, as the princess floated by, Jarek noticed how particularly good her makeup looked. She was wearing just the right amount to give a hint of color without looking gaudy. Jarek was always impressed with Corteth's ability to apply makeup. Too many of the court's other women painted themselves to the point that their faces resembled the plumage of a stuffed bird from the south. He would have to compliment the princess on her skill. Corteth smiled his direction. He was certain it was his direction and not Martis's, as she passed, taking a seat at the head table next to her father and mother.
"The princess looks in good humor tonight," Martis noted, his eyes as transfixed as Jarek's.
"She does," Jarek agreed, not looking away.
"I hear she came to watch you practice today,"
Martis continued. "Yes. Unfortunately, she was too late."
"Ah, I'm sorry for keeping her then,"
Martis said apologetically.
"I guess we lost track of time."
Jarek looked away from the princess, barely catching the hint of a smile on Martis's lips. Score 1 hit for the Ka-Lord's son. The night's guest of honor, a tan-skinned man in robes almost as self-important as the king's, came in after the royal family. He had long sideburns, as per Aldbin tradition, but in an apparent attempt to prove his nobility, he had also grown an Antoli. The effect of his sideburns continuing until they melded with the long, straight Antoli beard had an almost comical effect. "The ambassador from Aldbin," Retorn noted. "Cousin to the new king."
"I don't like him,"
Martis sniffed as the man made his way to the head table.
"They say his family was nothing more than a group of cattlemen before they took the throne. It isn't right for them to claim nobility."
Then, looking directly at Jarek, he continued, "Men should not pretend to be what they are not. Don't you agree, Jarek?"
"Completely, Martis,"
Jarek said, causing the other boy to raise his eyebrows in surprise. "It is wrong to act in opposition to the Lord's divine will. Of course, if the Lords were against the rise of this man's family, one would think they would have done something about it. Perhaps his continued place amongst the continent's nobility is an indication of divine support." Martis frowned.
"Perhaps,"
he agreed slowly. As the last guests seated themselves, the cooks began to bring in the food. Most of the scents were sweet, a hint of the light honey glaze that was supposed to be a theme of the night's meal. Jarek smiled to himself, looking toward the head table. Instead of finding the princess, however, his eyes fell on Yoharn, dressed in red and gold like his father. Where Rhodus was jovial, Yoharn was flat, his face repelling the room's goodwill like a rock wall before waves. As the prince's eyes met his, Jarek shivered. This one person remained the court's biggest enigma in Jarek's mind. What had happened to make the prince so harsh while his sister was so filled with life? Even after 2 years of classes with Yoharn, Jarek had never had a conversation with him. The boy stayed aloof, giving credence to the rumors often spoken about him. The servants didn't like the crown prince. They found him even more arrogant than other nobles, and completely unwilling to deal with his lessers. They said he had no heart, that the entire world was beneath him. Jarek was tempted to agree with them. He had never felt anything but coldness from the quiet prince. Tearing his eyes away from Yoharn, Jarek noticed the king rising to make the introductory toast. Rhodus raised his cup high, opening his mouth to speak. He was interrupted by a strange ripping sound. Jarek joined the rest of the crowd in giving each other curious glances. The ripping continued, and only then did Jarek realize where it was coming from. Above. He looked up to find a massive split had appeared in the tarp that blocked the sky. Several of the women cried out as a massive wave of purple appeared from above, oozing through the rip like blood from a fresh cut. The purple blot billowed outward, expanding as it fell toward the ground, revealing fold upon fold of cloth, tassels and streamers expanding in every direction. For only a single frozen moment, the purple mass fanned out into a wide circle of cloth, filling Jarek's vision and looming above him. And directly in the center of the plummeting mass of cloth and ribbons was a familiar smiling form. Topaz, outrageous outfit and all, smashed into the ground near the center of the room. Somehow the Jesk managed to detach himself from the cloth, which now appeared to be an enormously long cloak, and rolled free, leaving 2 tables full of nobility covered in thick purple fabric. Jarek frowned slightly, judging the distance the Jesk had fallen. The outfit hadn't slowed his descent at all. He shouldn't have escaped without injury. The Jesk, however, rolled to his feet with a smile. He was wearing an outfit of red and gold that matched that of King Rhodus with exactness. The Jesk held his hands high in the air, apparently waiting for applause. None came, however. The aristocrats were all either too shocked or too horrified to respond. Finally, the Jesk sighed, stepping forward to take the toasting cup out of the king's still outstretched hand. "No one appreciates a good entrance anymore," he lamented, draining the cup of wine with a sigh. Then, noticing the shocked look on the king's face, he continued, "Oh, did I interrupt something?" Yoharn almost felt himself smile at the Jesk's antics. "Why do I like him so much?" Yoharn wondered. "He's so unruly, so flagrant with authority and tradition." Perhaps the reason was that beneath it all, Yoharn wished he could be like Topaz, free, able to say what he wanted when he wanted. Topaz could say things so easily. He could talk and hold an audience captive. He could defy members of the court, while at the same time making them laugh at their own indignation. He was clever, quick-witted, and most importantly, articulate. Yoharn was different. He had learned early on that when he spoke, people laughed. Not the good laughs that Topaz caused, but shameful laughs, laughs the Crown Prince couldn't afford to cause. And so Yoharn kept his mouth shut. Every time he did open it, his foot was waiting eagerly to jump in. Yoharn eyed his father, standing at Yoharn's right. The king was ordering a place be set for Topaz. If there was a person Yoharn respected more than Topaz, it was King Rhodus. Yoharn had never been able to understand how his father coped with the pressures and demands of being king. Being crown prince was almost more than Yoharn could handle. Yet Rhodus made it all seem easy, solving the kingdom's problems with wisdom and poise. Melorand would surely remember King Rhodus as one of its greatest rulers of all time, just as it would surely remember Yoharn as one of the worst. He tried his very best to act like a prince should. Yoharn tried to be dignified, tried to refrain from idle talk, and tried to pretend he knew what he was doing. It was all an act Yoharn was certain everyone in the court saw through. They knew what a fool their crown prince was. It was a wonder they didn't demand someone else be named heir. It was probably only out of reverence to the king that they refrained from doing so. Yoharn looked over the crowd. He saw the look in people's faces when his eyes fell on them. It was an odd look, and they immediately looked away from him, as if uncomfortable. They were thinking about what a poor king he would make. They were all so kind not to say anything. Yoharn was grateful for such an understanding court. It hurt to know how he would disappoint them. Eventually his eyes fell on Jarek, the peasant boy. He sat chatting with members of his table, as diplomatic as a nobleman, nearly as articulate as Topaz. The boy was bright and intelligent. He would make a good king. It was too bad Yoharn couldn't give him the position. He would have done so in an instant if he had thought he could get away with it. Yoharn had grown to like Jarek during the boy's stay in the palace. During their years of classes together, Yoharn had begun to feel a bond of friendship with the boy. In fact, Jarek could probably be called the only friend Yoharn had ever known. Of course, even the boy saw through Yoharn's facade. Their friendship only existed in the classroom. As soon as the lessons were over, Jarek left. Johann could understand the boy not wanting to spend time with the embarrassment of Melorand. Johann sighed, careful to keep his posture straight and his face calm, like he assumed a king should act, as he ate. Topaz was laughing and talking as he ate, making the nobles at the high table feel at ease despite his irregular entrance through the snowcloth above the courtyard. No, Johann would never be like that. He prayed to the lords every night, offering sacrifices at the temples daily that he would somehow grow to fill the position that they had decreed for him, but he was painfully aware of his inadequacy. He was left with the overpowering, omnipresent knowledge that someday he would have to rule. He feared that day with horror. Frost had decided not to attend the feast. He found crowds unpleasant, especially crowds that customarily looked down at him. It had taken the nobility of Melorand time to accept scholars as their equals. Even still, only teachers from Trexandos were considered to be worthy of esteem. Frost had never studied in the great city of learning, and so, in the eyes of the nobility, that made him a second-class scholar. Of course, he wouldn't miss out on much that happened. Jarek would probably tell him all about it at their next tutorial session anyway. Actually, Frost liked feast days. He enjoyed the silence they brought to the palace. Because of the energy involved in feeding so many people, the palace chefs often appropriated much of the staff to use as stirrers or servers. As a result, the rest of the building was left unusually still during the party. This day, Frost had decided to use the time to study a particularly ancient sample of Kichan writing. He delved into the text, losing track of time as hours passed. One could tell a lot about a culture from its language. The Kichan dialect, for instance, was straightforward with few irregularities. It matched the direct stance the Kichan people took on everything, whether it was war, through which the Kichan people had once conquered most of the continent, or business, through which they were now gaining financial domination of the same area. "Did you miss me?" a voice asked from right beside him. Frost was so startled he dropped his book to the table with a thunk, jumping back from the sound. Topaz's smiling face sat a short distance away. Somehow he had managed to sneak into the room without Frost hearing. Frost raised his eyes to the sky, then sighed and retook his seat.
"Someday, Topaz, that is going to get you into more trouble than you can handle."
"I can handle a lot, Frosty," Topaz said dismissively, pulling a chair away from the wall and seating himself. "I'm actually a little disappointed. I thought I would get more of a reaction from you." Frost snorted.
"Like what?"
"Oh, I don't know," Topaz mused. "A pillar of fire cast my direction, or maybe a wall of lightning." Frost groaned silently to himself.
"How many times do I have to tell you, Topaz, I have absolutely no skill for microkinesis. I am nothing more than an old scholar with bad nerves, a situation you are not helping."
Topaz raised an eyebrow, but said nothing further on the subject. "Aren't you even going to say how good it is to have me back?"
"No. I will, however, ask where you have been. His Majesty has been tearing his hair out waiting for you to counsel him on what to do about Oldbin."
Topaz waved a dismissive hand. "Rhodus can survive without another fool to guide him. I've been busy corrupting other people. The secret to being someone's trusted advisor is to stay away as often as possible. That way, you not only appear more valuable, you don't have as many chances to prove yourself a fool in practice as well as in name."
"Of course,"
Frost said, turning to regard the Jesk. He wore what was obviously intended to be a mockery of the king's robes, and he smelled of wine, though he was not drunk. Frost had never known Topaz to be the least bit intoxicated, which was a good thing. Topaz was annoying enough when he was sober.
"You went to the feast, I presume?"
Frost observed. It was almost time for the festivities to be over. Topaz smiled. "You should have seen my entrance, Frosty. It was good, even for me."
"I'm certain I'll hear about it tomorrow," Frost said dryly. So, do you have a reason to be in my rooms, or are you just here to pester me?
Both. How's Rhotus's little bet going?
Jarek? Frost asked. Very well. The scholars have taken to him, and he seems to be remarkably adept at learning. Vandavius can't stop praising the boy. Jarek has become something of a disciple to him.
Vandavius? Topaz asked, his voice a little surprised. The scientist? I thought Jarek would take more to history or languages. Frost shook his head.
The boy is a philosopher at heart, Topaz. He almost seems to know more than Master Vandavius.
Topaz frowned at that.
What?
Frost asked. I was just wondering, Frosty, what is Vandavius teaching the boy about Whore-Watchers and magic?
Frost shook his head slowly.
I'm sorry, Topaz, but I think you must be wrong about Jarek. The boy has become something of a skeptic. If he ever had any talent for such things, which I still think is impossible, then it is gone now. Vandavius has made a scientist out of him.
Herrick, Topaz said, cursing quietly in a language no one but Frost would have recognized.
I thought I could trust you to prevent something like this.
Me? Frost said incredulously. Topaz, magic is not a thing of men, and we both know it. What was I supposed to do? Prove that microkinesis works? How?
I don't know, Topaz admitted, leaning back on his stool. He played with his ring absently as he thought. This is a problem, Frost. I was hoping—
What? Frost asked. That the boy would instead decide to follow that whore-watcher? Better a disbelieving scientist than a half-wit pompous charlatan.
True, Topaz admitted. I'll have to bring him back somehow, open him up to the possibilities of magic again.
A difficult task, my friend, Frost noted. He has seen the tricks of that whore-watcher and thinks them fakery. He will assume anything you do is the same.
Topaz shook his head. It can't be something that overt. If the boy has become a philosopher, let him rationalize himself back into believing.
How?
Frost demanded. Topaz smiled to himself. I'll be back in a few days.
Chapter 15.
Student Corteth, please stand.
Corteth looked up, surprised at Vandavius's words. The scholar sat at his usual place, cross-legged on the raised cushion at the front of the room, the hair behind his ears sticking out like tufts of cotton. He smiled as Corteth rose to her feet uncertainly.
Student Corteth, you are worthy of praise, the master said. The essay you wrote on Balakorn's Common Tales was astounding. I didn't think you would care for the book, and only included it in your materials because it was of the proper reading level. Did you really read the entire thing in 2 nights?
Corteth's eyes widened slightly, but only for a moment. Her poise took over in an eye blink, and she smiled demurely while at the same time exuding royal self-satisfaction.
I did, honored master, she replied.
Amazing,
Vandavius said with a nod. You are beginning to show a very promising grasp of language, young student. Your writing was thoughtful and innovative, if a bit flowery. I see the makings of a great rhetoricist in you.
Corteth curtsied slightly at the compliment, then sat as the old scholar nodded for her to do so.
Now, for Martus's essay about Hethchor's on war. It was a fine essay, though your comments seem to ignore Hethchor's arguments regarding peaceful rule. Still, on the whole, you appeared to understand his point, and your response proved that you can apply the ideas introduced.
Vandavius looked down, putting Martus's essay aside and looking at the sheet of parchment underneath.
Next, we have Johann's essay on Flauden's proper political procedure, Vandavius continued. Your style is blunt, student Johann, but you appear to grasp the concepts introduced.
I think perhaps you focus too much on proving you understand Flauden's words, rather than commenting on his ideas. You should—"
Jarrick's mind wandered slightly as the scholar continued. 2 years of classes with the old Trixandian had taught Jarrick that the master often spoke a great deal about essays he didn't like, while only giving a few brief comments about those that impressed him. Apparently Vendavius had problems with Johann's critique, which meant he probably wouldn't get to Jarrick's essay for some time. The prince bore Vendavius's criticism with a straight back and composed features. Of the students, Johann had changed the least over the last 2 years. He was still the same hard-faced boy who had met Jarrick in the throne room that first day, though a year and a half of training with Durham had toughened his body somewhat. Despite that fact, however, it was obvious that Johann would never be the warrior Martis was, and not just because the prince wasn't as tall or as strong. Durham always complained that Johann paused too often in the middle of fights, as if he were uncertain what to do next. Johann just hadn't developed his reflexes to the point that his body knew instinctively what to do. Jarrick waited patiently for Master Vendavius to finish, his back straight, his legs folded, as Master Tyrrell had taught him. At his side, Corteth fidgeted restlessly, then caught Martis's eye and smiled. Martis smiled back, his posture almost a lounge, a carefully created look of boredom on his face. Jarrick ground his teeth with jealousy as the two regarded one another, turning his eyes back toward their master. The longer he spent in the class, the more Jarrick realized he had reason to be thankful to Master Tyrrell, despite the scholar's harsh, uninformative teaching methods. Jarrick was the only one in the class who was able to maintain the proper posture while learning, never fidgeting or lounging, and he could tell Master Vendavius was aware of that fact. Jarrick knew the proper format for repeating back the master's words, and he was the only one who had learned, through repeated beatings, to ask his questions carefully. Still, despite how he had inadvertently trained Jarrick, Master Tyrrell was a weak shadow when compared to Vendavius. Where Tyrrell had been blunt, Vendavius was coaxing. Vendavius never grew angry at his students, and he gave praise as often as criticism. Where Tyrrell had taught to teach, Vendavius taught to have people learn. Beneath Vendavius's tutelage, the students, even Corteth, were becoming scholars themselves. What's more, Vendavius looked like a scholar. The robes didn't drape him like they did Tyrrell, but instead accented him. He wore the same scholar's cap as Tyrrell, with its long scarf-like back, but he allowed his tufts of white hair to poke out the sides, making him look human at the same time as venerable. He wore no caste mark. At first, this had amazed Jarrick. Even Oldbish and Fallon people wore caste marks. Vendavius, however, was from Trixandos, like Topaz. Neither one thought highly of the caste system. Topaz. After the feast a few nights before, the Jesk had been nowhere to be found, disappearing as suddenly as he had arrived. The king was, of course, livid. His Majesty had been waiting to speak to Topaz for over a year now, and had not been pleased to learn that the royal jester had left without bothering to give an audience to the king.
"And now for your essay, Jarrick," Vendavius finally said, turning away from Johann.
Jarrick looked up, all other thoughts evaporating as he waited anxiously to hear from the old scholar. As time had progressed, Vendavius's opinion of him had become increasingly important to Jarrick.
"You critiqued Anaximandus's advanced realmatic theories."
The scholar paused for a moment, holding up a sheet of paper covered with Jarrick's writing.
"Your essay was well done," he finally said, setting the paper aside.
Jarrick felt pride swell within him. He had never received such a short response to one of his essays before.
"Now," Vendavius said, settling himself on his cushion, "before we finish today's lecture, I wish to present one final idea for your consideration. Student Jarrick's choice of reading materials was in fact quite appropriate, for this item has direct application to the 3 realms of existence."
"But, Master Vendavius," Johann interrupted, an odd move for the normally quiet prince. "Scathe has been teaching us about realmatic theories." Vendavius's face grew dark.
I care little what that wizard has been teaching you. It is my duty to see to the proper education of my students, and that includes making certain you understand realmatic theory."
Jarek smiled slightly to himself at Vendavius's determined expression. This wasn't the first time Scholar and Whorewatcher had come into conflict over which subjects to teach. Master Vendavius still grew red-faced any time someone mentioned astronomy. The subject was one of Vendavius's favorites, but the king insisted that the students learn it from the Whorewatcher. "Of course, Master," Yolen responded, his face unreadable. "I apologize for my mistake."
"I am going to assume that the Whorewatcher has trained you in the basics, at least," Vendavius continued. "You know of the spiritual, the cognitive, and the physical?"
"Yes, Master," Jarek responded.
"Good. Then I will speak of the Axios," Vendavius said.
Jarek felt his eyebrows raise slightly at the word. The book he had just finished mentioned the term, but had not explained it, leaving him curious. He hadn't been able to find it in any list of terms, either in Melaran or Trexandian.
"The Axios is the base element," Vendavius explained. "It is a new concept introduced by the scholar Mander about 10 years ago, and since that time every philosopher in Trexandos has come up with his own theories on the idea. Mander's thesis was as follows: that every object in the physical world is constructed of a single ultimate element. The Axios is the material the Lords use to construct our world and the material to which it will return when time ends."
"So essentially," Jarek said, frowning slightly, "all things are the same? Then why do they appear and feel different?"
"Because the pieces of the Axios are so small that they can be combined in a nearly infinite number of ways. So small, in fact, that they cannot be seen."
"How can something be that small?" Martis scoffed.
"I realize it sounds silly, student Martis," Vendavius said.
Jarek frowned deeper. There was something odd about the master's tone, as if he didn't think very highly of the theory he was teaching. But then, why would he bring it to their attention?
"Think of it in this manner," Vendavius was saying as he reached over to hand Martis a small twig. "Student Martis, break this twig in half."
Martis did so.
"Now break it again, and again, and again."
Martis complied, continuing to break the stick until it was too small for him to crack. "That's as small as it gets, Master," he said.
"Ah, but could you not cut it in half again with a knife, assuming the bronze was sharp enough?" Vendavius asked.
"I suppose," Martis agreed.
"Then, assuming you could see it no matter how small it got, and you had the proper tools, how long do you suppose you could continue to break it in half?"
"I don't know," Martis said. "Forever?"
"No," Vendavius corrected. "At least, not according to Mander. He claimed that eventually you would get to a piece that is so small that it cannot be divided. This is the Axios, the ultimate element."
"But," Martis said, regarding the stick in his hand, "when does it stop being a stick and when does it become this Axios?"
"That is a good question, student Martis, one of the many problems with this particular theory. There is also much disagreement about what the Axios is. There are those, such as Votus and Rexdenorinos, who claim the Axios is water. They theorize that all things are made of water. All liquids freeze like water, all living things survive by the water in their veins, and even some rocks have been proven to have water inside of them. Other scholars are trying to prove that the Axios is air or fire. Some even hypothesize that the Axios is Dragonsteel."
Jarek furrowed his brow. The idea of an Axios went against most realmatic theory he had learned. Most scholars agreed that all things in the physical world were formed from some combination of the four elements: fire, earth, air, and water.
"Student Jarek, you frown," Vandavius noted.
"What you say is not traditional, Master Vandavius," Jarek responded slowly. "It goes against what Ben Delaran said in Realms by Thought, not to mention realmatic orthodoxy over the last 3 centuries. The theories don't make sense. All liquids don't freeze, for instance. What about oil or liquor?"
"You are right, Student Jarek," Vandavius agreed, a slight smile on his wizened face. "I thought you might have objections to the theory. What I present now is only a hypothesis, and I would not even bring it up except the amount of popularity it has received during the last decade. Your education would be incomplete if you didn't at least know the term."
Jarek frowned again. Could modern scholars hope to contradict such minds as Ben Delaran?
"The Axios is the pet theory of President Mander, head of the Trexandian Arcadius. I have prepared copies of his treatise Axios for each of you. You are to read it and prepare a response for the next time we meet."
Vandavius smiled again.
"Though we can probably guess what Student Jarek's response will be. Read it anyway, Jarek, no matter how much you disagree with its unorthodoxy."
Jarek nodded, accepting a copy of the treatise from Vandavius. It was a thick essay. The royal scribe had probably been forced to work for an entire day to prepare 4 copies of it.
"Until next time, then, students," Vandavius said,
nodding to indicate the session was finished. Yoharn rose from his place, all the while cursing his inability. Another failure of an essay. Master Vandavius had gone easy on him. Yoharn knew how pathetic the writing was. That, added to his mistake earlier trying to tell Vandavius that they had already learned about realmatic theory, pure stupidity. Why couldn't Yoharn learn to keep his mouth closed? How many times did he have to prove himself a fool? He turned, trying his best to keep his face from revealing the turmoil within. Jarek hadn't stood yet, but was instead looking over a scroll he had brought with him to the lessons. Yoharn felt like approaching Jarek to congratulate him on his fine essay. Perhaps then they could go and do what? What did friends do? Yoharn's life consisted of 3 things: his lessons, his studies, and standing in his father's court trying to learn the secrets of leadership. He was a failure at all 3. Sighing quietly to himself, Yoharn slipped from the room. It was better not to bother Jarek. The boy looked so intent on what he was doing. Besides, he would only think of a way to get out of spending time with Yoharn. Better to not have to deal with such a situation. Jarek sat at a low table, surrounded by shelves of scrolls and books. The library provided a perfect place for quiet study away from the constant motion of the palace proper. Jarek liked its silence, though Master Vandavius claimed the room was too still for proper studying. Apparently the libraries of Trexandos were filled with people, and the buzz of their 100 separate voices reading quietly to themselves was what most scholars associated with a proper studying environment. Still, Jarek found the calmness of the palace library comforting. In many ways it reminded him of the forest, its stone columns rising like powerful oaks, the scent of paper in pages faintly reminiscent of the organic smell of leaves and dirt. Perhaps it was this sense of quietude that caused Jarek to read silently, forming the words in his mind and not with his voice, a method Vandavius called irregular and even disturbing. The man who had written the treatise Axios, Mander, was alarmingly literate. He wrote with a style Jarek had never seen before, a precise, discriminating style that used logical examples like blades to cut away hundreds of years of ingrown scholarly thought. He was revolutionary, his ideas argumentative, and he wrote with such a tone of sarcasm as to make all other writers seem like fools. His logic, however, made him difficult to dismiss. His claims were not quite what Master Vandavius had explained them to be. Mander did hypothesize that there were pieces of every object that were so small that they couldn't be divided any further, but he didn't imply that they were all of the same substance. Such theories must have come later. The document Jarek had just finished simply claimed the existence of small things called axi, that, when collected together, formed larger objects. The unspoken point of the essay, however, was to show that earlier realmatic theory, which claimed the physical world was made up of the four elements, was simplistic and unfounded. Jarek didn't like it. He didn't like the idea that all of these men he had been reading for the last 2 years, men he had learned from and whom he respected, might have been wrong. He didn't like this newcomer's flagrant claims, his arrogance in assuming that only he understood the true nature of the world. Most of all, Jarek didn't like how much sense Mander's words made. "Welcome to the world of presumed reality, lumberling." Jarek started at the sound. He had assumed he was alone. His eyes darted around the library, searching for the source of the comment. "Up here, in the corner," the voice continued. Jarek followed the sound, and as he watched, a piece of darkness broke away from the shadows near the place where the roof met the wall. Here, a small ledge ran around the inside of the building, and from that ledge dropped a black-suited, familiar form. "So you are back," Jarek said, trying to keep himself from sounding overeager. "Where have you been?" "To places you've probably read about, others you probably haven't, and a couple you wouldn't want to," the Jesk said with one of his characteristic smiles. His triangular face was topped by a dark black cowl, and his outfit resembled one of his usual costumes, complete with tassels, a cloak, and even a few feathers. All of it, however, was black. "That doesn't answer my question," Jarek replied as Topaz approached. "Yes, it does," Topaz corrected. "It just wasn't a very informative answer." Jarek frowned. "You know what I mean." Topaz laughed, leaning up against a case of books a short distance away. "You've changed, lumberling," Topaz noted. "I don't remember you being this argumentative before." Jarek flushed. "Don't worry," Topaz cut him off. "Education does that to a person. All that reading makes your eyes hurt, and so you turn crotchety. I understand." Jarek flushed further. Topaz slid down against the bookcase until he was seated on the floor, shaking his head slightly. "Relax, Jarek. You always were a solemn child, but I don't remember you being this uptight." Jarek sighed, letting his muscles untense. "It's just this essay," he explained. "It has put me in a poor temper." Topaz raised an eyebrow. "Poor temper?" he repeated. "You've been spending too much time with those scholars, lumberling. Tell me, of whom does your temper think so poorly?" Jarek held up the first page of the essay. "Mander, eh?" Topaz noted. "You've read it?" Jarek asked. "Of course," Topaz said with a wave of a ribboned arm. "We Jesks strive hard to remain well-informed. Mander's a bit stuffy, but he certainly knows how to make an argument." "You could say that," Jarek said slowly, "though from my opinion, he's just making the argument to make an argument." "Nicely and redundantly put, dear lumberling," Topaz applauded. "But so what if he is?" "He shouldn't be so critical," Jarek argued. "He's making a mockery of the geniuses that developed realmatic theory." "I think he was rather respectful of them," Topaz countered, "considering the fact that they're all wrong." "You agree with Mander?" Jarek asked incredulously. "I agree with his theme, lumberling," Topaz explained, holding up a black-gloved finger. "I like the questions he asks because they aren't questions anyone else has been unique enough to think of. Sometimes creativity is nothing more than learning what everyone else expects and then doing the utter opposite. It's too bad most of Trixandos completely misunderstood what he was saying." Jarek paused, considering the Jesk's comment. "I hear you've become Vandavius's favorite student," Topaz noted. Jarek's face grew dark at the comment. Finally, he replied, "You should be happy.
I'm winning the king's bet. That's all that matters, isn't it?"
"Not if it turns you into a skeptical Trexandian," Topaz said conversationally.
"There are worse things a man could aspire to," Jarek said, growing defensive.
"Peace, lad," Topaz said, holding up his hand. "I like Vendavius. He is a good man. However, if the lords had intended for there to be two of him in the world, you would have been born a short, balding Trexandian with apparent familial links to the rabbit. I know a few better scholars than Vendavius, but, like many of his kind, he tends to be a bit inflexible when it comes to new ideas."
"He gave us this, didn't he?" Jarek challenged, pointing to the treatise Axios.
"He did," Topaz acknowledged. "Of course, he might have done so because I visited Rhodus this morning and had him order Vendavius to include it in your education."
"You what?" Jarek asked with surprise.
"Vendavius doesn't like new ideas, Jarek. He's slow to accept change, and even slower to admit the possibility that there might be things in this world that scholars haven't yet managed to explain."
Jarek's eyes grew thin. "You sound like that cursed whore-watcher," he accused.
Topaz laughed, his head thrown back and the sound of his voice ringing through the empty library. "Lumberling, you have no idea how much you just sounded like a Trexandian."
Jarek grew silent as the Jesk chuckled to himself. This was a new experience for Jarek. Always before, he had watched as Topaz put pressure on other people, usually members of the aristocracy. Now, for some reason, the Jesk had chosen Jarek as a victim. Why? What had Jarek done to turn Topaz against him?
"I'm not betraying you, lad," Topaz said, obviously reading Jarek's eyes. His voice softened as he continued. "I'm just trying to wake you up. I've been away a long time, perhaps too long, though that couldn't be avoided. I can't afford to have you locking your mind into traditional Trexandian conformity. Such works just fine for old men who have no other purpose in life than to argue over dead men's philosophies, but I need you to be a little more unbiased."
"I'm trying, Topaz," Jarek said, suddenly feeling ashamed, though he wasn't certain why. "I've just got so much to do, so many people pulling me in different ways."
"I understand. Trust me, that is one feeling I know. Just realize that not everything there is to know can be found in those books."
"What else is there?" Jarek asked with confusion.
"I don't know," Topaz confessed. "No one does. That's why it isn't written down. Our duty is to figure out what it is."
"I don't understand," Jarek said. Topaz shook his head, resting it back against the spine of a book.
"Neither do I. I really wish I did, but I don't. For some reasons, there appear to be things and people in this world that can act against the apparent laws of nature."
"You mean magic?" Jarek asked, his suspicion and disapproval returning. "I don't believe in such things."
"You used to?"
Jarek paused. Had he? But he had been a simple boy. He hadn't known of science or philosophy. His imagination had led him to believe he could see things in the air and in the water, things that shouldn't have been possible.
"I was young then," Jarek said. "Now I know better."
"That's your presumed reality speaking again," Topaz countered.
"What is that phrase you keep using?"
"It's something we all do, Jarek," Topaz explained. "We assume we know how the world works, that we have all the truth, and so we stop looking for other answers. And when we stop, our presumptions become reality, at least to us."
"Presumptions can't become reality, Topaz," Jarek argued. "Truth is truth and reality is reality. Nothing can change that."
"Nothing?" Topaz asked, raising his eyes to stare at the darkened ceiling. Then he closed them as he began to speak, his voice taking on his customary storyteller's air.
"Once, a long while back, I visited a small village in Jarg. The people there had a strange custom. Before they would walk beneath the branches of a willow tree, they would pick up a rock and throw it against the trunk."
Jarek frowned slightly. Topaz's argumentative style seemed familiar to him for some reason.
"Why did they do that?" he asked. They said it was to appease the gods who reside in the tree's trunk. They told me that if they didn't throw the rock, they would be offending the gods, and that would bring a curse upon them.
Gods? You mean the 9 lords?
There are places in Yolen where worship of the 9 lords isn't commonplace, Jarek. Of course, such places tend to be even more remote than your home village, but that is a tangent. Anyway, I stayed in the village for a number of weeks trying to figure out what made them perform such an odd ritual. Eventually, by speaking with old villagers and some scholars from the nearest city, I pieced together what must have happened. A century or so back, there used to be a certain kind of snake that made its nest beside willow trees. When villagers went to gather the mushrooms that grew at the base of the tree, they would always throw a rock to frighten away the snakes, lest they surprise the serpents and get bitten. The snake, however, disappeared from the region over a century before, as had the villagers' custom of gathering mushrooms. The tradition of throwing rock at tree trunks still remained.
Fascinating story, Topaz, Jarek noted dryly. Relevant, too. Topaz cracked an eye, looking over at Jarek. The second sign of a man with too much education, sarcasm. Yes, you're progressing nicely. Anyway, I explained my discovery to the villagers, only they didn't believe the explanation. To them, the custom was of the gods, and that was the way it had always been. So, determined to force them to see my way, I took one of the adult men from the village and dragged him beneath a willow tree, making certain to keep him from throwing a rock at the trunk.
And? Jarek asked curiously.
And he died, Topaz replied, his voice quiet. As we passed beneath the tree, his eyes grew wide and frenzied, and I felt his frame shake once. Then, right there in my arms, he just died.
Topaz paused, his eyes finding Jarek's, all light-heartedness gone from his face.
Now you tell me, Jarek, what was reality? That man's belief was so strong that it killed him. Tell me his perception hadn't become his reality. There was nothing special about the trees. I walked under hundreds of them and was never affected. This man, however, died from doing the same thing, and I was left with his blood on my hands.
I'm sorry, Jarek said softly.
We all have presumptions, Jarek, Topaz continued, rising to his feet. And as little as we might like it, we all force those presumptions to become our reality. The man in that story was no more guilty of it than I was, for I wasn't willing to see beyond what I perceived as being true. I convinced myself that this man's beliefs were foolish, never once considering that they might be real enough to him. Don't let yourself become so entranced with your perceptions that your mind closes to new ones.
I'll try, Jarek said, looking down at the essay he had been reading. Topaz reached into his cloak, pulling out a small round object the size of a fist.
Do more than try, he said, tossing the red object at Jarek.
Jarek reached up to snatch the sphere out of the air. It was soft, giving slightly beneath his fingers. It smelled sweet and citrusy, obviously a fruit, but no fruit Jarek had ever seen. When he looked up, a question on his lips, the Jesk had vanished. Chapter 16. Jarek rolled the small fruit back and forth across his table, using the tips of his fingers to push it from one hand to another. He was in the dining hall, though no feast was being conducted this night. Instead, a more informal gathering was occurring. The high table had been removed, and the other seats had been arranged in a kind of amphitheater-like series of rows. These were filled with nobles of all ages, each of whom was watching the stage at the front. Scathe, the whore-watcher, had decided to grace the palace with a performance. Jarek sat near the back, giving only an occasional glance to the whore-watcher's antics. Most of the feats Scathe performed were old to Jarek now. Scathe often tried to impress the students with his mystical powers, all part of the unspoken battle between whore-watcher and scholars. Jarek didn't join the crowd in uttering exclamations of surprise as Scathe made a vase disappear under a veil of smoke, nor did he laugh when the Whore-Watcher used thin pieces of wood with pictures on the backs to trick young Domer, second son of an unimportant Ka-Lord. Instead, Jarek's mind was on the simple piece of fruit rolling back and forth on the table before him. It was no longer bright red. Its soft, downy skin had changed from scarlet to a dull brown barely an hour after Topaz had given it to him. Curious and more than a little confused, Jarek had spent the better part of the night and a whole fleet of candles searching through library scrolls for a clue as to why the Jesk had given him such a strange gift. The answer lay before him on the table, a scroll Jarek had unrolled and weighed down at the corners with a couple of colored marking stones. The parchment was yellowed with age, the ink faded but legible. Jarek would probably order the palace scribe to copy it before the material was lost forever, something that would have been done earlier if the document had been more important. The information it contained wasn't exactly the most vital in the library. It wasn't an essay on realmatic theory, commentary on the legends of the Nine Lords, or even a poem from Falamore. It was a merchant's supply list. Jarek had run across the scroll by accident. He wasn't even certain why it was in the library. When his eyes had scanned it, however, his assumptions of its unimportance had been discarded as he saw the words, "bright red fruit." Jarek read the passage again in his mind, though he already had it memorized. "I received a shipment of ballas today, a bright red fruit with a fuzzy skin that is considered a delicacy in Falamore. Unfortunately, my cart threw an axle before I could get to Vental, and the entire shipment spoiled before my eyes." Jarek closed the scroll, picking up the thick tome at its side. Once he'd found the name of the fruit, he had been able to look it up in the library's copy of Ceres' Southern Flora. "The balla fruit is known for its powerfully unique taste and its quickness to ripen," Ceres explained. "The balla turns a dull brown within a day of being picked, and after the transformation, its flavor becomes bitter and undesirable. Numerous efforts have been made to lengthen the fruit's period of ripeness, from coldness to cutting branches off the trees for transportation. None have been successful in extending the balla's flavor for more than a few hours. As the balla can only be grown along the southern shores of Yolen, it has necessarily remained a delicacy enjoyed only by the southern nobility." The fruit had been red when Topaz gave it to him. Jarek's mind told him that such was not possible. It took months to travel from Falamore to Melorand. It was inconceivable that Topaz could have made the trip in less than a day. Somehow the Jesk had found a way to transport a balla fruit without it going bad, but how? And what did he expect Jarek to learn from finding the solution?
"You appear contemplative, Master Jarek," a calm voice noted.
Jarek turned with a smile as Frost seated himself on the floor beside him. The old man's almond-shaped face turned to regard the fruit in Jarek's fingers, his eyes inquisitive.
"A balla fruit?"
he asked. Jarek nodded. Frost reached over to pick up the dull, now wrinkled fruit.
"I haven't seen one of these in ages," he said. "Ever since I visited Trexandos as a young man. How did you come by one so far north?"
"Topaz gave it to me," Jarek said, his voice restrained. His thoughts were too confused to be shared at the moment.
"Ah,"
Frost said, setting the fruit down next to Ceres' thick volume.
"I had wondered where he went."
Jarek looked up suspiciously. "You had something to do with this?" he asked. Frost chuckled, shaking his head.
"You should know by now, Master Jarek, that Topaz never reveals his clever plans before he absolutely has to. He claims it has something to do with his storyteller's sense of dramatics."
Jarek nodded, feeling ashamed. If there was anyone in the palace he could trust, it was Frost. The elderly tutor had been completely honest with him ever since that first day they met. "I'm sorry, Frost," he apologized. "I'm just confused."
I assume it was red when he gave it to you?"
Frost interjected carefully. Jarek nodded.
"And you know what that means?"
Frost continued. Jarek nodded again. "It means Topaz has found some way to grow bala fruit within a day's travel of the palace."
"And that is the only possible answer?"
Frost asked. Jarek paused. "I'm not certain anymore," he admitted.
"Is that why you're here?"
Frost asked, nodding toward the front of the room. The crowd applauded in awe as Scathe, dressed as usual in an overdone cloak with a ridiculously large collar, correctly guessed the picture on a thin piece of wood hidden behind a screen. "I suppose," Jarek said without much conviction. "Topaz told me I need to be more open-minded, so I came to watch Scathe, hoping I'd see something new."
"And?"
Frost prodded. Jarek just shook his head sullenly. As they watched, Scathe threw a cloth over a tall cup, then apparently crushed it beneath his hand. When he lifted the cloth, however, there were no shards of glass to be seen. "He slipped the cup off the pedestal and into that large pocket on the front of his robes," Jarek explained. "If you look closely, you can see the indentation in the cloth." Frost squinted, leaning forward slightly.
"So you can,"
he admitted. "When he does woodcut tricks, you can sometimes see him slip one in or out of the pile. When he makes things disappear, they usually fall in that pocket or in another one in the cuff of his sleeve. It's all fake."
"You are a very observant young man,"
Frost noted, watching Scathe mysteriously make the cup appear on the table again.
"Perhaps this wasn't the place for you to come to be open-minded."
"You mean I should have found someone who was a better charlatan?" Jarek asked, a slightly bitter tone in his voice. Frost looked over at Jarek, his silvery gray eyes concerned. His thin-haired beard twitched slightly as he moved to speak, then obviously couldn't think what to say. "I don't know what to think anymore, Frost," Jarek said, letting the edge melt away from his voice. It was impossible to confront Frost's ingenuous concern with hostility. "At first I thought all I needed to do was follow my father and be a lumberman. Then the school started, and I was expected to be things my father hadn't been able to become. The king came along, and all of a sudden the fates of thousands of lumbermen rested on my ability to prove myself smarter than a nobleman. Now, after applying myself to nothing but learning, Topaz appears, and instead of being proud of me, he implies I've been learning the wrong way. What more can I do, Frost?" The old scholar let a hand fall comfortingly on Jarek's shoulder.
"You do your best, Master Jarek. Many people claim to do that, but you actually do. I'm certain Sephandrius realizes your effort, but Topaz likes to push people. It seems his life's quest to force men into being more than they thought they could become. He does the same thing to the king, to me, and to most everyone else he considers a friend. I doubt he even realizes how difficult it is for us. Usually, however, the change is worth the pain, young master."
Jarek sighed, nodding slightly to himself.
"Look,"
Frost encouraged, pointing at the front of the room.
"What is he doing now?"
Jarek looked up. The Whore Watcher had set up a line of candles and had revealed one of his mystical charms, a bone he claimed had come from the body of a Shodel. "I've seen this one before, too," Jarek said, looking down again. "He's going to light the candles. At first it confused me, but Master Vendavius explained it."
"He did?"
Frost asked. Jarek nodded. "There are certain pastes that burn when they come in contact with air. In realms of thought, Bendelarin says that whenever pure earth meets pure air, fire is the result. Anyway, Scathe must have coated those candle wicks with burn paste soaked in alcohol. As soon as the alcohol evaporates, they burst into flame. It's clever, but hardly mystical." As Jarek and Frost watched, the Whore Watcher began to chant and wave his charm above the candles. Suddenly, one of the candle wicks burst into flames, causing shouts of surprise from several noblewomen in the audience.
"That was a fairly large explosion for burn paste,"
Frost noted. Jarek didn't respond. He simply sat with his head slumped against one palm, watching the Whore-Watcher continue his charade.
"And you feel nothing as it happens?" Frost asked uncertainly as another candle wick flared up.
"What should I feel?" Jarek asked temperamentally.
Frost paused. "Nothing," he finally said, rising to his feet and moving slowly away from the table.
"He's disappointed too," Jarek thought with annoyed frustration. "Isn't my studying enough? He's just like Topaz. What do they want from me?"
Another candle smoldered for a moment, then spit out flames.
"Frost's right. That doesn't look like burn paste, at least not the kind Master Vendavius showed us."
Jarek slouched at his table, remembering Topaz's words from the day before. Presumed reality, Topaz had called it. Being so certain you were correct that all other theories, and even truths, became fiction. The words made sense, but magic? Topaz couldn't be right about that particular area. The scholars and philosophers knew so much. They couldn't have overlooked such things as mysticism and magic, and the laws of the four elements made so much sense. Yet, even as he watched Scathe light the next-to-last candle, Jarek thought he felt something. Something coming from the front of the room, a cold feeling he knew he had felt before, but not in years. One he had avoided feeling because of things that had happened, things he had done. He shuddered, suddenly feeling alone in the room. Presumed reality. He thought he could feel something, but... Taking a deep breath, Jarek tried to see what it was Topaz wanted him to see. It was as if there were movement at the front of the room, movement he could sense. He squinted, searching out every detail of the Whore-Watcher's table. He saw nothing, but at the same time knew there was something occurring before him, something that he could almost see, but not with his eyes. Something felt, more than seen. He said slowly, to no one in particular. "I see waves." Behind him he heard Frost's footsteps stop with sudden abruptness. "Waves," Jarek continued, "like ripples in a pond, only moving out in all directions. Like bubbles that start small and grow bigger. They pulse from the charm in Scathe's hand, washing over the candle wicks." "And what do they do to the wicks?"
Frost asked, his voice raspy, almost awed. They move the wicks," Jarek said, staring ahead. He was still squinting, but his vision had grown fuzzy, as if his eyes were trying to focus on something very far away.
"Move the wicks," Frost repeated.
Suddenly his vision cleared, or rather, his mind cleared. He could see in his mind something beyond the room, beyond the motions of the Whore-Watcher. Only he knew that his eyes weren't doing the seeing. It was as if some other sense was feeding information to his mind, its powerful demands taking precedence over the imperfect ability of his eyes. "No," Jarek corrected, seeing clearly now. "It's moving the pieces of the wicks, thousands upon thousands of tiny dots that make up the substance of the wicks. Each dot vibrates slightly in its place, like a bug caught in a web. The waves from the charm, when they are passed over the wicks in the proper manner, make the dots vibrate faster and faster until—" The final candle burst into flame. As it did so, Jarek saw the dots begin to shake wildly and uncontrollably, some of them shooting off into the air. Except the air wasn't empty either. It was filled with countless dots of its own, dozens of different kinds of them. Some were pulling in toward the flame, getting sucked into its heat, and others were shooting away from it like tiny invisible sparks. Many were combining with the dots from the candle, joining together to make tiny patterns.
"He was right,"
Frost's amazed voice whispered behind him.
"Sephandrius, you obstinate devil, you were right."
Suddenly, Jarek's mind snapped back into place, and his vision cleared, leaving him with a sharp headache. He groaned, putting his hands to his skull. There was a faint memory tickling at his mind, a memory of a time when Jarek had seen those dots before, but he pushed it away. "What was that I saw, Frost?" Jarek demanded, blinking away the pain. "What happened?" Frost moved slowly, walking over to seat himself once again beside Jarek.
You looked at the world a little more precisely than the rest of us can, Master Jarek. You saw into the true nature of the materials that form the objects around us.
True nature? Jarek asked. All I saw were dots, like someone had taken thousands of pins and poked holes in everything.
Those dots are the infinitely small spheres that make up everything in the physical world, young master, Frost said.
Axii? Jarek asked, suddenly making the connection.
Some have called them such, Frost said with a slight nod.
Why can we see them while no one else can? Jarek asked, still holding his head. Fortunately, the pain seemed to be subsiding.
We can't, young master. You can see the Axii, but I cannot.
You can't? Jarek asked with confusion.
Frost shook his wizened head. No, young master, I cannot. I only know they are there.
How? Jarek demanded.
People have told me, and I have believed them, Frost said, making the answer sound simple. I listen well and I understand better than most, but I haven't the same ability as you appear to possess.
Topaz, Jarek realized. He can see them too.
Frost nodded. He can, though he shouldn't be able to. Humans are not supposed to be able to do such things.
Such things? Jarek asked. You mean magic?
Magic is an awkward term used by the uninformed, young master, Frost explained. Those who are actually familiar with the process call it microkinesis.
Jarek paused, tumbling the word around in his already confused mind. But people aren't supposed to be able to do it? He asked, perplexed.
No, Frost answered with his customary frankness. Yet now I have two witnesses, Topaz and yourself. It appears that for some reason the rules are changing.
Scathed, too, Jarek realized, looking back up at the front of the room. The Whore Watcher was making his final bow, and the audience was clapping in appreciation for the performance.
No, young master, I don't think so, Frost corrected. Scaith's lighting of those candles was as much a trick as his disappearing cup. The item you saw in his hand must be a Shodel Tamu Kek, the heart bone. Shodel bones have a power to them and send out charges of spiritual energy, rather like a radioactive metal does with physical energy.
Radioactive metal? Jarek asked, wrinkling his brow. Frost looked down, apparently realizing how foreign the word was to Jarek.
I apologize, young master. Think of the Tamu Kek like a pendulum that vibrates in the spiritual realm. At regular intervals it puts out a pulse of energy. If used properly, that energy can affect the physical world. The Whore Watcher no more does microkinesis than a lumberman could cut down a tree with his bare hands. Both require tools to perform their feats. I doubt Scaith even understands why the Tamu Kek can make candles burn. He only knows the proper direction to wave his tool in order to produce a result.
Frost turned away from the Whore Watcher, turning a grandfatherly gaze down on Jarek.
I understand this is very new to you, young master.
Jarek nodded. Yes, it is, but I feel like I've been preparing for it for a long time. Then his eyes slitted as he understood. This is why he's taken such an interest in me, isn't it?
He?
Topaz, Jarek said. You said he was right about me. He knew, didn't he? That's why he's been coming to Melorand all these years. He wanted to keep an eye on me. He probably doesn't even care about the bet with the king.
I think you overestimate your importance, Master Jarek, Frost cautioned. Topaz started coming to Melorand years before he knew about you. Years before he even began encouraging the king to challenge the caste system. Something else brought him here.
Perhaps at first, Jarek mumbled, but it ended with his interest in me. He wants to do something with me. Everyone wants something of me. That's the only reason he pretends to be my friend.
I remember the first time Topaz mentioned your ability to me, Master Jarek. He was genuinely surprised when he began to suspect your abilities. I don't think he knew about them from the start.
No? Then he was only concerned about using me as a pawn in his game against Carlord Strafen.
Master Jarek, Frost said sternly, I believe that is enough. Safandrius and the king are doing a good work, and if you happen to be one of the tools in that work, then consider yourself privileged. We are all eventually pawns in the hand of deity. Is it such a displeasurable thing to be a tool when you are used for such a noble cause?
Jarek looked down at the table, feeling his cheeks grow warm with shame. He had never heard the old scholar speak with such hardness in his voice before. Frost rose.
I suggest you consider just how much you owe Safandrius and the king, Master Jarek. Think about how much you have gained from being a pawn in his game against Carlord Strafen, and you will realize your debt. Good day.
Jarek sat for a long while in the hall after Frost left, his only companion the increasingly shriveled Ballafruit. He thought about his life in the palace and how different it had been from his life in the woods. He had changed during his 2 years here, changed in ways that were not good. When had he begun resenting those who tried to help him? Pride, his father would have called it, like old Foreman, who was always so quick to point out solutions to other people's problems but never wanted to listen to anyone give him a word of advice. Rin had called it the least desirable trait in a man.
A man who's having too much pride, lad, is like a tree with too much bark.
Rin's voice seemed to sound in his head.
When you strip it away and get to see what's underneath, you find that there's really not much there.
Rin would be ashamed of him now. The burly lumberman would shake his head, letting his eyes speak for him, as if he couldn't express his sorrow in seeing the child he had raised turn out to be so foolishly arrogant. Jarek rolled the Ballafruit across the table, feeling it squish beneath his fingers. He couldn't remember his last days in the village. They were like a blur to him. He was certain he must have said goodbye to his parents. He must have, sometime. They would never let him leave without a proper farewell. He just couldn't remember it, and that disturbed him. He had written letters to his family, sending them with pleas for the priest Watt to read them, but he had never received a response. Part of him felt like that was natural, that for some reason he shouldn't expect letters in return. However, most of him was disappointed, and a little bit worried. Had they forgotten him so quickly? Or had they heard stories of his pride? Perhaps they had felt the changes in him through his letters and had decided that they didn't want to be associated with this creature who had once been their child. A creature so selfish he spurned those who loved him. Why couldn't he remember his father's farewell? If only he had that last profession of love to rely on, he would be all right. Why hadn't his father said goodbye? "Oh, Father, where are you?" "Jarek?" a soft voice asked. Jarek started, looking around with a sudden jump. His body felt stiff and cramped, and the hall's torches had nearly burned down to stubs. How long had he been sitting in the room? "Are you all right?" Riala, her face wide-eyed with concern, knelt beside him, her hand resting gently on his shoulder. Her thin frame was covered only by a flimsy nightgown, hardly proper dress for such a cold evening, but then Riala's clothing choices rarely made any sense. "What?" he began. "When I came in," she explained, "you were just sitting there staring ahead at nothing. You didn't even blink." "What time is it?" he asked, feeling disoriented in the dark room. The Ballafruit on the table in front of him was no longer round. It had flattened and slumped like a wineskin that was only half full. "It's late," Riala said, leaning back slightly. "The palace went to sleep hours ago. Corteth woke like she does sometimes and sent me to get her something to drink." Riala nodded to an empty spice wine jug at the end of the table. Jarek stretched his legs, feeling the joints pop and sigh. He must have fallen asleep. With a sigh, he reclined on the dining hall floor, looking up into the darkness, barely able to see the patched cloth ceiling. He didn't feel like he had been asleep. His mind didn't feel muddled,
It was alert and full of the same questions that had plagued him before.
"Riala, you know me better than anyone in the palace," Jarek said as he lay back on the floor. Riala paused. She had been about to rise and resume her fetching of the drink, but something in Jarek's voice made her stop. There was need in his voice, a kind of pleading. Not pleading like Corteth did when she wanted something, but a quiet, vulnerable need. "You might say that," she said cautiously. He turned his head to look up at her. It had taken Riala months to get used to not casting her eyes down when speaking to him. Months of forcing herself to stare into his deep brown irises. However, she was proud of her ability to stare him firmly in the eyes, even if he was the only one to whom she could do so. "Have I changed in the 2 years I've been here?" he asked. "Of course you have," Riala said, gathering her thoughts. "You've grown taller, for one thing." "Not my body, Riala. Me. Have I changed?" "In some ways," she said, leaning against the low table as she knelt beside him. She was dreadfully cold. The nightshirt was barely modest, let alone warming. It was, of course, another one of Corteth's punishments. "You've grown more talkative and more open. It's almost like you had to grow accustomed to dealing with people, but once you did, you seemed to fit in well. Almost everyone likes you, nobles and peasants." Riala paused for a moment, then continued. "In other ways, you're still the same. You still seem to look at things differently than most everyone else, and you notice things no one else would bother to notice. You also haven't given up your foolish infatuation with Corteth," Riala added silently in her mind. Jarek turned again to regard the ceiling, his face unreadable. "Am I arrogant, Riala?" he asked. "Arrogant?" Riala asked uncertainly. "Prideful, like a noble." "Like a noble?" Riala repeated. "Definitely not. You don't have the breeding or the practice. I don't think you could ever get as arrogant as one of them, Jarek." "My arrogance is flawed, then," he said, with a cynical half-smirk on his face. She could tell from his eyes, however, that the concept pained him. "I didn't say you were arrogant, Jarek," Riala corrected. "You aren't. You're just self-assured." "A euphemism." "A fact," Riala corrected. "Jarek, what's wrong with you?" "I realized today how much I owe the people here in the palace. The king, Topaz, Frost." He turned his head to stare at her, his deep brown eyes gathering up her own. "You too, Riala. Have I ever thanked you for all the hours you spent helping me with my speech?" "You didn't need to," Riala said, the words stuttering on her lips. It was the eyes. Stupid boy, she thought. Jarek turned away, and Riala finally paused to consider his words. What had he said? That he appreciated her help? Despite his pain, she found herself pleased and a little surprised at Jarek's sudden realization. How many times had she cursed him silently for the ease of his education, while she was forced to learn in hiding, feeding off whatever materials Corteth decided to bring home from her classes? Never once had he noticed how difficult it was for her, or how much he had depended on her to lose his accent. "I've taken everything for granted, Riala," Jarek said, echoing her thoughts. "My learning, my life in the palace, the companionship of Topaz and the king, Corteth. I did what everyone told me. I studied my books and learned my lessons because of duty and an amorphous feeling of responsibility. not because I felt grateful. But now you are. Jarek nodded slowly. Now, when it's almost over. We take our tests when we reach our 16th year. That's not very far away. And then? Riala asked. I don't know. Hopefully the king won't send me away for being an ungrateful fool. I don't think King Rhodus would do that, Riala noted. Probably not. He's much more... Jarek trailed off slowly, noticing Riala's strange look. Cocking her head to the side, Riala raised her hand, motioning for silence. Do you hear footsteps? She asked. Jarek paused, a confused look on his face. He didn't appear to be able to hear the sounds, though Riala didn't know how he could miss them. They were sounding crisply, coming from one of the side passages and approaching the dining hall. There was another set, too, coming from another direction. Finally, Jarek sat up, surprise gleaming in his eyes. I hear them, he said. Just barely, though. Who do you suppose it is? Riala relaxed, feeling foolish. Why was she worried that someone might pass by? Dozens of people lived in the palace. Probably just palace guards, she said. Jarek shook his head. They wear copper-tipped boots. That isn't the right sound. A servant, like myself, up on an errand, Riala guessed with a shrug. Perhaps, he said, his voice a whisper.
Jarek couldn't explain it. For some reason he felt that the one approaching wasn't a servant. Perhaps it was the rhythm of the footsteps, which sounded alternately hurried and slow, as if the person were trying to move sneakily. Perhaps it was something else, something to do with what he had experienced earlier in the day. Whatever it was, he felt his voice grow quieter and his muscles grow tense. Let's hide, he decided, moving to grab Riala's thin arm and pull her away from the table. No, she said, pulling him back. They won't see us. We're right out in the open, Jarek said incredulously. The footsteps had almost arrived, and he could hear another set approaching from the other side. Sit down, Jarek, Riala said reassuringly. We aren't out in the open. We're hiding. They won't notice us, not if we don't want them to. Jarek frowned, shooting Riala a strange look. The girl was still kneeling on the floor, her chin-length hair curling slightly around her calm face. What could she possibly be thinking? Then Jarek felt something, a movement around him that his eyes could not see, a kind of shimmering in the dim air. It surrounded him and Riala, encapsulating them like some incorporeal bubble. A second later, everything went black. Jarek panicked, but his mind knew what to do somehow. He switched to microkinetic view, and he could see again. All the axes looked normal, but when he tried looking with his eyes, he found he was still blind. He turned to demand an explanation from Riala, but a sound cut him off. Someone had entered the room. Jarek fell still and remained in microkinetic view. He could make out the axis of a form in an exaggerated collar standing on the far side of the room. Scathe. Jarek felt his heart jump. No matter how much he laughed at the Whore-Watcher's dressing style, it was still intimidating. Jarek had once had a nightmare about meeting Scathe alone in the darkness. The man reeked of mysticism, and that which was mocked easily during the day became that which horrified at night. Scathe scanned the room with dark eyes, and Jarek was certain he felt his heart stop with fright. The Whore-Watcher could obviously see, so whatever Riala was doing only affected herself and Jarek. However, even though they were only a few short feet from Scathe, the Whore-Watcher's eyes passed sightlessly over them, not even pausing as they looked directly through Jarek's eyes. Another man stepped out of a hallway on the other side of the room, but in microkinetic view, Jarek couldn't connect his nondescript clothing with any particular face. It could have been any number of people. The new man looked across the room suspiciously. We are alone, Scathe assured him with a wide-lipped smile. He waved a robed arm across the room. I have used my arts to check for spies. The stranger remained still. Even if Jarek had been able to see normally, he probably wouldn't have been able to make out the man's features in the dim light. The man didn't say anything as Scathe approached him, smiling self-importantly.
"The token of bargaining is nearly ours," the hall watcher noted.
The stranger hissed in displeasure.
"Not here," he said in a sharply accented voice. "Outside!"
The unfamiliar form pointed toward the door leading to the palace gardens. Scathe shrugged unconcernedly, then followed the other man out of the room and into the night. Neither man noticed Jarek and Riala watching from just a few feet away. When Jarek switched back to regular vision a few moments later, he could see just fine.
"Amazing,"
Jarek breathed after the two men left. Then looking down at Riala, he continued,
"How did you do that?"
"What?" Riala asked, her eyes perfectly innocent.
"They looked right at us and didn't see a thing," Jarek challenged.
"The table was in the way," Riala explained, sounding completely as if the excuse made any kind of sense.
"Besides, it's dark, and we're little more than children. Grown people rarely notice children unless they want to."
Jarek frowned. Was she intentionally playing dumb? As she stood, however, he looked into her eyes and understood.
"She doesn't know," he thought to himself, amazed. "She did something to hide us, something I don't understand, and something I definitely wouldn't have believed just a day earlier. And she doesn't know." "Lords," Riala said anxiously, "Corteth is going to kill me. Good night, Jarek."
With that, the slight girl rushed from the dining hall, hurrying to fulfill her mistress's orders. As she left, the room seemed to grow darker, the shadows reaching out to envelop him.
"She can do it too," Jarek realized. "Whatever it is, she knows how to do it, even if she doesn't know she knows."
Then a startling revelation hit him, something stunning which at the same time made perfect sense.
"You're the reason he's been coming here all these years, Riala,"
Jarek whispered in the dark dining hall, silhouettes of tables surrounding him like kneeling peasants.
"It wasn't me, and it wasn't the king. We're just added bonuses. He's been coming here for you."
Chapter 17. Martis nodded farewell to Yoharn as the prince collected his gear and started up the path, climbing out of the palace gardens. The prince bothered him. Martis was never certain what to think of Yoharn. At times he was convinced the prince was a weakling, unsuited to rule. At others, however, mostly after looking into the prince's cold, almost lifeless eyes, Martis felt uncomfortable around the boy, as if Yoharn were vastly superior to those around him and only suffered their existence out of habit. Martis shook his head. Such speculations were foolishness, imaginations of his mind. Collecting his own equipment, Martis took one final gulp from the water boy's trough, then waved farewell to the ever-present female onlookers and made his way out of the gardens. His chariot waited where he had left it, the driver still alert and attentive. One thing about his father's method of governing, the servants never allowed themselves to be caught loafing. They served well, when they weren't incapacitated from a beating. Martis didn't have to speak a word as he climbed into the chariot, throwing his gear to one side. The driver immediately whipped the horses into motion, guiding them across the hard-packed earthen road in the direction of Collard Strafen's cotton. He had defeated Yoharn in their sparrings, of course. Another battle, however, wasn't going quite so well. Despite the distraction of sword lessons Martis had introduced, Jarek still continued to best him in the classes. Martis had tried everything, from hiring other scholars to write his papers for him, to baiting Jarek into spending more time practicing with the sword. Over the last year, Martis had gained ground, but not enough. The time of testing was drawing near, and Martis was beginning to fear that he might not be able to win his father's bet. Such would be disastrous. The problem couldn't lie with Martis, of course. It was the scholars. They all favored Jarek, even the melodramatically mysterious whore-watcher. It was as if the three teachers were in competition to see who could prove who liked the boy the most, and therefore to see who could best humiliate Martis. He had little doubt who they would choose as the better student when it came time for them to administer the oral tests. Martis needed something else, a way to take Jarek out of the competition. Assassins wouldn't work, of course. It would be too obvious if Jarek suddenly died, not to mention the fact that it would leave too many questions. People would always wonder who would have won the competition, and they would probably glorify the peasant because of his untimely death. Martis shook his head as the chariot bumped its way through the city. While Jarek had spent his time studying science and other wastes, Martis had been learning from the great generals and warlords of the past. From them he had learned one thing above all others. In order to truly defeat an enemy, you needed to turn the winds of history and cultural memory against him. Those men the populace thought of as saviors became saviors, no matter how inept or selfish they really might have been. On the other hand, turn a man into a devil, and he would be cursed for centuries. The question was how to make Jarek into a devil. The peasants of the city had found out about the bet, and they were coming to regard Jarek with a mixture of faith and wonder. Few were daring enough to postulate what would happen if Jarek actually succeeded, but Martis knew what they were hoping. An overthrow of the caste system that had ruled in Melorand for centuries, an upheaval that would distort what was right. The king was a fool for letting such a possibility even enter the people's minds. On this much, Martis and his father agreed. The chariot slowed as they approached Codenstrafen, home to his family. It sat near the outskirts of the city, away from Lacton's close-packed center. It was a majestic wooden building, completely different from the rest of the structures in the city. Where they were squat, it soared, and where they were dull, it shone. When Martis was king, he would construct such a building to be his palace. It was fitting that the king's house should stand out from the city, rather than blend in with it. If building from wood reduced Melorand's exports, then let the rest of Yolen pay more for what they did receive. Martis stepped out of the chariot, leaving the servant to deal with his sparring equipment. He pulled off his thick gloves as he entered the house, stepping into a well-decorated hallway complete with hanging tapestries and several painted vases. Martis's grandfather had done the decorating, back when the cotton had been his. Strafen was far too incompetent to create something so tasteful. Martis tapped his gloves lightly against the palm of his hand. There were grunting sounds coming from the dining chamber to the left. Martis pushed open the doors, his thick sparring boots clumping against the wooden floor as he strode through. His father stood, plump like an oversized cushion, near the head of the table, a thick wooden dowel in his hand. The cook knelt on the floor before Strafen, the unfortunate man's back a mess of blood and torn flesh. Martis frowned slightly, another stain on the already damaged wooden floor. "Too much salt in your soup again, father?" Martis asked lightly, dropping his gloves to the table as he sat down. Strafen looked up, his eyes red with fury. Those were the eyes Martis had grown up associating with fatherhood, wide eyes with a frenzied bloodlust to them. Martis didn't look down at the cook again, lest the beating remind him too much of the thick mass of scar tissue that was his own back. At least his father didn't discriminate. He would hit anyone, noble, peasant, woman, or son. Strafen grunted, giving the cook one final whack with the blood-stained rod before kicking the man back toward the kitchen. Martis wiped a drop of spattered blood off his cheek as Strafen set the cane aside. Then the Khal Lord sat down at the head of the table, resuming his meal. "Has it occurred to you to wonder what we're going to do for dinner, father?" Martis asked offhandedly, rubbing the drop of blood between his thumb and forefinger. "One of the assistant cooks is sick with a fever, and the other is still immobilized from the broken leg you gave him yesterday." Strafen grunted, using his fingers to stuff a chunk of pork into his mouth. "He can still cook with one leg," he said between bites. "And if he can't," Martis noted, "you can always just beat him again. Maybe that will make the food taste better." Strafen shot him a red-eyed look, but after a moment turned back to his meal. "You finished your foolish games for the evening?" Martis felt his lips turn down slightly. Strafen loved referring to Martis's sparring and practices as games, a dig at his son's lack of any true battle experience. "No," Martis said quietly, crossing his fingers in front of him, his elbows resting on the table. "I have a skirmish scheduled for later in the day." Strafen snorted.
Boys pretending to be men, never knowing what real war is about. Skirmishes don't happen on fields outside of the town. They happen where armies meet to kill.
Martis sighed, rising from his seat and strolling toward his father's side of the room. Strafen was getting worse as he aged. It was the stress of the contest with the king, Martis was certain. His father had never dealt well with stress, beating the servants to relieve his aggression. Only that wasn't working as well anymore, and the pressure was increasing as the time for judging approached. As if reading his son's mind, Strafen spoke between bites.
The judgment is only a few months off.
Martis nodded, studying a painting hanging on the wall beside his father's stool.
True. What is your status with the peasant boy?
Strafen demanded.
I really don't think I'll be able to beat him, Martis said honestly. The boy is bright, and the teachers favor him.
Martis turned away from the painting. His father had stopped eating, his gravy-covered fingers resting tensely on the table. His face was growing red.
That is not the right answer, Martis,
Strafen warned. Martis snorted, turning away from his father to look back at the painting. He heard Strafen push the stool back from the table, felt the wood floor tremble with the large man's steps. Martis knew exactly what Strafen was doing. He had been waiting for this day for years. Martis spun as his father raised the red-streaked cane. Martis ducked low, avoiding the blow, then drove his fist directly into Strafen's ample gut. That stomach had been hard once, though Martis could barely remember such a time. Strafen took a step away, more amazed than pained. As far as Martis knew, no one had ever hit the Ka-Lord back. Strafen's eyes grew wide, his lips parting slightly in rage. As he stepped forward, his dowel raised for the strike, Martis stepped to the side and pulled a stool away from the table. The stool went up, blocking Strafen's blow. Wood cracked against wood, and his stool shuddered beneath the blow. The Ka-Lord was soft, but his muscles were well practiced from the constant beatings he dealt to his servants. Strafen bellowed in rage.
You defy me?
He asked with a booming voice. The stool took him square in the chest, even as he was ranting. Strafen toppled backward, one hand scattering the remnants of his meal to the ground as he tried to regain his balance. The wooden floor undulated in agony as the Ka-Lord's large bulk slammed down. Martis stepped forward, discarding the stool with an off-handed gesture. Strafen started to rise. As he regained his feet, however, Martis kicked him in the face, sending him back against the wall. The painting Martis had admired earlier was shaken loose by the impact, toppling to the ground. Martis stepped on its canvas backing as he walked toward his father, blood from the cook's back seeping through to outline his footprint. Strafen looked up, and for the first time in his life, Martis saw horror in his father's eyes.
I've grown stronger than you, father,
Martis said quietly, advancing on Strafen with slow, almost casual steps.
I have waited and prayed for this day. You've grown soft, and you've grown stupid. You never considered the possibility that someday I might hit back.
Strafen, fright his motivation now, yelled and jumped at Martis. Martis stepped lightly to the side, using a move he had practiced many times while sparring, and placed his hand on Strafen's back as the large man passed, giving him a slight push. The Ka-Lord toppled off balance again, colliding with the doorframe. Martis turned and walked toward his father, leaving another bloodied print on the back of the painting.
Did you think you could intimidate me forever, father?
He stood back, waiting as Strafen stumbled to his feet.
Did you not stop to consider that someday you wouldn't be as terrifying as you were when I was a child?
Strafen growled.
You should respect your father, boy. Have you learned nothing?
Martis snorted. Then he lunged forward, grabbing his father by the front of his fendub and spinning the larger man around. He slammed the Ka-Lord's face into the oak table, pinning his neck against its edge. Before the man's eyes, glistening red atop the table, was the long wooden cane.
That is what I learned to respect, father,
Martis rasped, leaning down until his head was beside his father's.
That is what you taught me.
Martis reached down, sliding the bronze war knife out of the top of his boot. He brought the blade up, sliding it across his father's cheek and leaving a trail of blood.
This is love, father. This is your love for me.
He drew other slices on the man's cheek, each one deeper than the one before. Blood pooled on the tabletop, the blood of a noble mixing with the blood of a servant.
These marks, father, these are love. I leave them for you, like you left marks of love on my back."
Martis stabbed, feeling the knife puncture through his father's cheek, holding the large man still as he convulsed in pain, struggling hopelessly against Martis's superior strength. Briefly, he considered pushing the blade deeper, slicing through the back of Strafen's neck, but he decided against it. It would be too suspicious. Instead, he withdrew the knife, leaving Strafen with a large hole in his cheek. Martis sighed, dropping his father to the ground and cleaning his blade on a napkin.
"From now on, I am lord of this house," he informed him. "Next time I feel obliged to chastise you, you will not survive the encounter. Do not force me to go that far. It would look bad for a Ka-Lord to have committed patricide, especially if someday he will be more than just a Ka-Lord."
"More?" Strafen asked disorientedly, holding his cheek in agony, bloody spittle slipping out onto his lips as he spoke.
"Rhodus is weak, father."
"You would commit treason?"
Strafen gasped. His words were muddled from the wounded cheek, barely audible. Martis shook his head. He had never understood how his father could beat his slaves and servants to near death, showing a complete disregard for life, yet at the same time protect a man as foolish as King Rhodus.
"You have said it yourself," Martis said, reaching down to stab a chunk of pork from his father's plate. He raised the tip of the knife to his lips, taking a bite. There was too much lemon. "The king is weak, and he leads this kingdom to disaster. Even if I do beat the peasant boy, Rhodus will find a way to throw Melorand into ruin. Someone else needs to take the throne. Someone stronger."
"You're too young," Strafen argued. "The nobles will never follow you."
"True, but I will grow, and the time will arrive. Until then, we will try our best to remain a happy, contented family. Servants of the king, right, father?" Strafen, bruised and weakened from the confrontation, could only nod, holding a bloody hand to his cheek. "Go get that sewn up," Martis said with a scowl, waving for his father to depart. "Then if you must, take out your anger on the surgeon. In fact, be thorough with your beating. It would be a shame to the Ka if the man lived to tell of the sorrowful state you're in." The day after his conversation with Riala, Jarek searched through the entire palace trying to locate Topaz. He tried all of the usual spots, looking out windows, checking in corners, and asking servants if they had seen the Jesk. The night's other event, the Whore Watcher and his clandestine meeting, was forgotten in Jarek's urgent need to apologize to the Jesk. In the end, he needn't have worked so hard. Eventually, Topaz came to him. "Greetings, lumberling." Jarek looked up, surprised to hear Topaz's voice. He had given up on his search just after midday, instead retiring to his rooms with a plan to give Mander's Treatise Axios a more honest read. At the sound, however, Jarek's eyes immediately went to the window where, sure enough, the Jesk squatted. His outfit was blue and yellow, his cowl of the night before replaced by one of his characteristic floppy hats. "Topaz!" Jarek exclaimed. "I searched all morning for you." "So I hear," Topaz said with a chuckle, climbing into the room. "Unfortunately, I wasn't here." "I know," Jarek agreed. "I looked. I even checked on the ledges." Topaz raised an eyebrow. "I'm getting too predictable," he mumbled as he sat back against the windowsill. "So why was my presence so necessary that you were forced to scour the palace for me?" "I wanted to tell you that you were right," Jarek said, turning back toward his desk with a slightly ashamed look. "Of course I was." Then Topaz paused. "About what?" "About me," Jarek explained. "About everything. I wanted to tell you how sorry I was for the way I acted the other day, and thank you for helping me. I was such an idiot." Topaz leaned back, his shoulders resting against the palace's stone wall. He took off his floppy hat and began to twirl it around his index finger, looking at Jarek with a contemplative eye. "Do you remember the first conversation we had all those years back, Jarek, when we were in the village?" Jarek shrugged. "I don't remember much of it," he admitted, slightly confused.
You told me who you were, and I remember being fascinated to hear that there were people who weren't nobles or peasants. Topaz nodded slightly. You also asked me what I did for a living. And you told me you were a fool, Jarek said, smiling as the memory became more clear in his mind. You said that, like a craftsman produced crafts, you made fools. But I never told you why I made fools, Topaz added. Then he looked over at Jarek, his eyes prompting the boy to speak. Jarek said uncertainly. Why do you make fools, Topaz? Because, lumberling, Topaz said, tossing the cap into the air and catching it again. Fools learn, but people don't. Jarek dissected the statement with a contemplative frown. Topaz continued, looking up in the air as he played with his hat. When a man is not a fool, he is confident. He is proud of himself, and, most importantly, he is satisfied with himself. When a man becomes a fool, however, he realizes he has things to be ashamed of, things he needs to change. If you think back on your life, lumberling, you'll realize that the times that were the most difficult for you, the times when you realized your stupidity and carelessness, were the times when you decided to grow. That is why I make fools. I would that there were more fools in the world and fewer men. Jarek nodded. I think I understand. Good, Topaz said, catching his hat on the top of his head. Now that we've both agreed that you're a fool, let us forget the episode and move on. Jarek nodded slowly, feeling uncomfortable about the question he knew he had to ask next. The first part of the conversation, the apology, had been the easy part. Topaz, he began. What am I? A lumberman, last I checked, Topaz said, nodding to Jarek's caste mark. You know what I mean. Topaz nodded, his face growing solemn. Frankly, I don't know what you are, Jarek, he admitted, folding his arms across his chest and looking Jarek in the eye. I've been trying to decide exactly what I am for a very long time. Are we the same, then? Jarek asked. I don't know that either, Topaz said with a shake of his head. But we both can see things. We can do this microkinesis, Topaz finished. It's Frost's word. He let it slip once, and I've been suspicious about him ever since. I'll admit, Jarek, for the amount of searching I've done, I don't know much. Everything I've read claims that magic is either evil and of the Fane or forbidden to humans. That's why the scholars scoff at Horwatcher magic, and they would react similarly to our abilities. Frost still refuses to believe about you. He came around, Jarek noted. Topaz gave Jarek a quick, inquisitive look, but continued before the lumberman could explain. Anyway, something about the world has changed, or rather, it's in the process of changing. That's why you think something is coming, Jarek surmised. Something dangerous. That's part of my fear, Topaz agreed. The rest comes from books, stories and legends, tales that hint at what used to be. You remember that story I told at the King's Feast? Right after we arrived in the palace? Jarek asked with a nod. It was the creation legend, only told in a different way from the formal story. I've searched through the books in the library, and I haven't been able to find it told the way you did. You won't, Topaz said with a shake of his head. Libraries are actually a new development. There isn't a collection of books on the continent, except maybe the one in Traxandos, that goes back further than a few hundred years. You think the clues are that old? Jarek asked incredulously. Older. Old as the first myths our ancestors used to tell, the first stories they knew. How are you ever going to find that sort of information? Jarek asked, shaking his head. I have my sources, Topaz said cryptically. For now, your job is to learn, not just study, learn. Don't worry so much about the King's bet. It's important, but there are much more vital things to come. Jarek nodded slowly as Topaz stood, walking over to get a peek at what Jarek was reading. He smiled. Old Manda makes for crusty reading, but underneath it he's rather brilliant, and he's got some good ideas. Leave your mind open,
As Jarek began to thank the Jesk, he heard a noise out his window, the sound of people yelling in surprise. He frowned, an action Topaz mimicked. "What's that?" Jarek asked. "Probably nothing," Topaz said, sliding back over to the window. "It doesn't take much to excite you Northerners. Someone probably found a rat in their pantry." The Jesk, however, froze when he reached the window, his eyes widening slightly, then pulling tight into suspicious slits. Jarek rushed over to join Topaz. He definitely wanted to see whatever it was that could surprise the unflappable Jesk. There are some images that are forever unforgettable, scenes that etch themselves into the back wall of the mind and are constantly dredged back into the consciousness for additional review. These scenes shape lives. This was such an image. The man's armor shone in the noonday sun, silver and bright, like a fragment of light itself. Not an inch of skin or leather was visible beneath the glittering metal. The armor had been molded to fit every part of his body, from steel-gloved hands to wicked-looking helmet. The suit of armor made the man appear huge, riding atop a gargantuan horse and carrying a long standard in his right hand. The standard flag matched his horse's livery, white trimmed with gold. For a moment, Jarek was certain that this visitor was none other than Orion the White, King of the Nine Lords. Topaz hissed quietly behind him. "Where in the name of the Lords did they find that much steel?" he asked. "And how? No one can forge metal that precisely." Jarek shook his head in wonder. The palace guards wore armor constructed of leather straps and a single bronze breastplate. Only officers were worthy of bronze shields, and Jarek had only seen one sword cast from iron in his entire life. Equally impressive was the man's horse. Jarek had never seen a beast so massive in his entire life. Only it couldn't be a horse. Horses were too weak to carry men on their backs. "Could the armor be painted somehow?" Jarek asked. "It's real," Topaz said with a shake of his head. "Then is it Dragonsteel?" "No, thank the Lords, it's just regular mountain steel," Topaz said, his eyes unfocused slightly, as if he were staring at nothing. "But even still, it's amazing." Suddenly Jarek realized what Topaz was doing. He was doing it, looking at the structure of the man's armor, not its image. Jarek turned back to the steel-clad warrior, trying to remember what he had done the day before when looking at the Whore-Watcher. It took him some time and several tries, but fortunately the warrior wasn't moving very quickly. Eventually, Jarek succeeded. He began to feel detached from his vision as a second source of information took over his mind. He could see the tiny axii vibrating in place, thousands upon thousands of them making up not only the man's armor, but his horse and the city around him as well. Even though there must have been millions of axii before him, Jarek could somehow sense every one, though most were just an indistinct mass unless he focused his attention on them. It was a very disorienting feeling, as if he were looking at something very close up with one eye, but from very far away with the other. He felt Topaz's hand rest on his shoulder. "Good," the Jesk approved. "How can you tell it's steel and not just painted bronze?" Jarek asked. "You see the dark gray dots, the ones that vibrate very slowly? That's iron." Jarek studied the axii. He knew they weren't colors, not really, but each different type had its own feeling. His mind associated the feelings with colors for some reason, perhaps because it was trying to connect this new source of information with its more familiar sense of sight. Much of the warrior's armor was constructed of axii that his mind translated as dark gray. "Iron?" Jarek asked uncertainly. "I thought we were looking at axii." "We are," Topaz explained. "But aren't all axii the same material? The axios?" "No," Topaz said, shaking his head. The movement was very strange to Jarek, as the Jesk's features were now blended together, melded out of thousands of multicolored axii. "The theory of an ultimate element is a tangent that the Trexandian scholars have, unfortunately, stumbled into. There is no single all-prevalent element, nor is the world made up of simply air, earth, fire, and water, like the Whore-Watchers and many scholars still try to teach. The world is far more complex than people think, Lumberling.
I've been able to count over 30 different elements, though some of them are much more rare than others." "Then the theory of the Axii is wrong," Jarek surmised. "No, the theory as Mander proposed it is still valid," Topaz corrected. "He just hypothesized of a small, indivisible unit from which everything in the physical world is built. That's exactly what you're sensing, a speck of material so small that a regular eye could never see it. Essentially the smallest thing that can ever exist. There just happens to be about 36 different types of them. In fact, there are probably more. Some Axii are so rare I've only seen them once in my entire life." Jarek nodded, looking back at the strange warrior. The man had arrived at the palace courtyard and was sitting motionless atop the back of his steed, apparently waiting for a welcome of some sort. "What about the horse?" Jarek asked. "Or is it even a horse?" "It's long been postulated that if horses could be bred for strength, a strain would eventually develop that could carry a rider. It appears that theory was correct." Topaz watched the strange warrior for a moment. "Come on," he eventually said, turning away from the window. "We probably don't want to miss this." "How could you tell it wasn't Dragonsteel?" Jarek asked as they rushed through the palace halls, heading for the front gates. His head hurt slightly now that he was looking at the world normally again. "Dragonsteel isn't like the other elements," Topaz explained, walking quickly. "For one thing, it doesn't vibrate like the others." Jarek frowned. "Shouldn't it be very, very cold, then?" Topaz turned to him as they walked, a smile creeping across his lips. "You catch on quickly, lumberling," he said. "Yes, in fact, it should be impossibly cold. I've never seen any of the other elements stop moving completely. Even ice vibrates a little bit. Yet Dragonsteel always feels warm, like something living. It also gives off strong pulses in the spiritual realm." "Like a Tamukek?" Jarek said. Topaz looked down again, this time surprised. "Yes," he eventually replied, "like a Tamukek. In fact, if you look microkinetically at Shodel bones, you'll see Dragonsteel Axii mixed in with the calcium and carbon. It isn't the bone that pulses, it's the Dragonsteel in the bones." Jarek froze in the hallway, stunned. "The Shodel have Dragonsteel in their bones?" he asked with stupefaction. "Yes," Topaz said, reaching back to grab Jarek and pull him back into motion, his voice twinged with slight annoyance. "It's very complicated." Jarek fell silent as they moved, eventually arriving at the front of the palace. They rounded a corner just as the king appeared from another direction. Rhodus nodded and Topaz waved offhandedly as Jarek stopped and bowed. The Jesk raised his eyes to the heavens, yanking Jarek back into motion again. They moved into place just inside the doorway to the palace, amidst a crowd of gawking nobles as the king entered the courtyard, Dorm and several guards standing protectively at his side. Rhodus stepped forward. Then, in a loud voice, he proclaimed, "Tarnbet Felgarn!" Topaz chuckled to himself. "I'll bet our friend wasn't expecting that," he mumbled. "What?" Jarek asked with confusion. "Rhodus speaks Tsend." "Tsend?" Jarek asked with amazement, looking back at the courtyard. The warrior was replying, his words as indecipherable as the king's. "Yes, the warrior's from Tsendor. Didn't you see the word on his standard?" Jarek looked up, frowning at the crisscrossed picture painted in gold on the warrior's flag. It didn't look like a word. There weren't separate letters Jarek could make out. It was all just a mass of jumbled lines crossing one another at strange angles. "I don't see a word," he complained, "just a weird picture." "Tsendor has a logographic writing system, not an alphabetic one like ours," Topaz mumbled, trying to listen to the king's conversation. "Their words are pictures." Jarek thought for a moment. "But there would have to be a picture for every word," he surmised. "How would anyone learn them all?" "It's very difficult," Topaz said. "Look, Jarek, I'm usually very supportive of random questions, but right now I'm trying to listen. Could we save the discussion of Tsend philology for another time?" Jarek blushed. "Sorry," he mumbled.
Topaz nodded, leaning forward to pay attention to the conversation. Jarek tried to remain silent and listen as well, but eventually he couldn't take it anymore. He wanted to know what was going on. "What are they saying?" he asked. Topaz sighed. Then he simply shook his head.
"They're talking about—"
Topaz fell silent as the warrior suddenly leaned to the side, lifting one leg and sliding off of his horse to land on the ground with a pronounced clink. Reaching up a pair of huge arms, he pulled off his helm, revealing a square tan face underneath.
"I have come from the Eternal War,"
he proclaimed, addressing the assembled nobles, speaking in a heavily accented voice.
"I have traveled the continent, pursuing a Shodel assassin I believe intends to murder your king. The man who kills this Shodel will have 1,000 gold kavors from Emperor Aranak himself, as well as prove himself a true nobleman warrior of the United Continent."
The crowd stood in silence, stunned by the news. Then, en masse, they began talking excitedly to one another. Several of the younger noblemen even yelled for servants to prepare their horses for a hunt.
"Great," Topaz muttered in the chaos beside Jarek. "So much for my quiet vacation amongst the calm, rational people of the North."
Chapter 18. The palace throne room was cold. Not the wind-blown winter cold Jarek had grown up with, but a different kind of cold. It was stagnantly cold, as if the chill air were trapped in the room, pressed and confined by the 4 hard stone walls. There was also a dank mustiness to the chamber. It was like Jarek imagined the inside of a cave would feel. Even after years in the palace, years of favored closeness to the king and his family, visiting the throne room made Jarek uncomfortable. There was a formality to the experience. The room's stately columns, its walls lined with lifeless portraits of people long dead, reminded him that there was more to Rhodus and Gras than a jovial fat man and his matronly wife. This couple Jarek had come to love almost as a second set of parents were monarchs of the kingdom, people with a responsibility and nobility that would always set them apart from him. Rhodus sat squished between the throne's 2 stone armrests, his head barely reaching halfway up its tall engraved back. The throne was draped with furs, but Rhodus used none of them for warmth. Though only a small fire burned in the great round hearth at the center of the room, Rhodus didn't appear cold. The man never seemed to get chilly. Jarek had seen the overweight monarch sweating even on a cool day. It was often remarked that the throne room was kept cold out of preference, not necessity. Rhodus's round face was serious as he spoke quietly with the Tsend warrior who called himself Sir Hasor. In the days since his arrival, Hasor had chosen not to wear his steel armor, a fact that disappointed those townspeople who had missed the display earlier. However, Jarek didn't blame the man. The armor didn't look very comfortable, and it couldn't be practical for everyday use. Jarek didn't know how the Tsend even managed to walk in it. Not that the outfit Hasor was wearing now wasn't impressive. The clothing seemed more like an adaptation from one of the old stories than a true style of dress. It resembled leather armor in a way. It had a chest piece that fit over a tighter jerkin that had sleeves all the way down to the wrists. Except the leather didn't look like any Jarek had seen before. It was white. In fact, the entire outfit was white, from the gloves to an enormous wide-shouldered cloak. And, more amazingly, somehow it remained white, looking pristine each day despite the dirt and grime found even in the relatively clean palace. The 2 men continued to talk as Jarek waited. The room's only other occupant was Yolen, standing beside his father's throne in a dark blue fendove and shirt. It was strange, but Yolen almost seemed to blend with the throne room, his flat, expressionless face reminiscent of the quietly watching stones.
"Ah, Jarek,"
the king said, finally waving for Jarek to approach.
"How have you been these last few days? I trust the excitement isn't disturbing your studies."
"No, Your Majesty," Jarek said, bowing formally as he approached the throne. "It's actually quite nice.
Many people are gone on hunts during the day, leaving me to study in peace. Though I would give anything to be with them, he added in silence. Rhodus chuckled.
Ever the scholar, aren't you?
Jarek bowed again, more in order to hide his frown of displeasure than out of any feelings of humility. When he looked up, Hasor was watching him. The warrior's blond, nearly white hair looked odd against his tanned skin. However, most odd were his eyes. They were a very light brown, so light, in fact, that they almost looked yellow. On his arm he had a dark purple birthmark that ran from his elbow all the way down to his hand.
Jarek, Sir Hasor here is looking for people who would recognize a Shodel.
Jarek frowned slightly. Why had they called him? For what purpose, Your Majesty? Rhodus sighed, shaking his pudgy head as he rubbed his forehead.
You have no idea what it's been like these last few days, Jarek. These hunts have become nothing but a chaotic game of suspicion. No one really knows what a Shodel is. They can only base their guesses on stories and sermons. The different noblemen's hunting parties have each claimed to have caught the assassin at least a dozen times. I've had everything imaginable dragged past my throne. Hairless cats, old women, cows born with only 3 legs, and even a priest from one of the lumbering camps. Sir Hasor has tried to explain what we're looking for, but it hasn't done much good. The people are ignorant, Hasor said, speaking with his odd, disconcerting accent. He formed every word with precision, but he spoke the syllables in a disjointed cadence, as if each one were a separate word. He also seemed to speak from the back of his throat, making each sound as if he were gagging at the same time. They do not even know the face of their enemy. This isn't the South, Lord Hasor, Rhodus said in defense of his people. Most of these people hadn't even seen a feigned creature before a couple of years ago. They are searching for demons, and demons take very differing forms depending on the mind of the man hunting them.
Hasor nodded curtly.
So, boy, you have seen a Shodel.
Jarek paused, wrinkling his brow. No, sir, I haven't ever seen one. What do they look like? Hasor frowned, looking at the king. Rhodus gave him an odd "I warned you" look, then simply shook his head.
Are you certain, Jarek? The king asked.
Positive, Your Majesty. When would I have seen a Shodel?
Back in the village, perhaps? Do you remember when I visited?
Jarek's lips parted slightly as he thought back to that day. He could remember distinctly the image of Rhodus's barge rounding the curve in the river, its bright red flags flapping as young Sen pointed excitedly. He also remembered his confrontation with Lord Strafen. After that, however, was a blur. What had happened—
Never mind, boy,
the king interrupted quickly, bringing Jarek's remembrances to a halt. Jarek looked up with surprise. Your Majesty? He asked.
I must have been mistaken, Jarek, the king said kindly. You may go.
Of course, Your Majesty, Jarek said with a confused bow. What had that all been about? He backed away, then turned to leave as the king and Hasor began to speak quietly once again. Jarek hadn't needed the king to tell him how chaotic the palace was. Every noble house in the city had decided to form his own band of hunters, made up of lesser nobles, warriors, and the occasional merchant wealthy enough to buy himself into prestigious company. They told one another it was for the glory, rather than the reward, but there wasn't a man in the country, noble or peasant, who could ignore the offer of 1,000 Tsend golds. Though prosperous, Melorand was far from the wealthiest nation on the continent, and such a large sum would be a welcome addition to even the richest of noble houses. And despite what Jarek had said to the king, the hunts and excitement had been a large bother to his studies. Hasor's announcement had turned the palace into a scene of confusion. Even as he left the throne room, Jarek was forced to step aside as a group of men with bronze breastplates and spears pushed their way past him. The men, wearing the green and dark blue of House Locke,
strode through the palace hallway, dragging what appeared to be a frightened boy with extremely white skin. An albino, Jarek guessed, though he had only read about such things. Jarek bowed as the men passed. They were, after all, nobles, but he scowled at the same time. Judging from their well-polished breastplates and unwrinkled hunting clothes, Jarek guessed these men had never seen a day of battle beyond formalized sword training. It seemed that every party of hunters, whether they had made a catch or not, found a way to spend at least half of their time roaming the palace, showing off their outfits and armor, making boasts and threats when other hunting crews were in sight. Like everything they did, the nobles had turned the hunt into a social event, another way to prove their superiority over the opposing Ka. Of course, what bothered Jarek most about the hunts was his inability to join one. Beyond the ever-present necessity of his studying, it was obvious that this was a noble-only activity. The only way to get on one of the hunting crews was to buy your way in. A few days ago, a group of enterprising servants had been caught searching for the assassin on their own, scouring one of the poorer sections of town. They had been incarcerated by House Finn on the charge of breaking caste. King Rhodus still hadn't managed to free them. When it came to caste breaking, any nobleman was allowed by law to give whatever punishment he saw fit. So life for Jarek had continued as normal. He memorized the legends, he worked mathematical problems, and he attended classes that were held despite one noted exception, Martis. For some reason, Strafen had bequeathed leadership of Ka Strafe to his son. Perhaps it had something to do with the mysterious illness the Ka Lord purportedly had caught. Strafen had rarely left his cotton during the last week, and witnesses said that his entire face was wrapped up in some sort of bandage. As a result, Martis ran the Ka as if he were its lord. The young nobleman left the city every day, beating out the forests to the north in a systematic effort to find the Shodel. Never before had Jarek envied his rival so much. Jarek saw the way the women looked at the hunters when they returned each day. The noblewomen didn't see the hunting party's continued failure. They only saw the men dressed like heroes from the south, risking their lives in defense of the king. In a country where the most exciting event in decades' time had been the time the wife of Ka Lord Deng had given birth to twins, the man who actually managed to capture or kill the assassin would become an instant legend. Jarek's thoughts and dreams were interrupted by the sound of a ruckus coming from the other side of the hallway near the front gates. Wondering what they had caught this time, Jarek made his way in the direction of the noise. As he grew closer, the yelling got more and more violent, and Jarek found himself walking more quickly. Had someone finally captured the assassin?
"I'm telling you, the king will have your head if you aren't soon letting me go," a loud voice bellowed as Jarek rounded the corner.
He stopped abruptly. The captive was definitely not Shodel. He wasn't even being held by one of the hunting teams, but instead was struggling against the palace door guards. He was a scruffy man with a scraggly beard about a handspan long. He wore dirty, faded robes that had been torn and resewn in numerous places, and his hands were covered with grime. As Jarek approached, he could smell the powerful odor of a body that hadn't been washed in a very long time. Jarek frowned. "What is this, Captain Roland?" he asked, nodding to the ranking guard, a short, lean man with jet-black hair.
"Nothing, master,"
the guard responded as one of his men wrestled the miscreant to the ground.
"He tried to walk through the doors as if he were a noble. We told him to go back to the servants' entrance if he had business there, but he refused and tried to push his way through." "The king will be flogging you all," the man groaned, his face pressed against the stone floor.
Jarek raised an eyebrow, looking back at Roland.
"Mad?" "It certainly looks that way, master," the captain said with a nod of his head.
"Please," the man said, looking up at Jarek, "you appear to be a noble of good breeding. Go be telling the king I've returned. He'll—" The man trailed off, his eyes growing wide as he stared at Jarek's face. "You!" he finally gasped. "Are we acquainted?" Jarek asked uncertainly.
I,
the man stuttered. Then Jarek made the connection. He had seen this man's face before, though it had been several years.
Master Tyrrell? Jarek asked incredulously. The man groaned, nodding. Captain Roland, have your man release him. I will take responsibility.
Yes, Master Jarek, the guard said, nodding to his soldier.
Tyrrell gave his captor a push as he was released, grumbling to himself as he rose, brushing off his dirty robes. From what Jarek could tell, the motion did little good. The robes had been beyond hope long before this encounter. Tyrrell? Jarek asked, shaking his head. What happened to you?
What do you mean, boy?
Tyrrell said standoffishly, an action that earned him a quick rap on the back of the head from Roland.
You shall address him as master, knave, the guard said.
Peace, Captain, Jarek said, raising his hand. He is of noble blood. Roland raised an eyebrow skeptically. He's been away for a long time, Jarek said. Trust me.
All right, Master Jarek,
the guard said, scratching his short black beard. Master Tyrrell snorted at the man, and Jarek grabbed the scholar's arm, pulling him into the palace before he could get himself into any more trouble. As soon as they rounded a corner, however, Jarek spun the man around. What happened? He demanded. Were you taken by thieves?
I'm still not understanding you, boy,
Tyrrell said with an intolerant tone.
Nothing happened to me.
But your robes, Jarek said. Tyrrell looked down.
They're a bit aged, he admitted, but I wasn't having access to a fine tailor. Still, I think they held up well enough.
Only then did Jarek understand. The scholar had been away from noble society for several years. His robes were grimy, but they were still probably finer than those of the lumbermen. His beard was formed into a rough approximation of an Antoli, or at least the best that could be managed without proper grooming facilities or stiff creams. Tyrrell probably didn't realize how bad he looked, smelled, and sounded. In his own eyes, he was still the model of a perfect nobleman. What Jarek did next was a source of shame to him for at least 30 seconds. He laughed, very hard and very loudly.
What? Tyrrell demanded. What's the matter?
Hearing the arrogant scholar speak with the same accent Jarek had worked for years to lose only made the boy burst into another round of laughter.
You certainly appear to have taken to life into palace, boy, Tyrrell noted.
I've been fortunate here, master, Jarek said, smiling slightly. He stood, leaning with his back against a wooden dresser in one of the small preparation rooms near Rhodus's throne room. Despite the accent, which, upon reflection, didn't seem half as strong as that of a real peasant, even though hearing it here in the palace made it seem stronger, Tyrrell had changed very little. He still complained about everything, and he still had the same look of constant disapproval in his eyes. Yet for some reason his attitude didn't bother Jarek as it once had. Jarek felt more like he was speaking to an old ill-tempered uncle than a man he had once considered an enemy. Perhaps Tyrrell's personality reminded him of home, or, more likely, his words no longer held the bite they once had. Since coming to the palace, Jarek had experienced arrogance that made Tyrrell's own pride seem childlike and innocent. A servant entered, bearing, at Jarek's request, a new set of scholar's robes for Tyrrell. The noble had wanted to go present himself before the king immediately, but Jarek had prevailed upon him to clean up at least a little bit. The more he spoke to Tyrrell, the more Jarek was realizing that the scholar was far from a master of politics. The thought amazed him. Back in the village, everyone had been impressed with Tyrrell's poise and refinement. Little did they know that the man they were revering was probably something of a buffoon back in the court. Of course, Jarek noted to himself, the mere fact that he ended up in Forestham teaching the children of a bunch of lumbermen should have been enough to give us a clue. The other court members, the ones with true political cleverness, would never have allowed themselves to be maneuvered into such an embarrassing appointment. "Thank you," Tyrrell mumbled as he took the clothing from the servant girl. Jarek looked up with surprise, his eyes widening slightly. Perhaps Tyrrell had changed a little after all. In the years they studied together, Jarek had never once heard the scholar thank a peasant for their efforts. The girl curtsied and backed away as the scholar moved behind a screen to change. "Is he really a noble, Master Jarek?" she asked with a curious look. Jarek nodded. Unbelievable as it might sound, Marquis, he replied. The young girl turned wide, disbelieving eyes toward Tyrell's changing screen. Larry sure did get him good, didn't he, Master Jarek? Jarek chuckled. Larry was the trickster of the lords and master of fate. He did indeed. Did you find a scholar's cowl for him? The girl raised a hand to her lips in chagrin. I'll go fetch one now, Master Jarek, she promised. Jarek nodded as she scampered from the room. A few moments later, Tyrell reappeared, looking slightly more distinguished in the violet robes. His beard, however, was still a mess. What happened to your fake Antoli? Jarek asked. Cheap thing started falling apart a year after you left. I had to— Tyrell looked up suddenly, blushing. What business is it of yours? He demanded grumpily. Jarek smiled. None, of course, Master. I'd recommend you shave, however, and let me fetch you a new fake one. Tyrell turned a critical eye toward the room's mirror. Perhaps, he admitted. Jarek made the proper commands, and soon a servant arrived with a razor to do the job. As the shaving was completed, Jarek noticed something very interesting. Tyrell was not as old as he had once assumed. Without the beard and stripped of his imposing air, Jarek was amazed to find himself facing a man no older than 30 years old. As a child, learning at the man's feet, he had assumed Tyrell to be at least 60 or 70, making him older than even Foreman. Altine e fa colatine, Jarek mumbled, quoting the proverb to himself. A small change in perspective can mean a large change in meaning. What was that, boy? Tyrell asked as the servant glued his Antoli into place. Altine e fa colatine, Jarek repeated a bit louder. Oh, Tyrell said, looking a bit uncomfortable. He doesn't speak Felon, Jarek realized with surprise. Or at least he doesn't know more beyond the standard proverbs. This encounter was growing increasingly interesting. The door opened behind him. Marquis had finally returned. Sure enough, a cowl flopped down on the dresser Jarek was leaning against. Thanks, Marquis, Jarek said, watching with a smile as Tyrell snapped at the barber. No problem, a determinedly un-Marquis-esque voice replied. In fact, the voice sounded just like Topaz, Jarek mumbled with chagrin, turning to regard the Jesk. Topaz didn't reply. He was too busy watching and listening to Tyrell. Be careful, you knave, the scholar was exclaiming. Don't be pulling on my skin. I'm the king's own personal scholar, you know. Jarek turned back to Topaz. A large, evil smile was growing on the Jesk's lips. Oh, lords, Jarek mumbled. Tyrell, my old friend, Topaz exclaimed, walking forward with wide arms. It's been so long. The palace just hasn't been the same without you. I've often noted that I didn't wish you weren't not here. Tyrell turned apprehensively as Topaz approached. Even he was politically minded enough to realize that a smiling Jesk was not a good thing. Topaz, he muttered, certainly the most dreadful part of my return. Oh, come now, Tory, Topaz said affably, grabbing the scholar by the shoulder. Let us put past grievances away. This is a time for celebration. Well, Tyrell mumbled. The Jesk's smile deepened. Come, let's present you to the court. But you're all finished, sir, with nothing to report. Martis looked up as the young soldier entered his pavilion. Hork was his name, the fourth son of Carlord Herine. He was an unpleasant-looking boy with bad acne and a plump figure, but he was very good at taking orders. Good. Inform Squad 7 that it's their turn for patrol. Then take your men and join Squad 4 at the city gates for reassignment. Hork saluted, thrusting his hand out palm forward, then disappeared from the tent. Martis looked back at the map on his table, repositioning the small marker that represented Hork's squad. Then he smiled. The hunt for the Shodel assassin was an opportunity from the lords themselves. By defeating this single foe, Martis could win the prestige of the entire court,
prestige that would be very important when it came time for him to seize the crown for himself. One thing that Hethchor's writings had taught him was that people wanted to follow heroes. When their leaders weren't particularly heroic, the masses still tended to glorify them, often inventing feats of bravery attributed to their monarch. It was as if the populace couldn't stand the idea of being in servitude to a normal man, so they tried to wipe away their inferiority by bolstering the majesty of their rulers. No one would have to bolster Martus's reputation. He would be the one who slew the demon, the one who proved himself a mighty warrior. Yes, this was an opportunity that could not be missed. That was why he had immediately taken control of his Ka hunting party, then augmented it with the boys from his weekly war skirmishes. The boys were already used to following his orders, and they were excited to be involved in something as grand as the hunt. But Martus didn't let them spend their time in boasting or playing. Wars were won through careful planning and organization. "Sir," a voice said from the front of the tent. Martus turned. "Yes, Jorn?" Jorn was the first son of Ka-Lord Trent, and Martus's second, a position that continued Ka-Wren's 3-century tradition of being both allies and lackeys to Ka-Strafe. "So the runner has returned. Apparently the disturbance at the palace gates was not a hunting party at all, but some beggar trying to get into the palace." Martus nodded, feeling relief flood his body. For a moment he had been certain it was all over. "Good," he said. He wasn't sure why he had been worried. It couldn't have been a hunting party. His men watched all of the city gates. No party could have entered successfully without Martus hearing of it. "Has the picture been circulated?" Martus asked. "Yes, sir. I have the book if you want it." Martus nodded, accepting the volume from his second. It was a thick tome inscribed with Fallon lettering that read Spinode's Fane Life. As far as he knew, it was the only book in the city that contained a sketch of a Shodel demon. He wanted his men to be prepared and informed. It was vital that they know when to strike, for they would only be able to act once. "Wait outside," Martus ordered. The boy saluted, leaving Martus alone with the sound of his tent walls blowing in the cold spring breeze. The weather, pleasant just a few days ago, had turned cold and snowy just the night before. The change served Martus well. It made the other hunting parties more lethargic. He fingered the spine of the book as he slowly paced the room. He would only have one chance, and he would make certain it went well. He had known from the start that he had little likelihood of finding the Shodel. There were too many teams, too much chaos for anything to be certain. His organization and manpower left him with an advantage, certainly, but not enough of one to be completely assured of victory. When that became obvious, Martus had made a decision. His team would not hunt the Shodel. It would hunt other teams. His men watched, patrolling and spying, keeping several eyes on every other hunting party. Whenever one of them made a capture, Martus knew long before the king did. When one of them finally managed to find the Shodel, Martus's team would be ready to act. Martus set aside the book, letting the thick volume thump down on top of his tactical map. There was only one unpredictable element in his plan, and she was growing increasingly frustrating as time moved on. The more Martus proved himself, the more in control of his life he became, the more Corteth teased. Every time he looked at her, she would look away, a glimmer in her eyes as she pretended to fawn over her lumberman pet. Hero or not, the nobility would never accept Martus's rule unless he had some connection to the throne. He needed Corteth. He deserved Corteth. She was the ultimate prize, the most valuable possession in the kingdom, and she belonged to him and none other. He had to make certain she understood that.
Chapter 19. "Here," Corteth ordered, pointing. The pack boy obediently dropped the volumes, 3 scrolls and 1 book, onto the dresser. Another gift from the insufferable rabbit of a scholar. than devious. He handed them to her after class sometimes, as if expecting her to lug them all the way back to her chambers. The lords only knew where he found so many writings. During the time Corteth had been attending classes, he must have loaned her at least 24 different books and twice as many scrolls. The servant boy stood next to her table, staring ahead dumbly. Corteth waved her hand, shooing him away, and finally he took the hint, bowing and backing out the door. Corteth didn't watch him go. She was too busy looking for Riala. The girl was hiding from her again. Corteth wasn't certain what infuriated her most: the fact that the slave girl continued to defy her by hiding, that she lied about the action, or that no matter how hard she tried, Corteth couldn't ever seem to find the girl's hiding place. It put their relationship on improper terms, forcing Corteth to wait upon Riala's whims. With a sigh, Corteth began systematically searching the chambers, trying to do so without letting frustration appear on her face. At first, she simply drifted from chamber to chamber, looking as if she were doing so only by happenstance. Then she began to grow more angry and started pulling back curtains and looking in closets, her motions decreasingly subtle. Finally, giving up as she always did, Corteth began yelling for Riala. The yells became screams. After a few moments, Riala still hadn't appeared. Corteth paused, letting her calls fall silent. The slave girl usually didn't wait so long to make an appearance. Perhaps this time she truly wasn't in the chambers. But where else? Grinding her teeth, Corteth strode out onto the balcony. At first she saw nothing. Then, however, she spotted a speck of darkness, black hair, moving through the snow-covered gardens below. For some reason, the girl seemed to have acquired an affection for the gardens, though Corteth couldn't understand why. Even though the long Melorand winter was nearing its end, a storm the night before had covered the ground with patches of snow, and the streams and ponds were topped by ice. There was nothing of beauty in the gardens, no cultivated flowers to scent the walkways. It was dead. Corteth tapped her foot for a moment in frustration. Finally, she stuck her head out of her chambers, calling for a servant. A few moments later, the same dull-eyed boy appeared. "Bring those," she said, pointing at the books. Then she stalked out of the room, heading directly for the gardens. One of the stories in Balacorn's Common Tales was about a kingdom made completely from ice. It was one of the few Riala had heard before reading the book, a favorite amongst the old maids of the palace. It spoke of a nation far to the north, beyond the great mountains, in a land where nothing existed but snow. There, in a palace chipped completely from ice, lived a princess made of ice herself. Here, standing amongst the gardens in winter, Riala could almost imagine what such a kingdom would look like. There would be trees, aspens, like the ones lining the pathway, only they wouldn't just be covered with icicles, they would be made of them. Everything would be translucent and perfect, reflecting the sun and slicing it into thousands of tiny sparkles. The scent would be of a new snow, clean and refreshing, but with a hidden bite that kept the mind sharp. The world would be crisp and beautiful, a land of pristine whiteness. But, in the story, the Ice Princess wasn't content with her perfect world. She fell in love with the sun, watching it pass overhead each day, beckoning to her and calling out professions of affection. She followed it, beginning a trek that took her far to the west, to the place where the sun hides every night. The closer she got, however, the smaller she became, melting in the increasingly powerful heat, until one day she finally arrived. By then she was only an inch tall, and when she approached to finally embrace her love, she melted away completely, dying a few short inches from her goal. It was a depressing story. One Balacorn's commentary said, was meant to teach against the dangers of following hopeless dreams. It made Rialla wonder about her own life. What of a small slave girl who was made of nothing but hopeless dreams? Would she melt away before the sun when she realized how foolish her fantasies were? She continued down the stone pathway, careful not to lose her footing on the ice. Just when it had appeared that spring had decided to move in and stay, winter had reappeared, raging and mad at its forced withdrawal. Just 2 days ago, the weather had been warm enough to melt away even the most resilient patches of snow. The night before, however, it had started to rain. The rain had become sleet late into the evening, and when the palace had awoken, the entire city had been covered with a thin sheet of ice and snow. Now, walking in the gardens, Rialla found little to remind her of the warm days before. The ponds and streams that ran through the garden had all iced over again, and the buds on the trees had been frozen mid-growth. A chilly breeze whipped at her long leather coat, blowing against her cheeks, and she paused, looking over one of the garden's larger ponds. Its frozen top resembled a large, overturned mirror. Despite the cold, Rialla preferred the gardens to the palace. At first, she had come in curiosity. She remembered the incident between the whore watcher and the strange figure a few nights ago. There'd been something wrong about their meeting. That much was obvious. Stories of clandestine sects and secret pacts fresh in her mind, Rialla had come to the garden seeking a clue about the meeting. She had found nothing suspicious. Instead, she had found peace. There was a calmness to the quiet gardens, and a beauty only Rialla seemed to see. Lately, the palace had been a chaotic jumble of hunters and soldiers, filled with men boasting of the deeds they would accomplish, if, that was, they ever managed to put down their mugs of warmed sap rye and go looking for their quarry. Of course, if they did that, they would have to brave the cold. Hunting was only fashionable as long as it wasn't inconveniently chilly. They probably assumed the Shodell thought the same way about assassination. The sharp crack of a footstep on ice sounded behind her, and Rialla spun. Corteth, wearing a white fur-lined overcoat, stood on the path behind her. Her face was as cold as the ice covering the trees and pathway. Dory, one of the pack boys, quietly set a small stack of scrolls and books on a nearby bench, and Rialla cringed. Corteth was in a bad mood. "Go," Corteth ordered, turning back to the servant. The boy bowed quickly, taking off down the path. He slipped on the ice as he moved, nearly toppling to the ground, and Corteth shook her head disdainfully. Then she turned back to Rialla. The short-haired girl stood on the path, next to a large frozen pond, her head down. She knew that she had done wrong. Corteth had ordered the girl to remain in the princess's chambers until her return. The slave had been growing more and more rebellious lately. She took longer to cast down her eyes in Corteth's presence, and she seemed to hesitate when obeying orders. Perhaps Corteth had been too lax. She had been preoccupied by the Shodell assassin and maintaining a proper image before the hunting parties. Rialla was looking at the stack of books, a grimace on her face. Yes, Corteth thought. You see them, don't you? I know you hate them. Perhaps you should have considered that I would return with books before you ran off." "You are to read them," Corteth ordered. "Vendavius wants to know what I think of them by 1 week from today." "All 4?" Riala asked, with a small groan. "By next week?" "No," Corteth corrected. "You have 4 days. I want to finish them early, to look good for Vendavius." "4 days?" Riala asked, hopelessly. Corteth smiled at the displeasure in the slave's voice. Then she paused, frowning. The girl's voice seemed forced, as if she were exaggerating her displeasure. Maybe she was becoming accustomed to reading. Perhaps the punishment was growing too soft. Corteth had learned that unless she varied her methods, they lost effectiveness. What's more, the girl's voice was far too complaintive, even if she were exaggerating. It was almost as if Riala were talking back, trying to talk her mistress out of punishing her. She was definitely getting insubordinate. It was time to reassert control. Composing herself, certain to make sure none of her displeasure showed on her face, Corteth seated herself carefully beside the stack of books on the cold wooden bench. "Take off your coat," she ordered. Riala looked up from her excited contemplation of the stack of books, her eyes surprised. "What, my lady?" she asked slowly. "Take off the coat," Corteth ordered again, her voice firm. She had seated herself on the icy bench that stood before the frozen pond. Moving slowly, Riala complied, pulling the warm leather coat over her head and dropping it to the ground, ice-covered grass crunching mutely beneath the weight. "Now your shoes and gloves," Corteth continued. Riala complied, feeling a dread as cold as the winter breeze well within her. Was the princess going to make her stand like this, without a jacket, in the cold? It was a punishment more severe than most. The cold pressed against her from all sides, cutting through her woolen dress like an animal clawing for her heart. How long would she have to wait? "Now," Corteth continued, her voice soft but crisp, "remove the dress." "My lady," Riala exclaimed with shock. Corteth's face grew even more hard at the complaint. Riala could see the princess's teeth clenched tightly with displeasure. "Do it!" she snapped. Riala's teeth were chattering as she forced numbing fingers to comply, undoing the buttons of her dress. Then, with a breath against the cold, she pulled the garment over her head and dropped it to the ground beside her coat. Her thin shift billowed around her as the wind blew across her flesh. "Lords," she thought in pain, "it's so cold." "Now," Corteth said, her blue eyes watching Riala without a sliver of mercy, "step into the pond." Riala's voice froze as her eyes widened in horror. The ice-covered pond sat placidly, swirls of snow blowing across its surface. Certainly she didn't intend. "Did you hear me, slave?" Corteth asked quietly. "I told you to step into the pond." Years of training fought within Riala, trying to quell the rebellion that was beginning to burn in her heart. This was too much. Corteth's punishments went too far this time. Riala turned back to her mistress, her eyes blazing. However, as soon as she met the princess's eyes, she felt the fire fall dead within her. Corteth's face was firm and demanding, her eyes expectant, and Riala felt her body moving, despite herself. She had been a slave too long, her feelings of independence too new for her to disobey. Over a decade of conditioning told her that she was doing the right thing as she stepped onto the pond, feeling the thin ice crack open beneath her foot. She was a slave. Corteth had a lord's given right to do whatever she wanted to Riala. The cold water attacked her bare foot like 1,000 tiny insects, biting her flesh again and again. Yet she kept moving, despite a small piece of her heart that screamed for her to stop. Her other foot broke through the ice with equal ease, and she continued to walk forward, sinking further into the glacial water with each step. Her muscles began to grow stiff as she moved, her body shaking in a futile effort to restore warmth to her flesh. The icy water washed over her hips and up her torso, enveloping her arms and chest. Finally, when Riala was standing in the water up to her neck, Corteth ordered her to stop. Riala turned silently, her head shaking so violently she found it hard to focus on Corteth. As the princess stood and began to walk leisurely along the pond's bank. Riala had never felt such pain in her life. Every inch of her skin was screaming in agony, begging for respite. "I don't know what has inspired you to rebellion lately, Riala," Corteth said softly as she paced. "I don't know why you seek opportunities to disobey me. I have always been so kind to you, letting you live at my feet. Do you know the beatings the other slaves of the city receive? Don't you realize how lucky you are? Please, beat me. Anything but this," Riala pleaded, trying to push the words through her lips. Her numb features refused to move, however. Her mouth quivered, too numb to make noise. Corteth didn't speak for a short while, continuing to pace as the agony built, and Riala's small frame struggled to cope with the cold. Then something happened. She stopped shivering. Not knowing what that meant, only knowing it was wrong, Riala felt herself grow horrified. "The lords have given me responsibility for you," Corteth mused, not looking down at Riala. "I have a duty to see that you know your proper position. Do you know the hell that awaits those who forget their divinely granted caste? I am doing you a favor, Riala. You may be uncomfortable now, but in the future you will remember this day and realize that I saved your soul." Riala began to struggle, trying to move out of the pond. Orders or not, slave or not, she wouldn't let herself freeze in the name of caste obligation. Her legs, however, refused to move. With terror, she realized that they had stopped hurting. They had stopped feeling at all, a situation shared by her arms. They felt like dead weights attached to her shoulders. Slowly, a tingling feeling was moving up her torso, and her movements were growing increasingly sluggish. "Oh, lords," Riala thought, feeling her vision begin to darken. "Someone, anyone, please." "You will thank me when this is over, Riala," Corteth said. She paused. "Riala?" Riala's vision blacked, and she felt water fill her mouth as her head tipped backward and she began to sink. Then a sound, ice shattering. Riala's vision returned for a moment, just before she sank beneath the surface of the pond, and she saw a dark shadow dashing down the garden path. Then all the world was darkness, a darkness of warm ice and floating nothingness. A powerful force grabbed the front of her shift, ripping her out of the pond. She barely felt it pull her free of the ice, bringing her out of its warm embrace, out into the cutting wind. She tried to yell, but only water left her mouth. Something was shaking her, calling her name. She opened her eyes lazily. The world seemed blurred, like a dream, but one thing was distinct. A face. A very worried face. "Topaz?" she whispered with confusion. He was still yelling, but she couldn't hear him. Her world was growing dark again. The only thing she could hear was her heart, and it pulsed softly, growing more and more faint, as if it were going to sleep. Before her, only Topaz was still visible, though even his concerned features were beginning to fade away. Topaz reached up, tearing the glove off of his left hand. Riala's final thought as she drifted away was how odd it was to see his bare hand. In all the years she had known the Jesk, she had never once seen him without gloves. Topaz reached out, the large ring on his finger gleaming as he touched her face, cupping her chin in his hand. Warmth exploded through her body. Starting at her cheek, it moved like a wave of pure heat across her face and down her spine. It beat back the cold, like light suddenly flooding a darkened room, leaving her body not only warm, but completely revitalized. The numbness left her mind, and her vision grew crisp and alert. Riala gasped in surprise and pleasure. Her body had never felt so alive, so energetic, and so powerful. She exulted in the feeling for a brief moment, before Topaz removed his hand, leaving her warm, alert, and confused. She shook her head, trying to restore her memory of the last few minutes. She sat on the cold bank beside the pond, whose calm, icy surface bore the broken scar of her entrance. She was wrapped in a large black cloak that matched Topaz's clothing, enveloped from neck to feet in its embrace. With sudden horror, Riala stared at the hole in the pond's ice. Had she really gone in there? Had she really? She looked up with alarm. Topaz stood before her, looking little like the Jesk she knew. His features hadn't changed, but his bearing was completely different. Instead of the sarcastic, dramatic jester she was accustomed to, he now stood tall and powerful, like an exaggerated statue carved from hard black stone. The wind blew ineffectually across him as he stood, all black, except for one exposed hand bearing the large topaz ring. Cortez shrank in front of his vengeful stare, stumbling back until her legs ran into the bench. Topaz took a step forward. There was a crash from beside him as he walked, and ice sprayed across the air. Riala followed the sound with surprise, watching as the tree that had been cold and lifeless a moment before burst into life, leaves sprouting from frozen buds, and greenness spreading across its branches. Other trees and plants followed, writhing and twisting as they grew, moving in rhythm with Topaz's steps, breaking free from their icy prisons. Riala had never seen anything so foreboding or ominous as the ice-covered plants blooming as Topaz stalked the terrified princess. "Demon!" the princess accused, her voice frightened. Topaz continued to move. Pots exploded around him as shrubs grew too large for their confines. Icicles crashed to the stone path, cast free from blooming branches. "Stop!" Cortez whispered, more a plea than an order. Topaz raised his hand, pointing with the bejeweled finger. "You are everything I have worked to exterminate in this world, princess," Topaz said. "You are hate, you are selfishness, and you are pain. Some day it will all come back to you, for pain begets pain." Topaz stopped, his finger only inches away from Cortez's face. "Pain deserves pain, Cortez," he whispered. Cortez stood for a terrified moment, her eyes focused on Topaz's finger, plants writhing behind her, vines whipping over her shoulders, and roots twisting around her legs. Then Topaz lowered his hand slowly, and Corteth, sensing her opportunity, scampered away down the path, slipping on the ice as she went. Topaz turned back toward Riala, his eyes dark. Then, a moment later, the emotion was masked by a laugh. "I've been waiting to do that for a long, long time," he said, with a mischievous smile. "She'll probably be terrified of plants for the rest of her life. I heartily suggest you give her shrubberies for her birth date from now on." Riala felt herself exhale in relief, her muscles untensing. For a moment there she had thought Topaz would... She wasn't certain what she'd thought he would do. Something horrible. The Jesk walked forward, pausing to lay his hand against the trunk of a fully bloomed tree. "Rest," he said quietly. "The cold is not over yet." As she watched, the tree and other plants shrank upon themselves, leaves drying and falling to the ground, and green disappearing until the garden had returned to its former hibernative state. Topaz reached down, retrieving his black leather glove from the ground and pulling it back on his hand, hiding the ring once again. Then he walked forward, scooping her up in his arms. "Come on, little one. I think old Ulcha the nurse should have a look at you." "But I feel fine," Riala complained, confused at why such should be the case. "Better, actually. I feel wonderful." "I know," Topaz said with a slight nod of his head. "Topaz, wait!" Riala said suddenly. "What?" he asked, halting mid-step. "The books," Riala said, pointing back at the bench. "Corteth brought them as part of my punishment." Topaz raised an eyebrow. "I don't think Corteth is going to be punishing you any more, little one," he said. "You don't need to do what she says." "But they're books, Topaz," Riala said incredulously. "You have no idea how much effort it took to convince Corteth I hated reading them. I was finally learning how to make her give me punishments I liked." "Like swimming in frozen garden ponds?" Topaz noted as he walked over, allowing her to reach down and grab the books. "It's not a perfect art," Riala admitted with a smile. Corteth ran to her rooms, taking no thought for how she must look to the people she passed. The events in the garden were like a horrible nightmare. She'd always known there was something wrong with the Jesk, but never had she assumed that he might be so evil. As she scurried through the halls, however, she realized how foolish she must appear. Despite the tension in her breast, she forced herself to slow and adopt a more regal pace. It must have been a trick of some kind, she told herself. Topaz is no whore-watcher in command of the elements. He is a trickster, a lover of pranks. She knew the Jesk had always favored her slave for some reason. Perhaps he saw Riala as a convenient tool for making a mockery of Corteth. That's what it was, Corteth realized as she approached her rooms. He does it all to make me look foolish. He must have been waiting for an opportunity, a chance to perform like he always does. Half convinced, Corteth pulled open the doors to her room and rushed to the balcony overlooking the garden. Her eyes sought out the place where her confrontation with Riala had occurred. The trees looked just like all the others, barren and lifeless. She had been tricked. She didn't know how he'd pulled it off, but he'd obviously made a fool out of her. And in front of her slave, too. No longer frightened, Corteth sat herself in a nearby chair, fuming at the way she had been taken advantage of. There was only one way to regain her fallen pride: revenge. A sudden knock came at the door, and Corteth looked up with surprise. Could it be Riala, returning to apologize? "Come in," she said, with perplexment. The door swung open, revealing Martis's broad frame. He wore a tight, almost militaristic fendove and shirt bearing the maroon and black of Caw Strafe. He bowed shallowly as he entered.
"Princess,"
he said in his thick, powerful voice. Corteth stood, masking her confusion and blessing the years of practice that allowed her to compose herself even in times of extreme emotion. "Martis," she said, instilling her voice with the flowery lightness that was expected of a noblewoman. "What a surprise!"
"You are alone?"
he asked, with a bit of surprise in his voice as he looked across the room. "My handmaid is fetching something for me," Corteth explained. He turned back to her, then continued walking into the room. Corteth watched him with curiosity. Most young noblemen, on finding her alone, would have left, for propriety's sake. Martis apparently had no intentions of doing so. Martis passed her, walking slowly. One thing was certain about Martis as opposed to Jarek: the former was definitely more masculine. Martis had the broad shoulders and powerful arms of a man 5 years his senior, and the straightforward attitude as well.
"I've come to tell you of my hunt for the Shodell,"
Martis finally told her, pausing by the balcony doors, staring out over the gardens and city beyond.
"The assassin will soon be mine."
"I await such an event with anticipation," Corteth replied, still uncertain as to his point. He turned to regard her.
"That will make me a hero, dear Corteth. There will be no one in the country more revered than myself."
He began to walk forward, passing by her again.
"It will also mean that I have saved the life of your father, an action that can't help but leave you grateful."
So it was another ploy for her hand. Corteth smiled. Martis was an easily read boy, and his goals were very consistent. He was so simple-minded. "You haven't captured the Shodell yet, Martis," Corteth reminded him, feeling herself get a grasp on the conversation. As long as she knew what Martis wanted, she could control where the dialogue went.
"But I will, Princess," he said, looking her in the eye. "Trust me, I will. I always get what I want."
"Then I, along with the rest of the nation, shall applaud your heroism," Corteth said. Martis paused for a moment, reaching down to play with a jewelry box on her vanity, lifting the lid and letting it fall closed several times.
"You know," he said, turning back to her, "many members of nobility are engaged at younger ages than ourselves."
Corteth kept her face expressionless. He certainly was feeling daring this day. "Fathers make arrangements when it suits them," she replied.
"Sometimes fathers can't be trusted," Martis said, moving closer. "Sometimes they need prodding."
"A girl cannot prod if she cannot decide, Martis," Corteth said flightily, moving away from him to walk toward the balcony. "I have too many options left to make a firm decision."
"The lumberman?" Martis growled. "Really, Corteth, don't try and play with me. I know you have no intention of marrying a peasant."
Corteth turned, leaning against the railing. He spoke harshly, but his face was calm, and he was very self-assured. Years of practice allowed Corteth to keep her own face serene, even though on the inside she was still seething. She had to find a way to get revenge on Topaz, But how? The Jesk was untouchable. Then a thought occurred to her. She couldn't get revenge on the fool directly, but she could act against one of his pawns.
Martis watched Corteth quietly as she thought. Then she turned to him, a slight smile on her lips. "I don't know," Corteth said airily, responding to Martis's comment about Jarek. "He might be a peasant, but my father is quite fond of him, and he is quite handsome, not to mention clever." Martis snorted. Corteth tried to be sly and manipulative, but it was obvious she would never be a master of politics. Everything she did was far too transparent. In her childhood, her age had masked her intentions. As she grew, she was losing that edge. "The lumberman is pampered and favored, Corteth," Martis said. "That is not the same thing as being clever." "Perhaps," Corteth said, turning her head to look out over the city. "How long will you play this game, woman?" Martis said with a sigh, walking onto the balcony next to her. "How long will you avoid the inevitable?" "I could never make a decision," Corteth said with a girlish shake of her head. "Not so long as both contestants are so equally matched." She paused, looking over and catching Martis's eye. "Of course, if one of the contestants were to fall, if one of them were so humiliated that it became obvious I could never choose him, then I would only have one option left, wouldn't I?" Martis raised an eyebrow. There had been true vengefulness in her voice. What has she suddenly got against Jarek? Corteth was smiling as she leaned against the balcony. She thought herself extraordinarily clever for some reason, as if she were pushing Martis into doing something he didn't want to do. Martis shook his head. He didn't care about the flighty ways of women. The princess wanted to play games, but she didn't realize that such could trap her just as easily as her opponents. "If you won't give me a promise, Corteth," Martis thought to himself as he bowed to leave, "then I will just have to leave you without options. You will be mine, and as an added gift I'll even humiliate your lumberman for you. That much, at least, will be a pleasure." Chapter 20. Batchor approved of Lacton. It was a calm, well-organized city, unlike the chaotic metropolises of the south. The buildings of Lacton ran in straight lines, and each one was a simple utilitarian box. Very practical. The palace itself was a massive rectangular structure that would be highly defensible in the case of a war, not that Melorand ever had to worry about invading armies. It had made itself far too valuable a supplier to worry about invasion. Another thing Batchor liked about Melorand was the people's lack of prejudice. In the south, the Kichan were excluded from society. People, especially in Falamore, were jealous of Kichan merchants' financial success. In addition, the nations to the south retained a cultural memory of the time when the Kichan had ruled most of Yolen. In those days, before the Kichan homeland across the Atad Mountains grew dry and unlivable, the Kichan had ruled an empire that ran from the southern ocean up to the borders of Melorand. Only this one country, Melorand, had never been conquered, either by the Kichan or their precursors, the Rhodean. It was a constant source of amazement to Batchor that this humble people were the only ones on the continent who had never been taken in battle. He wasn't certain what element of strength, luck, or divine blessing had granted them such a boon. Batchor reined his chariot in, approaching the Lacton city gates. The only thing he didn't like about Melorand was the temperature. He could see his breath puffing out in front of him, even though the calendars said that spring should have arrived months ago. Patches of snow squatted in the shadows of the city wall, and a chill wind whipped at his chellerbeth, flipping the back of the long coat up in the air. With a shake of his head at the insane Melorand weather, Batchor whipped his horse back into motion, guiding his chariot down the short hill toward the city gate. The sooner he reached the palace, the sooner he could find himself a fire and get warm. Something was different about the city. He didn't notice it at first. He was too busy anticipating that warm fire. However, as his chariot moved down the main street, he sensed it. The townspeople were apprehensive for some reason, and they had frightened looks on their faces. Most of them appeared as if they were moving about in unconscious groups. He felt his horse shuffle nervously in front of the chariot, something she did when she sensed danger.
"Echo, Kebreth,"
he said reassuringly. The horse quieted beneath his ministrations, but Batchor himself wasn't so easily pacified. He let his eyes move across the city, searching the faces for information. They were worried about something, that much was certain. His presence wasn't helping things either. They regarded him with looks of distrust and even hate, but not the racist looks of hate he was accustomed to from the South. It was a more fearful hate, like the look one would give a Fane creature, as if he were something that wasn't understood and therefore wasn't to be trusted. Groups of armed men marched through the city, each group bearing its own colors. Batchor recognized the crests of several influential Melaran families. What was going on? He had heard nothing of a succession war or rioting in Melarand, yet these people looked like they were being forced to live under some sort of martial law. Batchor whipped Kebreth into a canter, moving more quickly as several groups of bronze-armored men began to regard him with speculative looks a guardsman gave a criminal when determining if he was worth the trouble of arresting. Just to be certain, Batchor flipped back the side of his Chellerbeth, letting the sun fall on his broad-bladed Azerban. He attained the palace without incident, though one group of men in green and yellow followed him for the better part of the trip. They fell back as he drove his chariot into the palace stables and handed the reins to one of the stable boys.
"By Cherutar Topaz,"
he mumbled as he entered the relative safety of the palace,
"you'd better be here."
For some reason, the pond didn't seem foreboding to Riala, even though she had nearly died in its waters. A strange notion, considering the water was barely deep enough to reach over her head. She found she wasn't bothered by its presence. She had assumed that seeing its calm surface would make her uncomfortable, at the least. However, she had discovered with surprise that even sitting a few feet away from the pond didn't bother her. She sat on the very same bench from which Corteth had ordered her near demise. In her hands, she idly played with a crisp leaf, possibly one of the ones that had grown and died by Topaz's mystical command. The air had warmed slightly over the last few days, and the wind was just chilly now, as opposed to bitter. At first, Riala had stayed away from the gardens, afraid of the memories and feelings the sight of the pond would cause. Today she had finally come to confront her fears, only to find nothing there to confront. As she sat and pondered, crinkling the leaf in her bare fingers, she finally hit on the answer. She wasn't afraid of the pond, because it wasn't the thing that had almost killed her. There was only one person she could blame for the attempted execution. It wasn't the princess. It was Riala herself. Riala was the one who had stepped into the icy water, thrusting her naked flesh into the frozen depths. She was to blame for obeying the whims of a foolish mistress. She was at fault for giving in when she knew better. Corteth may have been the one to make the orders, but Riala had been the one to execute them. Part of her still couldn't believe Corteth had tried to kill her. Death probably hadn't been the princess's goal. Still, it had nearly been the result, intended or not. Either Corteth was even more cruel than Riala assumed, or the princess was simply more careless. Besides, even if Corteth hadn't realized how dangerous her commands had been, Riala doubted that the princess would have grieved overly much if Topaz hadn't arrived to pull Riala free of the ice. The princess was a monster of a person. Riala had always known that, but her discipline had never allowed her to admit it. What's more, Riala was a fool for following her. A fool who deserved to drown in a garden pool, assuming she wasn't intelligent or courageous enough to know when to disobey. The more Riala thought about it, the more she realized her slavery to Corteth had been willful as much as forced. All of Corteth's punishments, the kneeling, the book-holding, the wearing of unseasonal clothing, had only worked because Riala allowed them to. Corteth had never really punished Riala. She had only commanded her servant to punish herself, and like an idiot, Riala had complied. She had made herself a slave. Her relationship with Corteth had changed now. The princess didn't seem as disturbed by events as Topaz assumed she would be, but she had stopped giving Riala punishments on a whim. Maybe she realized that Riala would no longer punish herself, or maybe she was afraid of retribution from the Jesk. Either way, both princess and slave continued to pretend their roles were unchanged when both knew that nothing would ever be the same again. Riala left Corteth's rooms when she wanted, and returned when she wanted. She continued to do the princess's homework, but Corteth no longer commanded. She simply left the books for Riala to read, or wrote instructions for essays she was to write. It was probable that Corteth was beginning to suspect that her slave actually enjoyed reading, but knew that she had no other option but to keep giving Riala the books. Corteth couldn't do the work on her own. The reading level and expectations had progressed far beyond her abilities. Besides, if it became known that all of her work had been done by her slave, Corteth would be shamed before the court, not to mention the potential for retribution. It was against the law to teach a slave how to read. So, Riala continued to ingest the volumes Vendavius gave to Corteth, her understanding and imagination growing with each new work. It pained her each time she had to return a book or scroll, knowing that she would probably never be able to read it again. Though some of them were from Vendavius's own personal collection, most were from the library, a place Riala would never be able to go, despite her newfound independence. In the eyes of the court, she was still a slave, even if she had stopped regarding herself that way. So, she devoured each book, sometimes reading it 2 or 3 times, writing her favorite passages on Corteth's parchment, and memorizing as much as she could. A time would come when the books would be cut off, a time not far away, for Jarek's 16th birthday and the end of the learning sessions would arrive in just a few weeks. Riala wasn't certain what she would do when that happened. Riala shook her head, trying to dispel the foreboding thoughts from her mind. Instead, Riala turned her thoughts to a problem that had been bothering her for the last few days. The problem was a person, an incredibly complex one, Topaz. He had done something that day, something that had brought her back from the very edge of life. She still could feel the effects of his touch in her body. Her muscles felt renewed and stronger, her head clearer, and her body more energetic than it ever had before. There were other changes as well. The day after the event, she had awoken in Ulcha's room, the old Kichan nurse that took care of palace servants when they got sick. Riala had slept restfully and managed to convince Ulcha that she was unharmed by the previous day's events, receiving permission to return to her duties. As she had dressed, however, Riala had noticed something odd. She no longer had moles or freckles on her body. Arms, legs, torso, It was all the same. Her skin was completely unblemished, unnaturally so. What's more, the small dot of a birthmark on her left thigh was gone, as was the scar she'd had on her right arm ever since cutting herself as a child. Even her teeth had suddenly become full and straight. Her body had been completely renewed. Then there was the inexplicable occurrence with the garden plants. Topaz hadn't spoken of what he did, but there was a twinkle in his eye when he looked at her now, as if he were daring her to figure out what he had done and how he had done it. Riala knew there was only one answer: magic. It wasn't all that difficult for her to accept. All of the old palace maids spoke of magic as if it were an everyday occurrence. They made charms from bits of garlic and bone, burned rose fallow on particularly cold evenings, and warned Riala never to speak the name of Zeth the Black during a new moon. Riala had grown up accepting magic as a part of life, but she had always considered it a subtle thing, more a way to influence the lords or lesser gods and spirits into granting you favorable luck than anything else. What Topaz had done was anything but subtle. If it were a singular occurrence, perhaps Riala would have been able to pass it off as one of Topaz's tricks. After all, she could find nothing different about the trees of the garden. However, there was the time a month earlier when the plants in Topaz's room had grown so suddenly, and that, added to her incredible healing, was enough to be convincing. Besides, there had been the look in Topaz's eyes, the desperation when he pulled off his glove, the passionate anger with which he confronted Corteth. The events of that day had been no planned ruse. Topaz had been acting spontaneously. Of that much, Riala felt certain. It still left her with a question, however. How had Topaz done what he did? Remembering his dark, powerful form standing protectively above her, she was almost tempted to think him one of the lords themselves. The sound of footsteps on the stone pathway caused her to turn. She was still half afraid she would find Corteth stalking her. Instead, she saw only Jarrek's ingenuously boyish face. The boy paused. "I haven't seen you for a few days," he said uncomfortably, standing on the path. "I was wondering how your recovery was coming." Riala smiled, nodding for him to have a seat on the bench beside her. "There was little to recover from, Jarrek," she explained, letting the leaf blow out of her fingers. It tumbled in the air for a moment before dropping to the pond's cool, now iceless, surface. "That's not what I heard," Jarrek said, settling down on the bench. "Corteth told me all about it." "She did?" Riala asked curiously. Jarrek nodded. "She said you just slipped in. One moment the two of you were walking together in the gardens. The next thing she knew, you were struggling for breath beneath the ice. It must have been horrible for her, watching you drown but being unable to pull you free without falling in herself." Riala smiled to herself, shaking her head. "Maybe one day you'll realize what she is, Jarrek, and I'll be able to tell you the truth." Jarrek continued. "If Topaz hadn't heard you screaming—" "Screaming?" Riala asked, looking up with curiosity. "Yes," Jarrek said with a nod. "We could hear you all the way to the palace." Riala sat back, contemplatively, confused. When had she screamed? The entire event was hazy, but she did remember that her face was so cold she hadn't even been able to speak. Jarrek turned away, sitting quietly. Riala watched him curiously as he sat absorbed in his own thoughts, tossing small pebbles into the pond. His jacket was crafted like that of a nobleman, bearing the red and gold crest of the king's house. Not the crest of ownership, like slaves and servants wore, but the actual house crest, that which proclaimed a member of Rhodes's family. If she recalled correctly, it had been an early birthday present from the king. At his side, he wore a scabbard holding a medium-sized bronze sword. Like many of the men in the palace, he had begun wearing a weapon ever since the Zend warrior's arrival. "Jarek," she said, letting her mind drift back to the problem that had been plaguing her before he arrived. "Have you ever noticed anything odd about Topaz?" Jarek's head cocked to the side, surprised at the question. "Odd? If Topaz is anything, Riala, he's odd. I don't believe there's a person in the palace who would argue with that statement." Riala felt herself blush slightly. "I mean, more than just his dress or his mannerisms. Something about the things he can do." "You mean like magic?" Jarek asked, smiling slightly. Riala bit her lip. She knew what Jarek thought of Whore-Watchers and their abilities. He had once given her an extended lecture on not believing in Skade's charlatanism. "He's going to think me a fool," she realized. "If only he had seen what I saw." "I don't know," Riala said, bowing her head and feeling foolish. "I've told him he should be more careful," Jarek said musingly. "The people of Melorand are very superstitious. He's going to find himself beheaded by a mob of housewives if he keeps throwing his powers around like they were an everyday event." Riala's head snapped up with shocked eyes. Jarek sat leisurely on the bench, his hands resting behind his head. He turned his eyes toward her with a smile. "I thought you didn't believe in magic," she said with a stunned voice. "I've had cause to rethink my position lately," he replied, looking back at the pond. "It's very hard to argue with one's eyes. Not impossible, as proven by the many of us who manage to do it, but difficult." "You know what he does?" Riala asked. Jarek nodded. "And you believe it's magic?" "He calls it microkinesis," Jarek explained. "Says it's more a science than a mysticism. Something measurable, like mathematics or astronomy." Jarek fell silent then, and she could see from his eyes that he was following contemplations of his own. The two of them sat on the bench for nearly an hour, watching Jarek's pebbles make tiny splashes in the pond that had nearly become Riala's tomb. Eventually he bid her farewell, walking down the path that led to the library to continue his studies. Riala continued to sit, wondering at the world, and more acutely, the people she knew, or at least had thought she knew.
"What is she to you, Frost?" Topaz asked. Frost turned away from the window, looking back with an inquisitive eye.
"Who?"
Topaz climbed to his feet, abandoning his seat next to the wall to join Frost by the window. He nodded out toward the garden, where a small dark-haired form was barely visible through the cover of barren trees. "A slave girl," he said. "Why do you pay so much attention to her?"
"I could ask you the same thing,"
Frost noted. Topaz shrugged. "I cultivate potential where I see it. I've seen the looks you give her, however, the way you watch over her. One would almost think you a relative of some sort." Frost snorted, turning his eyes back toward Riala.
"There is no mystery surrounding her origins or mine, Safandrius," he pointed out. "Our families are not related."
"Then why? Why do you look after her so? I'll bet she doesn't even know how much you do."
"I haven't done that much, really,"
Frost defended. Topaz raised an eyebrow. You were the one who made certain she became the property of the king as opposed to some other Ka.
A move that appears to have been rather foolish, considering the princess's temperament, Frost countered.
But you couldn't have known that at the time.
No, Frost admitted.
He looked out across the gardens, studying Riala as she stared across a glass-surfaced pond. A pond that had nearly killed her, and where had Frost been? All these years of watching, all these years of trying to guide and protect her without appearing to do so, and when danger had finally come to a head, he had been oblivious, sitting with his nose in a book on ancient Rhodean grammar a few feet from this very window. If only he had looked out and seen, if only he had taken his duty a little more seriously. He hadn't realized the danger until he heard Riala's shout for help, a shout that had obviously not come from her mouth, but her mind. Waves projected into the air, sonic microkinesis, something Riala should definitely not have been able to do. Topaz had been right again. He looked over at the Jesk, who was studying him with a slight smile on his face. He knew, or at least he suspected. Topaz could read faces like Frost read books. It was insufferably difficult to keep a secret from the man. Yet despite his annoying habits, there was no human on the planet Frost respected more than Safandrius Maxtori. It went beyond the Jesk's rescue of Riala a few days before, an action by which the Jesk had unwittingly gained Frost's eternal gratitude. Topaz was the only person, man or god, Frost knew who was working to prepare for what was coming. Everyone else either didn't suspect or tried to ignore the dangers of the future.
He does so much with so little,
Frost thought with admiration. At times the old scholar was almost tempted to break his vow and tell the insufferable jester all he knew.
I am little more than an old man who tries to help those he can, Topaz,
Frost said, meeting the Jesk's eyes. It wasn't a lie. Frost never lied.
Let me assure you, whatever you suspect, it is wrong. It's much, much greater than you assume.
Topaz smiled. Of course, Frosty, he said, his eyes suspicious.
Let him suspect, Frost thought with an inward sigh. He doesn't trust anything else I say anyway.
Suddenly, a cacophonous pounding came from the door. Seconds later, an enormous, impatient form burst into the room.
This town has gone crazy,
the bulky Kichan pronounced. But sure, Topaz said, turning away from the window. You're late.
I had obligations,
the Kichan merchant declared, dropping a bulky leather bag to the floor. Obligations that held you 6 months past our appointment, Topaz said critically.
My father died,
Batcho replied, seating himself on one of Frost's stools. Frost watched with anxiety as he did so. The delicate wooden legs had not been designed with the gargantuan Kichan body shape in mind. Topaz paused, seating himself on another stool. I'm sorry, he said, his tone subdued. Batchor waved a hand dismissively.
We knew he was coming. His mind went to the true god years ago. He is well that his body followed.
How does this change our plans? Topaz asked. Batchor shrugged.
I have 2 years. After the mourning is finished, then we will see.
Topaz nodded curtly to himself. Well, I should have expected this. Kichan never on time. Frost snorted.
Don't let him chastise you, Batchor,
he said, handing the merchant a cup of steaming tea.
He didn't get here himself until a few weeks ago. He was annoyed to find you weren't waiting for him, but I don't see that he had any right. He was just as late himself.
Batchor accepted the tea, then looked over at Topaz with raised eyebrows.
Really?
He said with a flat tone. Topaz shot Frost an accusatory look. I had my sources keeping watch on the castle, he said defensively. If you'd arrived, I would have come. Eventually. Batchor snorted, showing what he thought of Topaz's punctuality, then set his tea aside as he reached for the saddlebags. "Here," he declared, pulling out a scroll wrapped with a leather strip. Topaz accepted the scroll eagerly, then pulled his stool over to Frost's desk and unrolled the paper, weighing its corners down with colored marking stones. "He is a book of history," Batchor said, rising to pour himself another cup of tea. On the way back to his stool, he closed the window's shutters, mumbling something about crazy northerners. Topaz nodded, his eyes skimming over the scroll's contents.
"What is it?"
Frost asked curiously, moving over to get a peek at the scroll. "A translation of a book we borrowed from the Temple of Hassah in Kaido," Topaz said. Frost raised an eyebrow.
"I didn't know that the Tsendish clergy were that free with their books."
Topaz smiled evilly. "They aren't," he said. Then he looked up and winked. "Getting this scroll was the best fun we've had in a decade, eh, Batchor?"
"Undeniably,"
the Keychan said in a rather unenthusiastic voice. "You should have seen Batchor. He looked lovely." Frost looked over at the large Keychan, who was eyeing Topaz with a look that very clearly said, "I am going to kill you." As the two traded looks, Frost inched closer, scanning the scroll's contents. Most of it seemed standard, if antiquated, historical documentation. One section, however, stood out.
"The altar of Dole,"
he mumbled, reading the top of a paragraph whose bottom was cut off by the still-rolled section of the scroll. Topaz looked up, his eyes sharp. "What did you say?" Frost pointed at the page.
"It's right here, Topaz. There appears to be a section telling the legend of the altar of Dole."
"Never heard of it," Topaz said, unrolling the scroll.
"Then you should probably read about it,"
Frost hinted. "That section is very interesting," Batchor mumbled, leaning back on his stool. Frost cringed as the wooden legs groaned beneath the strain. "I read him on my way here. There was a part even the Trexendian scholars couldn't translate." Topaz read quickly, his brow furrowing in confusion as he digested the information. "This story must date back before the founding of Rhodeus," he guessed. "Look, it mentions a time when men knew not the art of copper and bronze."
"An altar was built in the city of Rothandon,"
Frost said quietly, making certain to stay close to the narrative contained on the scroll, lest he reveal too much and wander into what was forbidden.
"by a people who were destroyed thousands of years ago. An altar to 5 gods. It was a beautiful creation, especially for the time, carved and engraved by their best stonemasons. However, it was a pagan altar, and the king, one of the few pious men to rule in Rothandon, ordered it torn down. The altar was shattered and destroyed, but as part of its decoration, the names of the 5 gods had been cast from Dragonsteel and placed at its head, making them eternal,"
Batchor mumbled.
"which means, theoretically, they should still exist today. Assuming anyone wanted to know the names of those gods badly enough to search them out."
"That would be a waste," Topaz said, eyes widening, "considering the fact that they're written right here." Batchor rose, shuffling over to crouch over Topaz's shoulder. Written below the text of the story was a group of 5 words written in a strange language. Batchor snorted.
"Yes, but we can't read them. That was the part I mentioned earlier. The scholars of Trexandos said they'd never seen that language before. They wrote those 5 words exactly as they were found on the original scroll."
Topaz ran his finger over the scroll, his eyes demanding, as if pure determination would let him decipher the unknown language. "You're right, Batchor," he finally admitted. "We can't read these names." Then he looked up. "But Frost can, can't you?" Frost felt his body grow cold, and his hand slipped free from its place at the back of Topaz's stool. The Jesk's eyes were unyielding as they held Frost's own, and the old scholar felt himself backing away from his friend, fear in his heart. During their years as acquaintances, Topaz had supposed, assumed, and cajoled. He had never, however, outright demanded.
"I cannot,"
Frost thought to himself with horror. Yet Topaz had worked so hard and so long, making so little progress. The facts he needed were lost in time, contained in the doings of men before they thought to write down their histories. Even this clue was so small, such a little piece of the many-layered puzzle of time, as to be nearly useless.
"I'll tell him I can't read it."
Yet at the same time as he made that determination, Frost remembered Riala. Topaz had saved her life, had protected her when Frost could not. How could he deny this man anything?
"Yes,"
he heard himself whisper,
"I can read them."
Topaz's face grew triumphant, and a broad, knowing smile moved over his face. Then it faded as he realized he hadn't yet asked the more important question. "Will you?" he asked quietly. Frost bowed his head. It wouldn't be a true betrayal of his promise, only a marginal one. He would simply be reading information on a page, not volunteering it. He was a scholar of languages. Even if he hadn't known what he did, if he weren't what he was, there was a chance that he would be able to read those letters. Yet despite the rationalization, a piece of him knew that a simple man, historical linguist or not, would never have been able to learn this particular language. It had been too short-lived and too infrequently used for time to remember it.
"For Riala,"
he thought to himself.
"Yes, Sephandrius, I will,"
he said, stepping forward. He lit a candle beside the scroll, illuminating the room against dusk's advance. Then he placed his index finger next to the first Rothandan word.
"This reads Salonis."
Topaz's eyes widened.
"Yes, you recognize that one, don't you?"
Frost thought to himself. The legend of Salonis had survived until modern times, eventually finding itself a place in the formal Yolish pantheon as Slonis, the mother of the world.
"This second one reads Ethane,"
Frost continued. Topaz and Batchor looked at one another with confusion. No, they didn't recognize this name, nor would they know the others.
"The third reads Dorus, and the fourth Rafit."
"And the fifth?" Topaz demanded.
"There is no fifth. Rafit was written as two separate words in Rothandan."
"But the narrative said there were 5 names on the altar," Topaz said with confusion.
"There were," Frost replied. "The fifth one was not contained in the legends, for people feared to speak his name."
"The betrayer?" Frost shook his head.
"That is a separate legend entirely."
"Szeth the Black, then?" Topaz guessed.
"Perhaps," Frost said with a nod. "Or at least the two share similar traits. I would not be surprised if the Szeth tradition was created from stories about this one, though in the beginning his name was not Szeth."
"You know it, don't you?" Topaz accused. Frost nodded. "And are you going to tell us?" Frost paused, then shook his head.
"I'm sorry,"
he said, turning his eyes down.
"I cannot."
Topaz slammed his fist into the table in frustration. "By the Lords, Frost! Are you working with us or against us? Why can't you do something as simple as tell us a name?"
"I'm sorry, Topaz,"
Frost said, true regret in his voice.
"I'm forbidden."
"By whom?"
"By the Father," Frost thought. "If he knew the name of this one," Frost thought.
It wouldn't be such a big deal except for the creature's fondness of calling himself by his true name. Frost wanted to tell him. It was one word, but it would reveal so much.
"I cannot tell you,"
Frost heard himself say. Topaz pounded his fist against the table again, knocking the marking stones loose. The scroll re-rolled against itself weakly. "All right, Batchor," Topaz eventually said, determination in his eyes. "We'll find the name of the fifth god on our own." Batchor grunted in agreement.
In all honesty, Topaz, is this worth the effort? Is the name of a long-forgotten god that important?
Topaz paused, looking into Frost's ashamed eyes. Normally, I'd say no, Topaz said. But he looked into Frost's eyes, delving deep. He thinks the name is important, Batchor, and it's the only hint we have. Those 5 names are out there somewhere, written in Dragonsteel. We're going to find the one that isn't on this scroll. Then perhaps Frost will be willing to translate it for us.
That I can do, Frost replied quietly. But Sifandris,
Batchor said apprehensively, still leaning on the table beside Topaz.
Those names could be anywhere. They could be lost in the ocean for all we know.
They could, Topaz admitted, but I doubt it. Here, look at this. The Jesk unrolled the scroll again, pointing at one of the Rothandish words, the one that said Dorus. Do you recognize this pattern? The large Kichan squinted, looking at the word, then shook his head. Do you remember the Blade of Gazai back in the temple? These letters were contained in its Dragonsteel hilt.
You mean?
Topaz nodded. What the Tsens now call the Blade of Gazai was once a piece of this altar. Dragonsteel is too valuable to just disappear, Batchor. Many monarchs never see a piece of it larger than a man's finger, and whatever they do get hold of, they hang on to. The man who forged the original Blade of Gazai probably didn't know that his Dragonsteel spelled out the name of an ancient god. He just knew that it was a symbol of wealth and power, so he attached it to the hilt of his sword. Batchor nodded slowly.
So, we go looking for large pieces of Dragonsteel and see if they spell words.
Topaz nodded. Though, if they're all like the piece in the Blade of Gazai, then the letters will be decorated with trappings and designs.
Then how will we know when we find the name of the 5th god? Batchor asked. We have no pattern to compare him to.
Topaz looked back at Frost, a bit of the accusation gone from his eyes. Will you write down the Rothandan alphabet for us? He asked. Frost paused. It really isn't all that different from reading these words, Topaz pointed out. Frost sighed.
All right,
he agreed. Fine, Topaz said, standing and rolling up the scroll. Batchor, I still have a few things to tie up here in Melorand. The scholars will test Jarek and Martis in just a few weeks. We'll leave after the judging. Batchor nodded, following Topaz as the Jesk walked out of Frost's room. Sifandrius gave the old scholar one last look before he left, one of disappointment, then pulled the door closed. Frost groaned quietly to himself, moving through the now dark room. How had this happened? He had chosen Melorand because it was the most stable and least politically active kingdom on Yolen. He was supposed to be able to live his life here as a peaceful, quiet scholar, free from questions and probings. Why had he let himself get involved with Topaz? With a sigh, Frost sat himself on a stool. Too late, he heard the legs give a final sigh of a crack and felt himself topple to the ground. He had to work hard not to think about the collapse's symbolism. "What?" Martis demanded, throwing open the flap of his tent outside the city. Night was quickly approaching, and he had been interrupted in the middle of a late dinner by a young messenger boy. The written message had simply said, "Come to the tent immediately." Martis's anger evaporated as he looked into the tent, and his arm fell limp. Jorn stood proudly beside Martis's map table. Beside him, tied with at least a mile's worth of rope and gagged soundly, sat a white-skinned form. It had features like those of a man, but although its eyes resembled a human's, they were black where they should have been white. Instead of hair, the top of its head was covered with thick strands of something that looked like long, thin leaves or small pieces of rope. It regarded him with eyes filled with pure hatred. Martis smiled. "The men you took it from?" he asked. "Dead," Jorn said. "Killed by men sworn to you." We left the bodies covered with symbols like the book said the Shodel sometimes draw on their victims."
"Perfect," Martis praised, walking into the tent and studying his captive. It appeared to be male, though with demons one probably couldn't tell so easily. It had a tall frame, like a man, though its muscles weren't large like he would expect from a warrior.
"Shall we take it to the king now?"
Jorn asked eagerly. Martis shook his head, his smile deepening. "No, I have a better plan."